Before the FBI, before Rico, before the rats started talking, there was the street. And on that street, one name ruled it all. Tommaso Tommy Gallone, the youngest boss in New York history. Feared, worshipped, untouchable. This is not a redemption story. This is not a rise and fall. This is the empire that never fell. From backroom beatings to backdoor deals in City Hall, Tommy built his kingdom one body at a time. Welcome to Gallone, The Rise, The Reign, The Rule of Blood, written by Brian M. Brumbaugh, narrated by Henry Hill. A fictional tale filled with the blood-soaked truth and a dark dynasty. Prologue. This city was never clean. New York was never clean. Not the streets, not the cops, not the hands that built it. Before the Italians, it was the Irish. Before them, the Jews. Every corner had a crew. Every crew had rules, and every rule was written in blood. You want to know who really ran this city? Look at who shoveled your snow, who picked up your trash, who made the cops look the other way. That wasn't the mayor. That was the family. The mob didn't invent corruption. They just perfected it. And when the old bosses got soft, the city didn't crumble. It adapted. It found someone younger, smarter, colder. Tommaso Gallone, born in Brooklyn, made before 30, king by 31. This isn't a redemption story. This is the story of a man who ruled New York with a smile on his face and a body count in his shadow. But before all that, there was just a boy, a belt, and a dream. Chapter 1. The Boy from Bay Ridge. Location, Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, 1940. The first sound Tommy Gallone ever heard was screaming. Not his own, his mother's. Echoing through the cracked plaster of a two-room tenement, it cut through the city noise like a blade through wet cloth. The midwife's shouts were muffled under the sound of Rosa Gallone's agony, her voice raw with pain and defiance. Downstairs, a neighbor banged a broom on the ceiling, swearing in Polish. Outside, the steel thunder of the elevated train howled past the window like it was late to its own funeral. Tommaso Gallone was born into noise, into heat, into pressure, into a world that didn't make room for weakness. The apartment itself was the color of boiled bones, faded, chipped, and tired. Paint peeled from the windowsills like shedding skin. A rust-stained crucifix hung above the stove. The Virgin Mary wept from a bent frame on the wall. And in the corner of the living room, a portrait of Paolo Gallone's grandfather, stone-eyed and dead as dust, watched every move like a silent judge from the old world. They said the old man slit a man's throat with a fishing knife back in Calabria for looking at his wife too long. They also said he made the best sausage in Reggio. One of those things was probably true. Tommy didn't care which. All he knew was that the man's eyes didn't blink, and neither did he. Paolo Gallone, Tommy's father, was a man carved from granite and short tempers. A bricklayer by trade, he came home every night with dust in his hair and cement in his lungs. He wasn't the type to explain things. He was the type to slap the table once and let the silence explain the rest. 6 feet tall, voice like a slammed door, hands that never needed to hit twice. When he came through the door at night, boots still caked in mortar, the whole house shifted around him. You didn't speak unless spoken to. You didn't sit before he did. And you sure as hell didn't question why his knuckles were raw or his jacket smelled like whiskey and blood. Rosa Gallone, Tommy's mother, was just as quiet, but in a way that made your skin itch. Her silences weren't from fear, they were from faith. She was a woman who believed in hell but cooked like heaven. A woman who wept into her rosary when the house was dark and whispered prayers over the stew like it might purify the meat. She never raised her voice, never cursed, but her hands were quick with a wooden spoon, and her gaze could freeze boiling water. If Tommy ever asked why she cried so much, she'd press the crucifix to her lips and say, "God sees everything, figlio mio, that's enough." But it never was. The Gallone apartment smelled like garlic, lemon floor wax, and stale camels. The linoleum floor creaked under every step, like it remembered every argument ever screamed across it. The bathroom door stuck in the winter and swelled in the summer. Tommy used to wedge it open with a cracked encyclopedia volume about American presidents. He'd sit on the toilet staring at that picture of his great-grandfather, wondering if violence was something you were born with, or something that found you like mold in the walls. By the time he was 6, Tommy knew how to light the stove with a match and how to spot a lie by how fast someone blinked. He'd memorized every creak in the hallway floorboards and learned how to fake sleep with a rhythm so good, even God would hesitate to wake him. He also knew that love in the Gallone house didn't come with hugs or bedtime stories. It came with rules. There were 4 rules, iron and unwritten. 1. You finish what's on your plate, even if it tastes like shit. 2. You never hit your sister, even if she hits you first. 3. You never let another man call you a coward, not even once. 4. And you don't ever talk about what happens inside this house. Tommy broke that 4th rule once. He was 8. A nun at St. Dominic's noticed a purple bruise blooming across his upper arm. Asked if he fell. Tommy said yes. Said it was from his bike. He didn't have a bike. That night, Paolo came home with sawdust on his cuffs and a new belt around his waist. Didn't take off his boots. Didn't speak. Just unbuckled the belt with slow precision like a priest preparing communion. The leather still warm from his body. Tommy didn't cry. Not one goddamn tear. Just stared straight ahead while the belt painted stripes across his ribs. Later, Rosa cleaned the cuts with vinegar, hummed to him while she did it, something about mercy and fire. Tommy couldn't tell if she was crying or praying, maybe both. By 10, Tommy was wiry, quick, and quiet in the way that made adults nervous. Teachers called him disruptive because he didn't flinch when threatened. Principals called him volatile. He called them amateurs. Other boys played stickball in the alley. Tommy watched the corners. There, under the stoops and street lamps, stood the men who mattered. Not cops, not teachers, not priests, the real ones. Men with shark-skin suits, toothpick grins, and eyes that didn't blink much. They always moved in pairs, always carried themselves like they owned the pavement. They spoke in murmurs, laughed too loud or not at all, and when they shook hands, it was quick and close, like a secret passed from palm to palm. Tommy studied them like scripture. One afternoon, Vinny Two Toes Sorelli, named for what the docs took from him, called him over. "You the Gallone kid?" he said, puffing on a thick cigar, gold ring glinting in the sun. "Heard your old man lays bricks straight even when drunk. That true?" Tommy shrugged. Vinny squinted. "You always that mouthy?" "No," Tommy said flat. Vinny laughed. "Good. Smart. You got eyes like a goddamn lizard. Cold. That's good. That's real good." He handed Tommy a dollar bill folded clean. "Go get a sandwich, kid." Tommy didn't get a sandwich. He took the dollar, folded it twice, and tucked it into the sole of his shoe. He still had it 10 years later. The first dollar he ever earned for not flinching. That was the beginning. Tommy learned that in this world, silence was currency. Pain was training. And respect? That came not from being liked, but from being feared just enough. He learned the hierarchy. If you take orders, you're a soldier. If you understand the orders before they're given, you're a captain. But if you give orders without saying a word, you're something else. And even at 10 years old, Tommy Gallone wasn't just something else. He was becoming someone no one could ignore. Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, 1941. The first time Tommy ever saw someone die, he was 11. It wasn't dramatic, no gunfire, no shouting, just a twitch, a sigh, and silence. Old man Russo collapsed in the alley behind Mancini's grocery, a paper sack of bruised apples splitting open beside him like a ruptured organ. His eyes stayed open. So did his mouth. Tommy had been sweeping behind the store for 50 cents when he heard the thud. He dropped the broom and knelt beside him. The old man's hand was cold and light, like something emptied. Tommy didn't scream, didn't call for help, just stared at the body. After a few minutes, he stood, looked around, and took the man's pocket watch. He kept it hidden in a tin under the floorboard for years, not for money, not even for memory, just to remind himself what silence really meant. By 12, Tommy had a route. After school, he'd run numbers for a corner crew out of Bay Parkway. 4 blocks east, 2 north. He'd deliver envelopes in his socks, speak only when required, and never ask what was inside. He didn't need to. He already knew. He was paid in folded bills and quiet nods. Every now and then, one of the older guys, Joey the Mutt, Big Angelo, or Nicky Pins, would give him a sandwich or slip him a cigarette or ask if his father knew what he was up to. Tommy would lie, smooth, easy, no hesitation. "Nope. My old man don't know nothing." That was half true. Paolo didn't know which crew his son was working for, but he knew something. You could tell by the way he looked at Tommy now. Distant, suspicious, like he was watching a dog grow teeth. There was one night that changed the air between them. Tommy had come home late, shirt torn at the sleeve, blood drying on his knuckles. Paolo was sitting in the dark, a glass of grappa in one hand, the other resting on his knee like it might clench into a fist at any moment. "Who was it?" he asked. Tommy didn't answer, just stood there, breathing through his nose. Paolo set the glass down, leaned forward. "You win?" Tommy nodded once. "Then clean up before your ma sees." That was it. No punishment, no lecture. It was the first time Paolo treated him like a man, and the last time he ever laid a hand on him. At 13, Tommy was caught carrying a knife by a beat cop on 74th Street, a rusted switchblade tucked into his waistband under his undershirt. The cop, Irish fat, sweating through his uniform, slapped him across the face and dragged him by the collar to the back of the precinct. "You want to be a little gangster?" The cop barked, breath sour with rye. "You want to end up like your old man's friends, bleeding in the gutter for a nickel?" Tommy didn't respond, just stared straight ahead, lips split and eyes burning. He spent 4 hours in a holding cell. Didn't say a word, didn't ask for his mother, didn't ask for his father. At midnight, a man in a camel coat with a gold pinky ring walked in and said one word to the desk sergeant, "Handled." 10 minutes later, Tommy was back on the street. No arrest record, no follow-up, just a smirk from the man in the coat and a pat on the cheek. "You're tough," the man said. "That's good. But tough only gets you so far. Next time, hide the blade better." Tommy nodded, didn't smile. But that night, in the mirror, he felt different, like something inside him had clicked into place. He started keeping a notebook, not for school, for names. People who owed, people who ran, people who watched and whispered and smiled with too many teeth. By 14, he'd memorized the layout of every alley from 65th Street to 86th. He knew which stoops you could smoke on and which ones were watched, which bartenders would sell you a beer for a tip, and which ones had their own bosses. He wasn't just surviving anymore. He was mapping the kingdom. Tommy wasn't the strongest kid, but he was the one you didn't want to underestimate. He didn't fight to win. He fought to make you think twice next time, to make it cost. There was a boy named Carlo DeLuca, bigger, older, cruel. Carlo once shoved Tommy into a brick wall because he thought it'd be funny. Tommy didn't fight him right then. He waited 3 days. Then, one afternoon after school, he followed Carlo behind the candy store, pulled a rock from his coat pocket, and cracked him in the knee so hard the bone popped. Carlo screamed. Tommy didn't. He just leaned in close and whispered, "Now we're even." He left the rock beside him like a calling card. Word spread. Tommy Gallone wasn't just angry. He was calculated. Back home, Rosa noticed the changes. He spoke less, prayed less, ate in silence, eyes fixed on some distant calculation only he could see. She tried to ask questions, once, hands trembling over a plate of pasta. "You staying safe, Tommaso?" He looked up, just long enough to say, "Yeah, Ma," then kept chewing. She didn't ask again. Bay Ridge, Brooklyn, 1942 to 1944. Tommy was 15 when he first saw what real power looked like. It wasn't in the fists of street fighters or the guns of corner hustlers. It wasn't in the size of your crew or how many people owed you. It was in the room above Salerno's bakery on 78th Street. There, in a haze of cigar smoke and low murmurs, sat 5 men around a formica table. No one raised their voice. No one gestured wildly. They talked like accountants, soft, specific, calm. And when one of them tapped his ring twice on the table, a kid Tommy knew, Nico, 17, built like a refrigerator, left the room, drove 6 blocks, and beat a man half to death in the back of a butcher shop. No questions, no hesitation. That was power. Tommy wasn't supposed to be in the room, but Nicky Pins vouched for him, called him quiet muscle and said, "The kid listens better than most of your soldiers," so they let him stand against the wall like a statue, eyes forward, ears open, hands at his sides. It was the first time he realized power didn't have to move loud to make people afraid. Sometimes it just sat still and let the world lean in. By 16, Tommy was running his own side hustle. He took over the back alley behind St. Anne's Bingo Hall, where he organized dice games for the teenagers who weren't brave enough for the real streets but too dumb to stay out of them. He rigged the games, skimmed from the pot, and kicked a cut upstairs. No one cared. He kept things quiet, and he didn't attract attention. Well, almost no one. One night, a lowlife named Teddy Russo accused him of cheating, called him a liar, loud, in front of 10 other kids. Tommy didn't argue. He picked up a beer bottle, broke it on the wall, and held it an inch from Teddy's throat. Say it again. Teddy didn't. That was the night people stopped calling him Kid. They started calling him Tommy. Back at home, the changes ran deeper. Rosa cooked less, slept more. She moved slower, spoke softer. Her rosary beads wore down like river stones. Her eyes were sadder, but prouder. She saw what her son was becoming. Didn't approve. Didn't stop it. Your soul is a mirror, she told him once. You crack it now, you'll see yourself wrong forever. He didn't respond. He just kissed her cheek and left for the corner. Paolo grew quieter too. Not out of fear, but respect. He never said it, but Tommy could feel it. That shift. The weight of unspoken deference. The way Paolo no longer corrected him when he came home past midnight. No longer asked where the blood came from. No longer looked surprised when an envelope of cash appeared in the bread box. One night, over a dinner of sausage and lentils, Paolo raised his glass. To my son. Rosa crossed herself. Tommy just nodded. He didn't need the toast. The room already felt like his. There were other lessons you only learn in blood and whispers. Like how to bury a knife so it doesn't clink against bone, how to fold money with gloves on, how to spot a tail without turning around, how to tell the difference between someone who's afraid of dying and someone who's not. And then there were the girls. Tommy wasn't classically handsome, but he had the kind of presence that made girls lean closer. He knew how to listen without reacting, how to compliment without smiling, how to make a girl feel like the only light in the room and then vanish before she got used to it. He didn't fall in love, didn't have time for it. Love was something you offered after the war, and Tommy? He was still building his army. The last piece fell into place one night in late '44. He'd just turned 17. A made guy named Salvatore Sal the Nail Moretti asked Tommy to take a drive. Just the two of them, no explanation. They ended up in Red Hook, behind an abandoned warehouse near the docks. In the trunk was a man with his hands tied and his mouth taped shut. Tommy didn't recognize him, didn't ask. Sal handed him a pistol. You want to move up? Sal asked. Tommy stared at the man. The guy was maybe 30, crying behind the tape. His shirt was stained with piss. He looked like he wanted to explain something, plead maybe. Tommy didn't let him. One shot, behind the ear, clean. He handed the gun back. Sal lit a cigarette, smiled. You'll go far, Gallone. You just might outlive us all. Tommy walked back to Bay Ridge that night under a full moon, the cold wind stinging his cheeks. The city was asleep, but he wasn't. The sound of the shot still rang in his ears, but it wasn't guilt. It was clarity. He wasn't a boy anymore, not a soldier either. Something else, something colder, harder. He stopped in front of the tenement on 75th Street, looked up at the window with the Virgin Mary, then looked down at his hands. They weren't shaking, not even a little. From that night on, the neighborhood saw him differently. Cops looked the other way. Shopkeepers called him Mr. Gallone. Corner boys stepped aside when he walked by. He'd started with nothing. Just a creaky apartment, a bruised upbringing, and a last name that tasted like garlic and steel. But now he was building something. One silence at a time. Chapter 2. The Climb. Streets of Iron. Brooklyn, 1950. The war was over. The boys were home. The bars were loud. The suits were sharper. But the streets hadn't changed. Not really. Especially not in Bay Ridge. Tommy Gallone was 20. Too young to be respected. Too old to be ignored. He wasn't tall, wasn't big. But the corners bent around him like wind. The cops knew his name. So did the bartenders. And the bookies. And the bagmen. If they didn't know him, they'd heard of him. That was enough. He wasn't in yet, not officially. But people moved when he moved. He didn't walk fast. He walked like the ground owed him. His eyes didn't search, they measured. Everything he did was quiet, calculated, controlled. He started out running numbers for a guy named Cosmo D'Angelo. Old school, big gut, wore suspenders like armor. Cosmo ran half the policy racket in Sunset Park. Kept the slips in a shoebox behind the toilet tank. He liked Tommy because Tommy didn't talk. But Cosmo made the same mistake everyone did. He underestimated ambition. Tommy was watching everything. The runners, the collections, the kickbacks. He noticed the pattern early. Cosmo's guys skimmed at every level. $1 off here. A half point there. Enough to make Cosmo rich, but not enough for him to notice he was getting nickeled to death. Tommy noticed. So one night, after Cosmo knocked off early, Tommy stayed behind and pulled the slips. Cross-referenced collections. Checked the books. matched dates. Then took a walk down to Red Hook to see Cosmo's collector, Vince. Tommy didn't yell. He didn't threaten. He just showed him the numbers, told him what Cosmo didn't know yet, and then offered him a way out. "You give me your route," Tommy said. "I'll keep you safe. Otherwise, you won't see next Friday." Vince gave him the route that night. Cosmo never found out because Cosmo never got a chance. He died 3 months later in a hit and run outside a bakery. Driver was never caught. Tommy took over the territory, quietly, cleanly. By 21, Tommy wasn't running slips. He was running runners. He didn't just want more money. He wanted control, territory, fear, loyalty, respect, and girls. They weren't hard to find. He had the look now, slick hair, smooth suits, cash to burn. But it wasn't his money that made women look twice. It was his silence, his stillness. He didn't flirt. He didn't chase. He waited, and they came to him. The first was Sophia, black hair, olive skin, worked at her uncle's bakery on 3rd Avenue, smelling like sugar and speaking with a tongue sharp enough to cut bread. She caught Tommy's eye one morning while he was collecting envelopes. Didn't flinch, didn't blink. She just said, "You gonna buy a cannoli or just stand there like a statue?" He bought 2. By the end of the week, she was sitting in the passenger seat of his black Buick. By the end of the month, she was moved into a walk-up on 64th. He paid the rent, stocked the fridge, let her decorate, within limits. But Tommy didn't do trust, didn't do vulnerability. So when she opened the wrong drawer one night, papers, envelopes, maps, he told her to pack her things. She didn't move fast enough. The next morning she was gone. So was a gold necklace he'd given her. He didn't go after her, didn't ask who roughed her up, didn't need to. He knew someone had made the call on his behalf, and that was enough. By 23, he had his own crew, not boys, men who had done time, men who didn't flinch at blood, men who followed orders because Tommy gave them, not because they feared what would happen if they didn't. He picked them himself. Quiet drinkers, sharp dressers, men who asked no questions and left no witnesses. They weren't the biggest crew, but they were the most efficient, and Tommy made them better. He taught them how to dress, how to listen, how to keep a blade in your sock and a smile on your face, how to lean in during a threat and lean back when you lied, how to leave behind fear like it was a jacket you didn't need anymore. He didn't want killers, he wanted craftsmen. The first time someone disrespected him publicly, a drunk named Richie Campanella who tried to hijack a numbers drop, Tommy didn't respond immediately. He waited 3 days, then met Richie behind a bar near the docks, told him he wanted to talk, offered a handshake, and drove a blade between his ribs like he was sewing a hole shut. No mess, no witnesses, no police, just a corpse in an alley, and a new name whispered in the streets. Tommy the Surgeon, because when he cut, it was surgical, precise, necessary. And everyone agreed, the city looked cleaner afterward. Empire in the shadows. By the time Tommy Gallone turned 25, he had a business card. It didn't say his name, didn't say a title, just a 7-digit phone number and a small blood-red dot in the upper right-hand corner. No address, no logo, no slogan. Just silence. If that card found its way into your hand, it meant one thing. Tommy could make things disappear. Problems, people, paperwork, your ex-brother-in-law who got too loud, your books that didn't balance, your cousin who saw too much. You didn't call Tommy to talk. You called to be listened to. Once. Carefully. And if he picked up, your problem was already being erased. The clubs. He had 4 clubs now, not bars, not dives, clubs. One in Manhattan, halfway between Broadway lights and the NYPD's blind spot. It was all dark velvet booths, saxophone sets, and waitresses in slit skirts who knew when to disappear. 2 in Brooklyn, 1 in Greenpoint, 1 in Gravesend. Both places where a guy could dance with his mistress, pocket alone, and bury a beef with a drink and a handshake. And 1 in the Bronx, smaller, rougher, louder. But it made money, lots of it. The kind of place where the wrong look earned you a broken nose and the right tip earned you a seat at the table and back. Tommy's name wasn't on any lease, not on the liquor licenses, not on the payroll. But every bouncer stood straighter when he walked through the door. Every hostess looked twice. Every jazz singer hit her notes just a little harder when he was in the room. He didn't dance. He didn't smile. He didn't drink. He watched. and everyone noticed. The envelope men. Tommy's money didn't sit in a safe. It moved, quietly, obediently, wrapped in brown envelopes, passed between coat pockets and coat rooms, inside delivery vans with nothing but flour bags, beneath communion wafers delivered to churches that owed him favors. He had a courier system now. Teenagers on bikes, cab drivers with bad knees, bagmen who worked the same route so often they could deliver blindfolded. He called them the spokes. Every wheel turns, he told one of his capos. But if the hub doesn't move, none of it matters, and Tommy was the hub, always calm, always centered, untouched by the chaos his empire demanded, the judges, the rats, and the quiet fixes. In '54, he bought his first judge, not the kind you saw on TV. This one wore thick glasses, smoked clove cigarettes, and had a side piece in Astoria, Judge Charles Reniger, Federal Circuit, known for delays, continuances, and a spectacular lack of curiosity. Tommy paid him with vacations, trips to Cuba, a custom watch, and silence, always silence. With Reniger on the hook, Tommy's risk factor dropped by half. Charges vanished. Evidence got lost. Subpoenas expired quietly in the night, and when the occasional rat popped up, someone small, someone stupid, Tommy didn't scream. He invited them to lunch. A real one. Linen napkins, white wine, smoked salmon, and across the table, in a soft voice, he'd say, "This is the only warning I give. Next time, your family buries your teeth first." No raised voice, no threats, just truth, served cold. Most of the rats left New York before dessert. The warehouse network. By late '55, he controlled 6 warehouses scattered across the boroughs. On paper, they stored everything from typewriters to canned soup. In reality, and stolen televisions from Long Island heists, on boxes of misrouted cigarettes from Jersey, and bootleg liquor from Canadian back channels, and crates of cash shrink-wrapped in waiting. His real estate broker, a thin man named Milo who sweated constantly, handled all the paperwork. "Just sign here," Milo would say, hands trembling. Tommy never signed. He tapped the table once, and Milo would scrawl his own name with a shaking pen. The unspoken army. By '56, Tommy had over 30 men on quiet payroll. Not all soldiers. Not all killers. Just men who obeyed. Cops who reported patrol routes. Sanitation workers who found missing shipments. Teachers who kept mouths shut about bruises on certain neighborhood boys. And priests. He paid 3 priests. They took confessions, delivered warnings, passed messages in Latin. One even baptized a rival's baby after making sure the father understood what happened if he ever mentioned Tommy's name in the wrong company. The change. It was somewhere around Christmas of '56 when Tommy stopped thinking about money and started thinking about power. Money buys dinner. Power clears the restaurant. Money pays the judge. Power replaces the DA. Money gives you a night. Power gives you a city. He stood in the back room of his Manhattan club one night, watching a state senator do coke off a cocktail napkin, and thought, "This isn't business. This is inheritance." Tommy Gallone didn't want to be the richest man in the room. He wanted to be the one who built the room, and then owned it. The warehouse scheme. It started with refrigerators, big, dumb white boxes, frigid, faceless, and forgettable. No one noticed them when they arrived. No one remembered them when they vanished. They were supposed to be heading to a Sears in Queens. They never made it. The driver? He got a brand new Pontiac convertible, red as a busted lip. The dispatcher? Got transferred to night shift in Buffalo with a quiet promotion and a severance package that looked suspiciously like hush money. The insurance company? Stamped the paperwork, equipment lost due to transit incident, cut a check, and moved on. Tommy? He got 40 brand new Kelvinator refrigerators. Retail value $30,000. Cost to him a lunch and a promise. He didn't sell them himself. Tommy wasn't some sidewalk peddler in a trench coat yelling deals like a carnival barker. That was beneath him. He moved the units through a man named Leon Strick, a Jewish wholesaler out of Flatbush with a lazy eye, a Rolodex like a phone book, and a moral compass that spun like a roulette wheel. Leon's office was in the back of a kosher butcher shop. The floor smelled like blood and ammonia, and the conference table was a meat locker door laid across 2 barrels. "You got more like this?" Leon asked, patting the refrigerator like it was a prize bull. Tommy didn't smile. "You got more like you?" he replied. "They sold out in 2 days. Every unit, gone. Paid in full, cash, no receipts." Next month it was toasters, sleek chrome beauties that burned Wonder Bread like it owed them money. Then phonographs, solid wood cabinets with fake gold trim, the kind people bought to show off more than to listen. Then radios, big band lifelines for bored housewives. Then televisions, the crown jewel. RCA black and whites that turned living rooms into theaters and wives into hostages. Each shipment got bigger, riskier. But Tommy didn't flinch, he just got smarter. He rented his first warehouse in Greenpoint under a fake company name, Astoria Import-Export. One desk, 2 hanging bulbs, 1 steel roll-up door with rust like dried blood. No signage, no records, no questions. The paperwork was airtight, registered through a Delaware shell company with an owner who didn't exist in a P.O. box in Lisbon. He staffed the place with 4 men he trusted for exactly 3 things. 1. Loyalty. 2. Silence. 3. Muscle. Each one had done time. Each one had buried someone. None of them ever spoke more than necessary. And then there was Gina. Gina wasn't a secretary. She was a bookkeeper, a body, and a bomb waiting to go off. Fake nails sharp enough to scratch vinyl, real curves that made grown men forget their names, and eyes like wet cement, gray, heavy, impossible to read. She didn't smile, didn't flirt, didn't blink at numbers with too many zeros or bruises that came from the wrong end of a deal. Her filing system was handwritten, coded, and color-tagged. Her roast beef sandwiches could have fed a crew. Her accounting kept 3 federal agencies chasing their own tails for a year. She never asked Tommy where the money came from, and he never asked Gina where she learned to cook the books like a Michelin chef. He paid her in cash, envelopes thick enough to kill a rat if dropped from a height. She never counted it, just weighed it in her hand and nodded once. By the end of 1954, Tommy's stolen goods operation was quietly moving over $100,000 a month. That's over $1 million a year, untraceable, no payroll, no taxes, no headlines. He used burner phones, fake invoices, and truckers who worked off books. Shipments were stored for no more than 72 hours. Every unit that came in was moved out before the 3rd day, or it got torched. No risks, no loose ends. If a box fell off a truck in Queens, it resurfaced in Newark under a different brand name. If someone asked too many questions, they got transferred. If someone talked, they never got a chance to do it twice. But Tommy didn't spend the money on Cadillacs or diamond rings. He didn't throw parties, didn't light cigars with $100 bills. He spent it on men, in lawyers who could make indictments evaporate, union heads who could shut down entire blocks with a phone call, in dock bosses who controlled the flow of everything from coffee beans to Colombian heroin, in aldermen with mortgages Tommy paid quietly, and in street soldiers who didn't carry knives, they carried reputations. He was building a machine, one that didn't rust, one that didn't stop, one that grew in silence. In the warehouse late at night, Tommy would walk the rows of stolen goods, the hum of refrigeration units echoing like a funeral hymn. He didn't smile, didn't gloat. He just stared at the shelves like a king overlooking a battlefield. Every box was a conquest, every barcode a bullet. This wasn't merchandise. It was leverage. And in New York, leverage was the only currency that ever lasted. The crew. By now, Tommy Gallone's crew wasn't just a bunch of bruisers with brass knuckles and short fuses. It was a cabinet, each man and woman a specialist, handpicked and pressure-tested. Not because they followed orders, but because they understood them before they were spoken. This wasn't a gang. This was infrastructure. Raymond Button Moretti, logistics. Raymond was as thin as a cigarette and twice as addictive to operations. He'd served as a quartermaster in the Korean War, kept troops supplied behind enemy lines, once moved 600 pounds of ammunition in a monsoon with nothing but a mule and a lie. When he came home, he didn't want applause. He wanted work, quiet work. Tommy gave it to him. Button's specialty? Displacement without detection. Need to get a truck full of stolen RCA televisions from Greenpoint to Jersey without passing through a single checkpoint? Done. Need to have 12 crates of unlicensed firearms disappear from a warehouse before an ATF visit, without disturbing the dust. Done. He moved goods through the 5 boroughs like he was threading a needle blindfolded. Rail, truck, ferry, you name it. If Button touched it, it moved. He never raised his voice, never touched a weapon, never used a real name on a manifest. He wore suits 2 sizes too big and always looked like he was about to apologize, until you realized he already had your address, your mistress's name, and your lunch schedule for the next 6 months. No one knew why they called him Button. Some said it was because you never saw him coming, just felt the push when something clicked into place. Freddie Glass, enforcement. Freddie was 6'4", 280, built like the door to a meat locker, and almost as communicative. He didn't talk unless he had to. When he did, it sounded like gravel poured into an oil drum. No one knew if Glass was his real last name or a joke, because the only things fragile about him were the things he broke. Bones, jaws, safes. His hands looked like they could crush a steering wheel. Freddie didn't use a gun unless explicitly told to. He preferred a wrench, a 2-foot crescent he carried in a butcher's wrap like it was a family heirloom. Said it felt more honest. He once beat a guy through a phone booth without cracking the glass. Another time, he disassembled a man's kneecap while whistling strangers in the night. Loyal? To a fault. Smart? No. But precise. Tommy didn't have to ask him twice. Hell, he usually didn't even have to ask. If Freddie showed up at your door, it wasn't to talk. It was to make sure you remembered who you owed, what you did, or what you promised and failed to deliver. Rico Little Lucchese, bookkeeping and bribes. They called him Little because he stood 5'3" in his boots. But his brain was skyscraper tall. Former numbers man. Ex-accountant for a Harlem policy racket that got busted because the boss couldn't stop cheating on his taxes. Rico never forgot a number, ever. Once read a ledger upside down across the room and quoted it back line by line. And once corrected a priest during Sunday Mass because the guy misquoted Corinthians in Latin. And once audited a Catholic school just for fun. Found 37 accounting violations and a nun siphoning bingo funds into horse races. Rico handled books, bribes, and buffers. He didn't just know where the money was. He knew where it should be, how to hide it, and who to pay off so it stayed buried. Mayors, aldermen, precinct captains. Even union bosses who didn't like guineas still took his cash. He kept everything written in code, his own code, using a hybrid of Pig Latin, Sicilian slang, and mathematical symbology so dense it once confused a treasury agent into retiring. Gina, the brain behind the nails. Gina wasn't just a secretary. She was a razor with lipstick, a whisper with steel, a fireproof ledger and heels. She looked like the kind of woman who'd wait for a man in silk sheets, but her nails were stained with the ink of burned evidence, and her perfume masked the scent of old secrets. She ran the front of Tommy's operation, but she also ran the back. Files, falsified reports, forged ID, shredded records, and backdated signatures. She once deleted 10 years of incriminating ledgers while painting her nails and flirting with a state trooper during a surprise inspection. She once picked the lock to a post office's master key cabinet in under 30 seconds, just to reroute a single envelope. Then she once seduced a city clerk just long enough to swap out blueprints for a waterfront development. The clerk never saw her again. Neither did the permits. She kept a gun in her desk, never used it. She didn't have to, because everyone who crossed her either disappeared, changed jobs, or learned how to shut the hell up. She called Tommy Mr. Gallone, always with a smile. But when she looked at him, it wasn't flirtation, it was recognition. Tommy didn't bark orders. He didn't need to. He told them what had to happen. They figured out the how. Each piece moved in sync, each angle covered. It wasn't a crew, it was a machine. Oiled, balanced, quiet as death, efficient as violence. And Tommy, he was the one turning the crank, the first judge. It started the way most bad deals start in New York, under chandeliers and false smiles. The venue was the Elks Club in Midtown, some half-assed charity fundraiser for injured firefighters or underprivileged kids. Tommy didn't remember, didn't care. He wasn't there to feel warm inside. He was there to be seen, and to see. Judge Michael Giannetti stood out like a blister in a ballroom. He was sweating through his collar, tugging at his tux like it had personally offended him. His jowls were pink, his eyes bloodshot, and his glass was empty. Tommy watched him from across the room, waited, then approached the bar, leaned in beside him, and said, "They pour the scotch here like it's holy water. Stingy and overpriced." Giannetti didn't laugh, just snorted. "Only thing holier in this city is a politician's promise." Tommy bought him a drink. Glenlivet, neat, no bullshit. They talked for an hour. about Sinatra's second marriage, about how Ebbets Field was dying one brick at a time, and about how every man lies to his mother, even if it's just to say he's happy. The judge loosened up. 2 more drinks and he was telling stories about law school brawls and shady mayors who owed him election wins. Tommy nodded, smiled, laughed when he needed to. But mostly he listened. That's what made him dangerous. By the end of the night, Tommy reached into his coat and pulled out a small black velvet pouch. Inside was a Rolex Datejust, not stolen, not hot, just expensive enough to be insulting if you asked why. He didn't explain, didn't label it a gift, didn't ask for anything. He just left it on the bar, tapped it once with 2 fingers, and said, "Time's a funny thing, Judge. It only works if you control it." Then he walked away. 1 week later, a felony narcotics charge against one of Tommy's runners, open and shut, no doubt about it, disappeared from the docket. No hearing, no transcript, just gone. So did a pending weapons case, and an aggravated assault rap tied to one of Freddie Glass's more enthusiastic collection visits. All vanished like mist in a sunbeam. Tommy didn't gloat, didn't even call right away. He waited another week, then sent an envelope to Gianetti's clerk. Inside, 2 box seats to the Dodgers' final home game at Ebbets, and a note. Same time next season? No signature, no letterhead, just understanding the arrangement. From then on, once a month, Tommy would reach out, not with bribes, not with pressure, with favors. A steak dinner at Delmonico's with a wine list already approved and a waitress who never asked names. A home repair handled by an off-the-books crew that fixed the judge's leaky roof in 3 hours and left no invoice. An envelope left at a dry cleaner in Crown Heights. Cash or maybe just a phone number, depending on what needed disappearing that week. Gianetti never said no. He didn't need to. Because Tommy never asked the same thing twice. That's how trust builds in a crooked system, not through fear, but rhythm. What the system learned. By 1956, Judge Gianetti was the legal equivalent of a mute button. If Tommy's name whispered through the halls of the courthouse, doors closed. Cases were reassigned, evidence misplaced. Testimony sealed. The DA called it judicial ambiguity. The cops called it bad luck. Tommy called it leverage. Because justice isn't blind, it's just well-fed. And Gianetti, he never flinched, never pushed back. Not even when a prosecutor started asking the wrong questions about a missing truckload of RCA televisions. The judge looked him dead in the eye and said, "You want to chase ghosts? Be my guest. But don't cry when one follows you home." The prosecutor dropped the case a week later, took early retirement, moved to Tampa. The lovers, Tommy Gallone, didn't sleep alone, ever. Whether it was the velvet, back room of his Brooklyn club or the penthouse suite he rented once a month in Manhattan for meetings, there was always a woman, sometimes 2. But never the same one twice. He wasn't some swinging bachelor or love-struck sap trying to fill a void. He was collecting ghosts, faces he'd forget by morning, names he never asked twice, kisses that never left fingerprints. There was a nurse from Long Island, all red lips and Catholic guilt, who undressed like she was confessing sins 1 button at a time. A blackjack dealer from Atlantic City who called him Tommy 2 nights because she knew that was all she'd get. A divorcee from Queens, classy in public, filthy in private, with a nervous laugh and a heart-shaped birthmark above her right breast that Tommy traced once, then never again. A Puerto Rican jazz singer who slapped him across the face so hard after he made a joke about her ex-husband, it left a perfect, blooming handprint. He didn't cover it, didn't want to. He liked women, truly, respected their fire, admired the ones who didn't try to fix him or worse, save him. But love? Love was another word for leverage. The last woman who ever made the mistake of mattering was Sophia. Jet black hair, eyes like razors, a waist that fit perfectly beneath his arm, and a mind that never quite let him sleep soundly. She'd been his for 6 months. Moved into his apartment like a wisp of smoke. No bags, no drama, just a toothbrush and a drawer she filled without asking. She made him laugh. Once. He didn't like it. One night he came home early and found her going through his desk drawer. The wrong drawer. She never saw his eyes go cold. He didn't touch her, but someone did. She left the next day with a bruised cheek and no forwarding address. Tommy never asked who did it. He never said her name again. From that moment forward, he stopped letting anyone get close. His lovers became shadows, faces in passing, moaned names in the dark that dissolved with the sunrise. Teachers, bartenders, a widow who owned a flower shop in Bay Ridge and never once asked what he did for a living. Some came back for seconds, most didn't. And he preferred it that way. He kept a rule: no toothbrushes, no keys, no staying the night. Sometimes when he was feeling generous, he'd buy them a cab. More often, he just left the door unlocked behind them. One night, Gina asked him why he never kept a woman longer than a season. They were in the office, after hours, rain ticking on the windows like fingers trying to get in. Tommy sat with a bourbon, sleeves rolled, tie loose. Gina lit a cigarette and poured herself one without asking. "Don't you ever get tired of strangers?" she asked. Tommy didn't look up. He just said, "Love is like a door without a lock. All it takes is one bastard to walk in." Gina laughed, that dry, dangerous laugh of hers. She poured him a drink and never asked again. Tommy Gallone didn't do romance. He did control, and in his world, control was the only kind of intimacy that didn't get you killed. First hit with permission. Tommy had already killed, but not officially, not with sanction. That changed in 1956. Sal Little Teeth Manzino, a low-level maid guy under the Genovese family, started dipping into Tommy's loan sharking operations. Quietly at first, offering better rates, using junkies as leverage. But then he got bold, real bold, started telling clients Tommy was going soft, that his teeth weren't sharp anymore. Tommy didn't react. He visited Sal in public, smiled, shook his hand, then made a call. 3 days later, Sal went missing. His body turned up in the East River, hands folded, mouth stitched shut, heart removed, classic signature hit. Tommy didn't do it himself. He didn't have to. The message was clear: Gallone has backing. Someone high enough had green-lit it. Someone important. Tommy's name was now in conversations it had never been before. Not on paper, not officially, but whispered. Becoming the storm. He bought his first building in '57. Brick facade. 4 stories, no mortgage, no tenants, except a guy in the basement who ran a locksmith front for a crew of safecrackers. He wasn't just climbing anymore. He was expanding, buying silence, building trust, replacing fear with reverence. He began attending weddings, not funerals, christenings, not wakes, always with an envelope, always in black, always quiet. His legend wasn't built with gunshots. It was built with favors, precision, and patience. He wasn't the loudest, but he was the one who didn't flinch, the one who never ran, the one who never forgot, made of bone. The whispers started in late '57. Tommy the surgeon. Gallone's got friends upstate. Don't take his money if you don't want to owe him your teeth. Tommy didn't react. He never acknowledged the stories, never encouraged them. He just let them grow. Because in his world, fear aged well. The last test, it wasn't a meeting, it was a dinner. Sunday night, rain tapping on the windows like it was asking to be let in. A back room in Carroll Gardens, empty but for a round table, 5 chairs, and a single candle flickering between glasses of red wine. Tommy walked in wearing a black overcoat. No hat, no umbrella, hair slicked back like iron filings. They didn't smile when he arrived, didn't stand, didn't greet him. They watched, old men, quiet men. Not the ones with flashy cars or loud laughs. These were decision makers. Names you didn't hear unless your coffin was already nailed shut. Tommy nodded once, sat, and said nothing. A photo of Saint Sebastian was placed in his palm, pierced by arrows, bleeding, but alive, always alive. He held it steady. The candle flame touched it. He didn't flinch. It burned slow, curled in his hand. Ash floated to the floor like confession. Then came the words, ancient, solemn, blood-bound, spoken in Italian. "If I betray my brothers, may my soul burn as this saint burns in my hand." He said it without blinking. One of the old men stood, kissed him on both cheeks, whispered in his ear, "You belong to us now, and we belong to you." No applause, no celebration, just recognition. Tommaso Gallone was now a made man, not a soldier, not an associate, not a whisper, but one of them, moving through marble. The day after the ceremony, Tommy went to Calvary Cemetery, not to pray, not to cry, but to walk, row after row of cold stone, names long forgotten, some carved deep, some weathered away. He found his grandfather's grave, the one whose photo hung by the toilet growing up, the one who slit a man's throat in Calabria and wore a suit to the trial. Tommy stood over the grave for 10 minutes. Didn't speak, didn't kneel. Just lit a cigarette, exhaled over the tombstone and muttered, "We're even now." Then he walked away. Manhattan's eyes. Being made open doors, real doors. The kind with velvet ropes, hidden staircases, and doormen who didn't blink when your jacket dripped blood. Tommy started showing up at fundraisers, banquets, shaking hands with councilmen, precinct chiefs, district attorneys. He didn't speak much, didn't have to. His presence said enough. By 58, he had controlling interest in 4 Italian restaurants, 2 union locals, 1 downtown parking syndicate, 1 midtown hostess bar that served judges, senators, and film stars the same scotch. His bribe network stretched from precinct basements to City Hall. He wasn't just collecting envelopes anymore. He was authorizing policy. The second killing that mattered, it wasn't revenge, it was insurance. A man named Jerry the Book Donatelli, mid-level Gambino accountant, got picked up for tax fraud. Spent 3 nights in a federal holding cell. Too long. He came out shaky, sweating, wouldn't meet eyes. Tommy invited him to dinner. Small place in Red Hook, booth in the corner, candle on the table, just the 2 of them. They talked about baseball. Then Tommy leaned forward, voice like frost. "You gonna talk, Jerry?" Jerry's hand trembled. That was all Tommy needed. Freddie Glass handled it. Quick, in a public bathroom stall while Jerry took a piss. Clean shot behind the ear. The coroner called it suicide. Everyone else called it a message. 1960, the summit. Tommy turned 30 with more money than he could count and more enemies than he could name. But none of them made a move, because to the streets, he was a storm in a suit. To the families, he was a compliant operator, low drama, high yield. To the city, he was invisible. And to himself, Tommy was exactly where he needed to be. He had the power. He had the people. He had the silence. But deep down in the quiet hours of the night, he knew the climb was only half the war. The crown came next. And Tommy Gallone didn't want to be feared. He wanted to be remembered. Chapter 3. Crown of the 5 Boroughs. Brooklyn, 1960. They crowned him boss in a basement, not a ballroom. No speeches, no champagne, just 5 men older than sin, 1 candle and a blood-soaked vow whispered over a shot of whiskey. He wasn't supposed to get there this fast. Most guys climb for decades, collecting scars, prison time, maybe a bullet to the gut if they were lucky enough to die a soldier. Tommy, he skipped rungs, killed clean, spoke rarely, made money for people who mattered. And when the old boss finally choked to death on his own vomit in a motel in Jersey, no one hesitated. Tommaso Gallone was 30 years old, and he ruled the 5 boroughs like he was born wearing the crown. The first thing he did was marry a Gambino. Francesca Franny Gambino wasn't what people expected. She didn't wear mink, didn't talk with a heavy accent. She was educated, Hunter College, sharp, quiet, smarter than most men in any room. She was also the niece of Don Carlo, and her marriage to Tommy was more chessboard than chapel. They met once at a family dinner. He kissed her cheek, she didn't flinch, and a week later she received a ring without a proposal. Their wedding was held in a private cathedral in Queens, packed with the kind of people who didn't clap too loudly or smile too long. Franny didn't ask Tommy about his business, and Tommy didn't ask Franny how she could look so calm standing next to a killer. They understood each other. That was enough. But make no mistake, Franny was the wife, not the only woman. Tommy kept mistresses in apartments across the city, one in Soho, another in Hell's Kitchen, a dancer uptown who thought she was his one and only. They were all paid, protected, and disposable. Franny knew. She never cried, she never yelled, but every time he came home late, there was cold coffee waiting on the stove and silence in the bedroom. Still, she stayed, because in their world, loyalty wasn't about love. It was about legacy. Once the crown settled on his head, Tommy started cutting off loose ends. Hits were ordered quietly, not with rage, but with strategy. And Mikey Blades, who skimmed numbers off Harlem collections, found in a car trunk with his teeth arranged in a smile. In Luis Ortega, a Bronx crew boss who tried to run his own side game, pushed off a rooftop and ruled a suicide. And Fat Joey Marinelli, who got too loud, too drunk, and too curious, disappeared mid-pasta on a Friday night. Each borough needed a lesson. Tommy delivered them like sermons. By 1963, the Bronx, Brooklyn, and Harlem were his. Every protection racket, every fence, every handshake, and every alley behind every business that mattered belonged to Gallone. No one moved without his say-so. Not a dollar, not a gun, not even a whisper. And if someone did, they weren't around long enough to do it again. In 1964, Franny gave birth to their first child. A boy, 7 pounds 4 ounces, dark hair, quiet eyes. The doctor said he barely cried. Tommy named him Antonio, but everyone called him Tony. Tony Gallone, born into power, baptized in wine and silence. Tommy didn't hold him right away. He stood in the hospital room, staring at the baby like he was sizing up an enemy or appraising a piece of gold. Franny watched him carefully. "You're not gonna break him," she said softly. Tommy didn't answer. He stepped forward, took his son into his arms and whispered, "I'll make sure nobody ever touches you. Not once. Not ever." Franny didn't smile, but her hand gripped Tommy's tighter than it ever had. Later that year, they moved to Staten Island. Not the row houses, not a brownstone. Tommy bought a fortress, an estate with 6 bedrooms, iron gates, armed guards, and a private garden where Franny could walk without being watched. It sat on the water, with views of the bridge and enough distance from the city to remind people that Tommy was above it now. Inside, there was a study lined with old books, a dining room big enough for 20, and a basement outfitted like a war room. Maps, phones, files, safes. Franny decorated. Tommy built walls. Every man has a kingdom. This was his. He began shaping the next generation, starting with Tony. Tommy didn't believe in lullabies or bedtime stories. He believed in discipline. By age 4, Tony was learning Sicilian phrases. By 5, he could count stacks of cash and spot counterfeit bills. By 6, he knew 3 ways to kill a man with a steak knife. But Tommy wasn't cruel. He didn't beat his son, didn't yell. He taught him with precision, a quiet hand on the shoulder, a sharp correction, a reward only when earned. Franny sometimes watched from the hallway, arms folded, worried. "He's just a boy," she whispered once. "He won't stay one," Tommy said. "Not in this family." The Ambassador hit. Location, Upper East Side, Manhattan. Year, 1966. Target, Dominic the Ambassador Fischetti, a rogue consigliere turned political fixer. Reason, betrayal, greed, unauthorized diplomacy with rival families in Chicago. They called him the Ambassador because he wore suits that cost more than cars and liked to drink scotch with senators. Dominic Fischetti had charm, connections, and one fatal flaw. He thought respect was louder than fear. By 1966, Tommy Gallone owned most of the Bronx, half of Brooklyn, and the good half of Harlem. But Fischetti wanted Manhattan, and he wanted it under his name. He started calling in favors with out-of-town families, cutting Tommy out of deals, hosting unity dinners that smelled more like treason than peace. Worse, he bragged about it. At clubs, at restaurants, on the phone. Tommy heard everything, and Tommy decided the Ambassador had to go. Planning the hit took 6 days. Not because it was hard, because it had to send a message, not just to Dominic, but to every respectable mobster who thought politics could replace power. Tommy didn't want Dominic to disappear. He wanted him to die loud and still look clean. The night of the hit, Dominic Fischetti was at his favorite restaurant, Ristorante della Rosa, an upscale joint on 68th Street. White tablecloths. Live violinist. A corner booth he called his office. He was there with 2 Chicago guys and a junior state senator. They ordered osso buco and a $300 bottle of wine. Dominic laughed too loudly. He thought he was untouchable. He didn't see the busboy. Didn't recognize him. That was the point. The busboy's name was Nico, and Tommy had paid his sister's cancer treatments for a full year in exchange for 1 night of service. He delivered the wine, poured slowly, smiled politely, and when Dominic raised the glass to his lips, Nico simply whispered, "With respect, from Bay Ridge." Dominic's eyes went wide. But it wasn't poison in the wine. That would have been too quiet, too cowardly. It was the second violinist who stepped out from the quartet, pulled a silenced pistol from inside his cello case, and put 2 rounds through Dominic's chest and 1 through his mouth. Bang, bang, silence, bang. Blood sprayed across the white tablecloth like paint. The senator screamed. The Chicago guys ducked. The violinist walked out the front door and disappeared into a waiting Lincoln that was gone before the first siren ever cried. Tommy was playing chess at his Staten Island estate when the call came in. Done. That was the whole message. That was all he needed. He moved a rook, took a bishop, said nothing. Franny was reading a novel across the room. She didn't look up. She didn't ask. They both knew the world had shifted. The news broke the next morning. Mob power brokers slain in mob-style execution. Upper East Side restaurant erupts in gunfire. Political ties to slain businessman under investigation. The city buzzed. FBI knocked on doors. Politicians made statements. No witnesses remembered anything useful. The violinist was unhired that night. Nico vanished to Argentina. The senator checked into a mental health retreat and refused to speak publicly again. No one dared point fingers. No one said Tommy's name. But they knew. From that day forward, when someone asked who ran New York, the answer was simple: Gallone. Tommy lit a cigarette in his study. The window cracked just enough to let the smoke drift. The headlines were already on his desk. Fischetti's death had made page 1 in 3 languages. The violinist was on a plane. Nico was gone. The restaurant had closed for plumbing issues. Clean, quiet, surgical. Just the way his father taught him. He didn't mean to remember. It just came. Flashback to Bay Ridge, 1943. Tommy was 13 when he first saw something die up close. Not a rat, not a bug, not roadkill. Something alive, something with weight and sound. A pig. It was summer, thick with humidity and the smell of rotting garbage. Tommy's father, Paolo, had been hired for a side job, helping a butcher slaughter hogs for an underground sausage operation behind 79th Street. No license, no USDA sticker, just cash and cleavers. Tommy followed without asking. Paolo never explained. Tommy never needed him to. The pig was tied to a post in the alley. It wasn't huge, maybe 250 pounds, but it was strong. Smart, too. It knew. The animal made this sound, low, trembling, full of panic. Not a squeal. Not yet. Just dread. Tommy stood 10 feet back, hands in his pockets, silent. "Hold its ear," Paolo said. Not a request. An order. Tommy stepped forward. He didn't flinch when the pig jerked. He just grabbed the ear and held it tight. "Good," Paolo said. He pulled out a long knife, the kind they only used for serious work. "You never kill loud," he said. "That's for amateurs. You kill clean." The knife slid into the side of the pig's throat, right beneath the jaw, between muscle and bone. Quick, no hesitation. Blood sprayed. Hot, red, alive. The pig thrashed for 5 seconds, then fell. Tommy never let go of the ear. When it was over, Paolo wiped the blade on his apron and lit a cigarette. "You feel bad?" he asked. Tommy thought about it. "No, good," Paolo said. "Bad gets you killed." Back in the study, 1966, the study smelled like old cigars, oiled leather, and something fainter, gunpowder maybe, or just the kind of silence that followed a decision no man could take back. Tommy Gallone sat alone in the wingback chair his wife had insisted he buy from a catalog in Milan. It looked expensive. It was expensive, but it didn't fit him. Nothing soft ever had. He held a cigarette between 2 fingers like it was a scalpel. Ash clung to the edge. Smoke curled toward the ceiling like it had nowhere left to go. On the desk in front of him lay the afternoon paper, half folded, still damp from a cold drizzle outside. Mob power broker slain in cold blood. A grainy black and white photo of Fischetti, older, puffier, always squinting like the world owed him something, stared up at him with eyes that would never close again. Tommy tapped ash onto the man's face without looking. In his head, a voice. His father's voice. "You never kill loud. You kill clean." Tommy had followed that rule like gospel. Fischetti had been the last of the old crew to mistake respect for fear. He'd tried to squeeze Tommy for a cut of the warehouse deals, called him kid in front of the others, like the years hadn't passed. Tommy gave him 3 days, just like the ones before him. Now the paper had the story, but not the truth. No prints, no witnesses, no motive the DA could touch. Just a body in a hotel bathtub and a power vacuum no one was dumb enough to fill. The door opened without a knock. Tony, 6 years old. Barefoot, despite the rules. Slick black hair that always looked freshly combed. Pressed white shirt buttoned all the way up. Eyes that missed nothing. The boy held himself with a quiet confidence most men never grew into. He didn't look at the paper. He didn't ask why the lamp was turned low, or why his father was sitting in the dark, smoke trailing like thoughts he couldn't say out loud. He just stood in the doorway, small and still and sharp. "Mama wants to know if you're coming to dinner," he said. Tommy didn't move, just flicked ash into the silver tray beside the chair, then finally looked at his son. "Tell her 5 minutes." Tony didn't leave. He stepped into the room, small shoes padding over the Persian rug, and stood in front of the desk. His eyes dropped to the paper, just long enough to read the headline. "Mob power broker slain in cold blood." He looked back at his father. Was the man on the front page a bad guy? Tommy took a slow drag. Let the smoke sit in his lungs before he exhaled, like he was weighing the question against the weight of the world. "He wasn't good," he said. Tony nodded. He paused again, then asked, with the deadly innocence only a child could get away with, "Did you kill him?" Tommy didn't answer. He didn't lie, didn't blink. He just stared at the boy, the mirror of himself, only smaller, purer, untouched by blood, but not for long. Tony held his father's gaze for a moment longer, then gave a short, tight nod. He turned and walked to the door, pausing only to close it behind him with quiet, deliberate care, not like a child, like an apprentice, like a prince raised to become a king. Tommy crushed the cigarette into the tray, rose from the chair. His bones ached not from age but from legacy. He moved to the window. Outside, the city lights shimmered like distant fires, flashing red and gold beneath the fog, alive with ambition and teeth. Somewhere out there, a new face was already trying to crawl into the hole Fischetti left behind. And somewhere else, a father was taking his son behind a barn to show him how to kill a pig. Not with hate, not with noise, with precision, with purpose, with silence. Tommy stared out into the dark, and for the first time in a long time he smiled. Not with joy, not with peace, but with the cold certainty that his work would live on. Year, 1967. Setting, Staten Island estate, kitchen. The kitchen smelled of oranges and old smoke. The windows were cracked just enough to let in the cold autumn air, stirring the silk curtains with a whisper. Outside, the hedges were trimmed to military precision. Inside, the Gallone estate's kitchen gleamed like a showroom, white marble counters, copper pots hanging above a center island, everything in its place. Franny stood at the counter, slicing oranges into perfect crescents. She didn't glance up when Tommy entered. She didn't need to. She knew the sound of his steps, measured, confident, carrying a weight that made the air fold around him. She knew the cadence of his breath when he was irritated. She could feel it before she saw it. She knew the particular stillness he carried when he was dangerous. And tonight, he was quiet in a way that made the room colder. "You said you'd be home for dinner last night," she said, her voice calm, deliberate. The blade in her hand slid through peel and pulp like silk. A small pyramid of orange slices stacked neatly on a porcelain tray beside her. She didn't pause. Precision was her protest. Tommy peeled off his jacket methodically, like a man dressing down for war. He hung it over the back of a chair without looking at her. "Something came up," he muttered. Franny's lip twitched, not quite a smile, not quite disbelief. "You were with her again?" She said it softly, no accusation in her tone. But the question hit the floor like broken glass. Tommy said nothing, just walked to the bar cart in the corner, poured himself 2 fingers of scotch. No ice. He never took ice unless he needed something to chew on. The silence filled the kitchen, stretching out over the hum of the fridge and the ticking of the wall clock. Franny's hands didn't slow. Slice, quarter turn, slice again. She could have been cutting diamonds for how careful she was. "I'm not asking for monogamy, Tommaso," she said finally. "I've never asked you for what you can't give." Her voice was smooth, controlled, but her knuckles were white. "I'm asking for consistency, for Tony." Tommy took a sip, still facing away. "He's 6. He doesn't understand." Franny turned slowly, towel over one shoulder, knife still in her hand. "He understands everything," she snapped. "You kiss me on the cheek in the morning and disappear until midnight reeking of someone else's perfume. You think he doesn't hear you on the phone? Think he doesn't notice when your men call you boss in front of him, then lie through their teeth when he asks where you were?" Tommy's jaw twitched. "It's not your business." That was the line. The one he always used when she got too close to the cracks, when she touched the thing he wanted buried under marble floors and fresh linen. Franny took a breath, slow, controlled. Then she set the knife down, deliberately. Not a threat, a warning. She walked toward him, heels soft against the tile, until they were just a foot apart. He didn't flinch, neither did she. Then you better hope he never makes it his. Their eyes locked, his unreadable, hers burning. There was no shouting, no breaking plates. That wasn't how the Gallones fought. They did it like chess players. Every move calculated, every word a blade. From the hallway, a small head ducked back out of sight. Tony. He had been standing there long enough to hear everything. He didn't cry, didn't blink. He just turned, walked quietly back to his room, and pulled out the notebook where he kept the things no one thought he understood yet. Year, 1968. Location, a closed Catholic church in Queens. It was the kind of place God had stopped visiting years ago. The congregation was long gone. The roof leaked in 2 places. The crucifix above the altar hung crooked, one arm looser than the other, as if Christ himself had grown tired of holding the pose. But it was quiet. Rain tapped rhythmically against the stained glass windows, the colored panes filtering soft light onto the cracked tile floor. The air was thick with dust and something older, an aftertaste of incense and ash, like the scent of forgotten prayers. Tommy Gallone chose the church on purpose. He didn't believe in saints, but he respected their architecture. He sat alone in the third pew from the back, legs crossed, hands buried in the deep pockets of his tailored overcoat. His face was clean-shaven, unreadable, the very picture of calm, like a man waiting for a sermon that would never come. He'd sent the invitation personally. No threats, no bravado, just a message. You want to talk? Meet me where God used to listen. Carlos Spano showed up late. Of course he did. Spano was boss of a rival Bronx crew. Loud suits, louder mouth. The kind of guy who used cologne like armor and mistook volume for power. Lately he'd been running his mouth, saying Tommy was losing his edge, saying that money had made him fat, that Staten Island had softened him, that maybe, just maybe, Tommy was looking to pack up and move south. Miami, Vegas, coward cities. Tommy didn't respond in the streets. He responded in the pews. Spano entered with 2 soldiers, young, nervous, overcompensating with twitchy shoulders and bulges under their jackets. They stayed near the back, glancing at the stained glass like it might shatter into bullets. Spano sauntered down the aisle with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. Rain dripped from his overcoat. His shoes squeaked against the old floor. You praying now, Tommy? He asked, easing down into the pew beside him. Didn't think you were the kneeling type. Tommy didn't look at him. He just stared straight ahead at the cracked marble altar. You think I'm not from here anymore? Tommy asked, his voice low, level. Spano chuckled, but his jaw twitched. I think you forgot how we do things. That big estate out in Staten Island, what, they pour your drinks for you now? Tuck you in? Tommy turned his head slowly. I see, he said. Then he pulled a pistol from his coat and shot Carlos Spano in the leg. Pfft. The suppressed shot barely echoed. Spano screamed, clutching his thigh as blood spilled onto the floor in dark ribbons. His voice bounced off the old stone walls like a choir of agony. His 2 men didn't move. They stood frozen by the doors, eyes wide, unsure if breathing too loud would make them targets. One reached slightly for his coat, then stopped when Tommy looked his way. I'm still from here, Tommy said quietly, returning the pistol to his coat. He leaned in slowly, crouching just enough so Spano could see the faint trace of something behind his eyes. Not rage, not even hate, conviction. You think that was soft? Tommy asked. Spano gurgled something. His mouth moved, but no words came, only pain. Tommy didn't blink. You're lucky I don't let you bleed out on the altar like a fucking goat. Lucky I respect the roof, even if the roof don't respect me. He knelt beside the bleeding man, placed a hand gently on his shoulder. Here's how this goes, Carlo. You breathe my name again, even in your sleep, and I'll come for you. I'll take my time. I'll start with your fingernails, then your wife's memories, then your fucking dog. And I'll do it all so slow your family will beg me to finish it, and I won't. Tommy stood. He adjusted his coat, smoothed the cuffs, and walked past the 2 soldiers without a word. They parted like the Red Sea. Outside, the rain fell harder. He didn't run. He didn't check his back. He walked into the storm like it was a baptism, disappearing into a city that would spend the next week whispering what had happened. Spano's men got him to a hospital. He lived, but he didn't speak Tommy's name again. No one did, not without checking for shadows first. Year 1969. Setting, backyard of the Gallone estate, Staten Island. The sky was clear and windless, but the air carried that heavy stillness that made even birds think twice about singing. The Gallone estate sprawled across a manicured piece of Staten Island real estate that looked, from the outside, like something out of a magazine. High hedges, imported stone. A koi pond Franny insisted on but never visited. But in the back corner, away from the trimmed roses and the marble patio furniture, a boy stood with a slingshot in hand. Tony was 7. His dress shirt was half untucked, the knees of his slacks grass-stained. His tie was off, tossed somewhere in the bushes behind him, forgotten in pursuit of something more primal. His fingers gripped the slingshot like it owed him something. On the garden wall sat a squirrel, still twitching only slightly, sniffing the air with the suspicion that all prey are born with. Tony narrowed his eyes. He pulled the band back slowly, breath held, jaw clenched, and then, whip, the stone snapped through the air and struck the brick wall 2 inches too high. The squirrel bolted, gone. Tony cursed under his breath, a word he'd only heard men say when blood hit tile. From the covered porch, Tommy watched. He was seated in a wrought iron chair, one leg crossed over the other, his coffee cooling beside him. He hadn't said a word the entire time, hadn't cheered or corrected, just observed. Now he stood. The sound of his shoes stepping onto the flagstone path made Tony straighten but not flinch. He turned toward his father slowly, bracing. Tommy walked over with a calm that made time feel slower. He didn't ask what Tony was doing, didn't scold him for the language. He just reached out and gently took the slingshot from his son's hands. "It's not about force," he said, voice even and quiet. "It's about timing." Tommy knelt, picked up another smooth stone from the gravel edge, and examined it like a jeweler choosing a diamond. Then he loaded the slingshot. He didn't squint, didn't hold his breath. He watched. And when another squirrel appeared, darting across the edge of the wall, Tommy waited half a second longer than instinct allowed. Whip. The stone hit the squirrel dead center, right through the eye. It fell limp, rolled once, then stilled. No noise, no twitch, just gone. Tony's mouth opened slightly. He didn't gasp, but he looked shaken in that way children get when innocence suffers its first fracture. Tommy handed the slingshot back, slowly. No pride in his face. No joy, just clarity. "You don't take a shot unless it's final," he said. Tony stared down at the fallen animal. He didn't cry. He didn't look away. "I understand," he said. His voice was small but steady. Tommy nodded once. "Next time, don't miss." Then he walked away, back to the porch, where he picked up his coffee like nothing had happened. Tony remained in the yard, the slingshot dangling in his fingers, the weight of something learned settling on his shoulders like snow. Later, the gardener would find the squirrel's body gone, buried beneath a small patch of turned soil by the hedges. Tony didn't speak of it again, but he never missed after that. Year 1970. Setting, Tommy's private office, Gallone Estate, Staten Island. The office smelled like cedar, old smoke, and quiet power. Vaulted ceilings arched overhead, framed by dark mahogany beams. The walls were lined with books Tommy never read and photos he never looked at, men in suits shaking hands, ribbon-cutting ceremonies, plaques from charities he technically funded but morally defunded. The windows were bulletproof, not that anyone would be stupid enough to try. The carpet was thick enough to swallow footsteps. The silence in the room wasn't peaceful. It was deliberate. This was the room where Tommy Gallone ruled the city, more than City Hall ever could. By 1970, the city owed him more than it owed its mayor, probably more than it owed God. His reach was carved into every borough like initials into wet cement. He owned, and 32 clubs, places where secrets spilled faster than drinks, and 12 judges, men who'd sworn oaths to the law, then cashed envelopes under steakhouse tables, and 5 district attorneys, the loudest crusaders always screamed into microphones he'd paid for, and 3 construction companies, the bones of the city stamped with kickbacks, and 1 sanitation union because trash collection was power in disguise, and in 1 funeral home, a quiet storefront with a locked back room for the dead who didn't get obituaries. He didn't micromanage. He didn't bark orders. He delegated with precision. Tommy sat at a desk large enough to land a helicopter on, hand-carved, imported, covered in perfectly stacked documents, maps, ledgers, and 1 loaded revolver that hadn't moved in 5 years. Not because he was afraid, because people thought he might still use it. Across from him sat Frankie Vellucci, consigliere, lifelong loyalist, and the only man allowed to sit without being told to. Frankie flipped through a leather-bound ledger, flipping pages with fingers that had once broken a man's jaw without creasing his suit. "Revenue's up 24% this quarter," Frankie said, not looking up. Tommy nodded once, eyes on a crystal ashtray shaped like a crown. He picked up a cigarette, lit it with a gold lighter engraved with TG, and waited. Frankie turned the page. "We buried 6 guys. Tommy looked up. "Anyone I liked?" Frankie shrugged. "Only one." Tommy exhaled slowly through his nose. "Make sure his widow gets the pension, and the house in Queens." Not a word to the others. "Already done." Frankie stood. That was the signal. The meeting was over. He slipped out without fanfare, his shoes making no sound across the rug. Tommy was alone again. He leaned back in his chair, cracked his neck once, then opened the top right drawer of his desk, not the one with the pistol, the other one. The quieter one. Inside was a manila envelope, stamped with the Gallone family crest, marked Tony, midterm report. Tommy slid it out with 2 fingers and unfolded it. His eyes scanned the page like a predator looking for a weak limb to bite. English, English, A in history, A in civics, A science, A math, B+. Tommy frowned. A B+ in math. The language of business, the currency of systems. The first subject they'd try to use against him if Tony ever stepped into a courtroom or ran a crew of his own. Unacceptable. He didn't throw the paper, didn't rage. He folded it once, set it aside, and picked up a red pen. In the margin next to the grade, he circled it. Then wrote, in block letters, why. That night, Tony would find it on his pillow. Year 1970. Setting, Paolo Gallone's grave, Calvary Cemetery, Queens. The cemetery was quiet, but not peaceful. It was the kind of silence that crept through the bones, thick with fog and distant city noise that never quite died. Sirens bleating through the wind, a car horn a few blocks over, muffled like it was happening in a different world. The iron gate groaned when Tommy let himself in. No one stopped him. No one was supposed to. He came alone, always. No guards, no driver, no gun in his coat, though no one would have dared check. Once a year, without fail. Late at night, when even the dead were tired. The headstone was easy to find. It was never moved, never touched. Paolo Gallone, 1900 to 1957. He did his work. The words weren't poetic, they weren't tender, but they were honest. That's what Paolo would have wanted. Tommy stood in front of the stone, his breath rising in faint clouds, his hands buried deep in his overcoat. The ground beneath his feet was damp, uneven. He didn't move for a long time. No prayer, no cross, just presence. Then, slowly, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a cigarette. Lit it with one flick of his engraved gold lighter, the same one Paolo had given him the day he turned 18. He stared at the headstone through the rising smoke. "You were right," Tommy said, his voice low, almost reverent. "Soft gets you killed." His tone wasn't angry, it was cold, like steel being inspected for cracks. He crouched down, careful not to get mud on his slacks, and reached inside his coat once more. When his hand came out, he held a single object between his fingers. A green cat's eye marble, worn smooth, chipped on one edge, still faintly sticky with time and memory. The first fight, the first lesson. Tommy had been 5. A kid 3 years older stole the marble from his jacket pocket. Tommy cried, ran to Paolo, expected justice. What he got was a slap across the face. "You don't cry over something you didn't defend," Paolo had said. "Go take it back. Or don't come home." Tommy did take it back, broke the other boy's nose with a brick. Paolo didn't say good job, didn't hug him, just nodded once and said, "Now you're mine." Tommy placed the marble at the base of the headstone, careful to balance it on the flat of a small moss-covered stone. He stood. "I learned, Papa," he said quietly. "You don't cry, you don't forget, and you don't leave things behind." He didn't wait for a sign, didn't look for closure. He turned and walked away, boots crunching over gravel, back straight, coat whipping in the wind behind him. He never looked back. He never needed to. Year, 1970. Location, old Gambino family estate in New Jersey. The Gambino family's estate in New Jersey wasn't a mansion. It was a fortress disguised as a vineyard. Stone walls, iron gates, a driveway that crunched like bone under the wheels of black sedans. Tommy didn't like coming here. The land felt old, heavy, full of ghosts in fine suits. Franny's father, Giorgio, greeted them with a handshake that was more grip than welcome. "You look older," Giorgio said. Tommy smiled. "You don't I wasn't lying. Franny kissed her father's cheek and disappeared into the kitchen. The men were left with a bottle of wine between them and a table that had seen more blood than pasta. Dinner was quiet. The clink of forks, the low hum of wind against the shutters, a fire crackling in the hearth. Tommy sipped red wine and let Giorgio fill the silence with casual insults dressed as tradition. You know your boy Tony? He reminds me of you. Stares too long, doesn't blink, makes people nervous. Good, Tommy said. Giorgio raised an eyebrow. And your wife? She deserves better than you. Tommy didn't smile. She has better than you gave her. The silence that followed was nuclear. Franny didn't look up. She kept cutting her food with slow, mechanical precision. Giorgio's hand twitched near his napkin like it might reach for something more than linen. You think I don't know what you are? Giorgio finally said. I think you don't want to remember what you were, Tommy replied. Careful, ragazzo. No, Tommy said, his voice flat. You were the blade behind Don Carlo's throne for 20 years. You slit more throats than a butcher, but now you crush grapes and pretend you've got clean hands. Giorgio's jaw tightened. Tommy leaned in. You want truth, old man? I took this family further than you or Carlo ever could. I made it efficient, profitable, feared, and I did it without hiding behind someone else's name. Your mouth moves too easy for someone who married in, Giorgio said, and your daughter sleeps too easy for someone who knows what I've done. Franny's fork froze in the air. The table was a war zone now. The food was cold. The fire had become the only sound between them. Finally, Giorgio pushed his plate aside and spoke through his teeth. There's something you don't know. Tommy arched an eyebrow. The man you killed in '62, Nico Ventura, you said he flipped, turned rat. That's what your crew said. He did, Tommy said coldly. Giorgio shook his head. He didn't. He was mine. I planted him in your ranks to test you. Tommy didn't move, didn't blink. But the air in the room tightened like a noose. He begged for his life, Giorgio said. Said he was loyal. Said he was following orders. I don't remember begging, Tommy said. That was your trial, Giorgio said. We didn't want you to pass. Franny stood up suddenly, her chair scraping against the tile. That's enough, she said. Both of you. The two men stared at each other like wolves circling the same carcass. The same blood ran through them now, by marriage, by business, by body count. Finally, Tommy stood. He looked down at Giorgio's untouched wine glass. You should drink. It might be your last chance. Then he kissed Franny's cheek, gently, and walked out. Outside, the vineyard swayed in the wind like ghosts dancing under moonlight. Tommy lit a cigarette and watched the night breathe. Inside, Giorgio Gambino poured himself a full glass and drank it like poison. Year, late 1970. Setting, Staten Island estate, Tommy's study. The estate was silent. Not peaceful, not calm, just silent. The kind of silence Tommy Gallone had learned to distrust. He stood alone in his study, lights low, curtains drawn back just enough to let the moon slip across the floor like a thief. His desk was clean, his drink untouched. The city lights in the distance blinked like slow Morse code. He didn't trust it. Tony had gone to bed early. The boy was reading Machiavelli now, for fun, had underlined a passage about fear and love, and asked Tommy earlier, which is better, Papa, to be feared or to be loved? Tommy didn't answer. Not right away. He just looked at his son, his face so sharp, so still, and saw himself. Then he said, love fades, fear doesn't. Tony nodded, satisfied. Too satisfied. That scared Tommy more than anything else. Franny was in her room. They'd been sleeping apart for almost a year. Not from anger. Not even from boredom. Just space. She never asked questions anymore, and that was its own kind of problem. Tommy rubbed his hands together, slow, methodical, like trying to remind himself they were still attached. They were clean tonight. No blood, no bruises, but they felt heavy anyway. He moved to the bookshelf, pulled out a ledger, not for the business, but for himself. A private book, names, dates, notes in his own handwriting, people he'd had killed, people who'd disappeared, people who thought they could whisper his name and live. He traced a finger down the list. So many names, so many he didn't even remember what the insult had been. A debt, a rumor, a disrespect, gone. Debt is easy, he thought. Control is harder. His phone rang once, then stopped. A single ring. That meant something. Code. He waited. A knock came at the door 5 minutes later. Frankie Vellucci, his consigliere, stepped inside. No coat, sweating even in the cool air. "We've got a problem." Tommy didn't speak, just waited. Frankie stepped closer, handed him a folded slip of paper. It was from Marco, a young enforcer, bright, cocky, loyal. Or so they thought. The note was short. "Meeting with Serrano crew. Something stinks. Thought you should know." Tommy lit a cigarette, took a drag, didn't move. "Want me to handle it?" Frankie asked. Tommy shook his head. "I'll go." He didn't say why, but he could feel it. The quiet was ending. Chapter 4. A Family of Blood. Years, 1970 to 1980. Staten Island, 1971. The baby came in the dead of winter. A blizzard had already rolled across the East Coast, swallowing New York in thick white silence. By the time Lucia Gallone entered the world, the bridges were closed, the roads were dead, and the usual wail of sirens had gone still. It was the kind of storm that blanketed not just the city, but the noise, the chaos, the witnesses, which made it perfect. Franny delivered her daughter in a private wing of Staten Island University Hospital, rented out in its entirety under a foundation name so obscure it didn't exist on any official registry. The staff had been hand-picked, background-checked, then warned in no uncertain terms, "Do your job, don't ask questions, don't speak names." Lucia didn't scream when she was born. She let out a single breath, blinked twice, and stared up at the lights like she was trying to figure out what the world wanted from her. "She's quiet," one of the nurses whispered. "Smart," Franny said, exhausted but composed. "She doesn't waste energy." Tommy stood at the foot of the bed, arms behind his back like he was reviewing a military inspection. His suit was charcoal gray, his overcoat still dusted with melting snow. He didn't move when the nurse tried to hand him the baby. He just looked at her, at this small, dark-eyed bundle of flesh and fate, and nodded once. "She's strong," he said, "and she'll need to be." Franny cradled her daughter gently, but not tenderly. She held her like an artifact, precious, delicate, and dangerous. "She's perfect," Franny said, without smiling. Tommy didn't respond. He was already thinking 5 moves ahead. The doctors offered generic congratulations. The nurses offered stiff nods and practiced politeness. None of them truly understood who they were standing beside, or what kind of child they had just brought into the world. Not a daughter, not really, a legacy. By the time Lucia was 12 hours old, Tommy had already issued standing orders, a private nurse, vetted by 2 separate firms, a backup pediatrician in Connecticut in case of emergencies or betrayals, 2 cameras installed in the nursery, 1 visible, 1 hidden, round-the-clock security outside the door, and 1 non-negotiable rule: no one touches the baby unless Franny says so or Tommy is present. Not the maid, not the guards, not the staff Tommy had personally known for 20 years, not even family. Lucia slept in a bassinet, hand-carved in Sicily, lined with Italian linen and blessed by a priest flown in without asking questions. The room she slept in had steel-reinforced walls, blackout shutters, and a panic button built into the baseboard. Her crib was monitored more closely than most safe houses, not out of love, out of necessity, because when you're born into a world like this, people don't coo over you, they watch you. 2 weeks later, Tony came home from prep school in Connecticut. He was 17, already tall, already sharp around the eyes. His coat dripped slush onto the hardwood floor as he entered the nursery and stood silently at the doorway. He didn't ask to hold her, didn't step closer, didn't even take off his gloves. He just stared at his baby sister, asleep beneath a security camera, her breath so faint they barely disturbed the silk swaddle. Tommy appeared behind him, silent as snowfall. "What do you think?" he asked. Tony didn't answer right away. He kept his eyes on the crib, studying the child like an equation no one had solved yet. Finally, he said, "She's going to be trouble." Tommy allowed himself the faintest smile, barely visible, but real. "Then she'll fit right in." Brooklyn, 1972. Tommy killed a rat, not in secret, not in silence. He wanted the world, at least his world, to understand what betrayal cost. The meeting wasn't held in some backroom bar or shadowy alley. It was staged in a butcher shop on Dean Street, one that had been closed for renovations for months. The front windows were papered over. The cold smell of iron and bleach hung in the air, mingled with the faint rot of blood deep in the drains. Hooks dangled from the ceiling like quiet witnesses. The walk-in freezer hummed behind them, waiting. 9 capos stood in a line, their shoes crunching over sawdust that had been tossed to mask the stains beneath. They weren't told why they were there, but they knew better than to ask. The rat's name was Freddie Sarcone. Freddie wasn't anyone special. A mid-level numbers guy with a nervous laugh and a fondness for cashmere sweaters, he wasn't bold enough to rise or smart enough to hide. Greed made him sloppy. Greed made him talk, and a crooked FBI agent from Jersey had been listening. Tommy had suspected for weeks and confirmed it in 2 days with a trail of fake numbers planted like bait. The trap was simple. Freddie walked into it smiling. "Tommy, you wanted to," Freddie started, the smile freezing on his face as he saw the butcher block, saw Tommy standing there in rolled sleeves and black gloves. There was no table, no chairs, just a single knife set glinting under the harsh fluorescent lights. "Come closer," Tommy said, voice steady as a metronome. Freddie's eyes darted left and right, as if someone might step in to tell him it was all a joke. No one did. The capos stood stone-faced, their silence thicker than the smell of old meat. Freddie took one hesitant step forward. Tommy drew a revolver, and in one smooth motion shot him in the knee. The sound cracked through the room, echoing off the tile. Freddie screamed, clutching his leg, but didn't have time to plead before a second shot tore through his shoulder, spinning him to the ground. Blood pooled fast, soaking into the sawdust in messy halos. Tommy set the gun down on the butcher block. The act was deliberate, almost ceremonial. He picked up a boning knife, long, thin, sharp as a whisper, and crouched next to Freddie. "Open your eyes," he said, not loud but low, like a father giving final instructions to a disobedient son. Freddie's breath came in ragged gasps, but he obeyed. The knife glinted inches from his face. "You thought you could sell me to the feds?" Tommy's voice didn't rise. "You thought I'd let you crawl off with my secrets?" Freddie tried to speak, his lips trembling. Tommy silenced him with a glance so cold it could have frozen the room. Then Tommy sliced his throat, slow, precise. Not a quick mercy cut, but a deliberate line drawn like he was signing his name. Freddie's gurgled pleas faded into wet gasps. He twitched, body jerking against the tile, as his blood painted the floor beneath him. The capos didn't move, didn't speak. Their eyes were fixed on their boss, their faces unreadable but pale. One of them, Big Sal, crossed himself in silence. When it was done, Tommy stood. He didn't breathe heavy. He didn't look at Freddie's corpse again. He wiped the blade clean with a white towel, folded it once, and placed it neatly back on the block. "If any of you ever think about selling me out," Tommy said, his voice quiet but sharp enough to cut the room in half, "just remember this. I don't hire people to kill traitors. I kill them myself." Then he walked out, the soles of his shoes leaving faint red prints that faded into the sawdust trail. The capos followed in silence, a procession of men who had just been reminded what real power looked like. Not one of them asked for a ride home. Cambridge, Ma, 1973. Tony Gallone walked into Harvard Law School at 19 with the silent, coiled presence of a man used to having the answer before the question was asked. He didn't arrive in a sports car, didn't wear suits with loud ties or flash watches that screamed money. His wardrobe was calculated neutrality. Pressed slacks, tailored shirts, hair always parted the same way. The kind of clean, unthreatening appearance that disarmed people before they realized he was dissecting them with his eyes. His dorm was considered modest, by Gallone standards, a private suite with 2 bedrooms, a kitchenette, and yes, marble countertops. The flooring was hardwood, not carpet. Not because he preferred it, but because blood was harder to clean out of carpet. He never said that aloud, but he thought it, a lot. Tony didn't party, he didn't drink, he didn't chase girls, he studied. Constitutional law, criminal procedure, tax code, he devoured each subject like scripture, annotated every page, memorized loopholes like love poems. His professors praised his discipline. His classmates called him the prosecutor's worst nightmare before they even knew his LSAT score. He rarely spoke in class, but when he did, the entire room shut up. Not because he demanded it, because he didn't have to. His voice was calm, precise, unemotional, like a scalpel. Everyone knew his last name. Of course they did, Gallone. But Tony never mentioned it. He never threatened, never name-dropped, never used the word family like a shield or a sword. He didn't need to. The weight of his name walked beside him like a silent bodyguard in a pinstripe suit, never seen but always felt. A few of the more ambitious students tried to befriend him. Others avoided him altogether. A handful tested him. They didn't test him twice his second year he lived with 2 roommates. One was pre-law, The other ran a campus fundraiser for a student activist group. After a few weeks, Tony noticed numbers that didn't add up. Donations disappearing, receipts missing. He didn't confront, he calculated. One night, after everyone had gone to bed, Tony waited in the dorm kitchen. The lights were low. Just the soft hum of the fridge and the ticking of the wall clock. When the roommate came in half asleep to grab a drink, Tony was already sitting at the table. A single chair across from him. Nothing else. He didn't raise his voice. "Your hands," Tony said flatly. "You ever think about what they'll look like if someone breaks every finger with a hammer?" The other student froze, mouth open, heart pounding. Tony didn't move, didn't smile, didn't threaten. He just let the question hang there, casual, like discussing the weather. The roommate dropped out 2 days later. No formal reason, no goodbye. Just packed his bags and disappeared like he'd seen a ghost. Some said he transferred. Others heard he went back to his family in Oregon. Nobody pressed for details. Tony's reputation went from smart to untouchable. He joined no clubs, attended no rallies, kept his circle microscopic. When a professor asked him to join the law review, Tony declined. He said it was a waste of time. He already knew how to write. By senior year, he was helping other students quietly fix their legal essays in exchange for favors he never collected on. He didn't want popularity. He wanted leverage. When he walked across the stage at commencement, top of his class, summa cum laude, the applause was long but cautious. Professors smiled too quickly. Classmates clapped with one hand on their diploma, the other twitching at their side. Tommy wasn't there. No Gallone family rose, no flashbulbs, no fawning entourage. But the dean's office did receive an elaborate bouquet the next day. Black calla lilies wrapped in white silk with a single card that read, "He's ready. T.G. Staten Island, 1975. The estate on Staten Island had grown quiet, not from absence of life, but from the discipline Tommy demanded from it. The manicured lawns no longer bore the scuff marks of Tony's footballs or the careless footprints of house staff rushing to meet Franny's demands. Everything was controlled, predictable, surgical. Lucia was 4 years old and already unnervingly precise. She read children's books without moving her lips, sounded out Latin phrases with a confidence that made her piano instructor uneasy. She didn't cry when she fell. She didn't giggle when she played, because she didn't really play. She observed. The housekeepers whispered that she was her father's daughter. The older one said she was worse. Franny enrolled her in everything high society expected of a young heiress. Piano, ballet, fencing, Italian, even etiquette coaching. Lucia never argued, never resisted. She learned the rules like a sniper learning range-finding, clinically, without affection. She didn't just memorize Mozart, she played it from memory, then stared at her instructor until he asked if she'd like to move on. She danced on point by age 5, not out of passion, but because she calculated that the teacher would stop correcting her if she pushed through the pain. And when Lucia parried a fencing instructor's blade hard enough to knock it from his hand, she didn't celebrate. She stood quietly and said, "Again." Tommy noticed. He started testing her. He'd call her into his office during meetings with capos. Most fathers would have shooed their daughters away from a room full of men who once buried a senator in Queens. Tommy did not. He had Lucia sit in the corner and listen. "Tell me what you saw," he'd say afterward. And she would. "That man, the fat one with the mole," she whispered once. "He looked down when you mentioned the docks. Twice." His pulse jumped. His fingers were clenched under the table. Tommy nodded. "What does that mean?" "He's hiding something. Or scared of someone." Tommy smiled. "She'll be better than Tony ever was," he muttered to no one in particular. At dinner, Lucia sat straight-backed, her napkin folded in a flawless triangle across her lap. She chewed with the exact number of bites. She drank water without leaving a single ring on the cloth. She didn't ask childish questions, she asked operational ones. "Why do the men always stand when Papa walks in?" Franny glanced at her daughter, briefly startled by the sharpness in her tone, then answered carefully. "Because your father's the boss." Lucia nodded once, as if she'd confirmed a hypothesis. She didn't smile, she simply said, "Then I want to be the boss too." A hush followed. Even the clinking of silverware paused. Franny's expression faltered for just a moment, caught between pride and dread. Tommy looked up from his wine. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk that never reached his eyes. "She will be," he said softly. "One way or another. Staten Island, 1976. Marco Gallone was born on a Tuesday during a brutal August heat wave that broke the city's power grid and sent half of Staten Island into blackouts. The Gallone estate had backup generators, naturally, but even the hum of air conditioning couldn't mute the sweltering tension in the delivery room. He came out fists clenched and howling. The doctor barely had time to clamp the umbilical cord before Marco's foot connected with his jaw. A nurse leaned in, cooing in her best baby voice, and caught a bite on her wrist for her trouble. Seconds later, the newborn let loose a golden arc of piss that hit a second nurse square in the chest. Tommy didn't flinch. He stood at the edge of the room in a sharp white suit, arms folded, the faintest twitch pulling at his left eye. Franny, pale and exhausted, cradled her son like a live grenade. She didn't coo. She didn't weep. She held Marco at arm's length and said, "Is it supposed to move like that?" Tommy approached slowly, peering down at the red-faced infant, who was now gnawing on his own fist and glaring up at the world like it had personally insulted him. "He's going to burn something down," Tommy said. Not as a joke, as prophecy. They brought him home in a custom bassinet made of carved mahogany. By the end of week 1, he had shattered the side panel with a steel toy hammer and swallowed half a pack of Franny cigarettes. At 8 months, he'd figured out how to unlock the baby gate by biting the latch until it cracked. By the time he was 2, Marco had a file with the estate's security team. Subject, Marco Gallone. Risk level, elevated. Note, avoid eye contact when denying sugar. He didn't learn to walk. He ran, barefoot and howling, through the west wing of the mansion like a jungle cat in silk diapers. He scaled bookshelves, pulled chandeliers down with his teeth, and once fed the koi pond an entire bottle of Xanax before laughing hysterically for an hour. Franny tried to discipline him, but every scolding turned into a debate. At 3, he told her she couldn't be mad about the broken vase because maybe gravity did it. When she grounded him, he chewed the legs off her antique writing desk. Lucia hated him. To her, Marco was chaos incarnate. He screamed during her violin rehearsals. He ripped pages from her encyclopedias. Once he colored a mustache on her portrait in permanent marker, then told the house staff she'd grown it because she's mean. Lucia retaliated by booby-trapping his favorite toy box with peanut butter and thumbtacks. Tony ignored him. By 1976, Tony was deep into Harvard Law and only returned home on holidays. He never referred to Marco as his brother, just the little maniac or that thing. Once, during a Christmas visit, Marco launched a forkful of mashed potatoes directly into Tony's lap during dinner. Tony stood up, calmly wiped his pants, and said, "This house is a zoo." Tommy watched him differently. He didn't scold, didn't praise. He observed Marco like a wild animal in a glass case, curious, distant, uncertain whether to train it or shoot it. One morning, Marco flushed Franny's wedding ring down the toilet. When confronted, he shrugged and said, "I didn't like how it looked." Franny lost it. She slapped the table, screamed about consequences, tried to shake a confession out of him. Tommy stepped in, gently pulled her away and said, "Leave him be. He's a child," she snapped, eyes blazing. "No," Tommy said flatly. "He's a test." Washington, D.C., 1977. The senator's name was Brennan Cross, a reformist with polished shoes and a habit of saying the word mafia on live television. Cross had made Tommy Gallone a personal target. He called him a plague, a parasite, a ghost in a pinstripe suit. He'd introduced legislation that threatened Tommy's shell unions and threatened to tie racketeering charges to labor contracts. Tommy didn't blink, didn't rage. He flew to Washington in a private plane under a false name and watched the man give a speech from the gallery. Afterward, he walked through a tunnel beneath the Capitol, hands in his coat pockets, calm as confession. "Do we kill senators now?" Frankie Vellucci had asked him days earlier. Tommy had answered without hesitation, "We kill problems." The hit was arranged through an outside contractor, a Cuban exile named Luis Soto, a former CIA asset gone freelance. It was designed to look like a botched robbery. Cross was gunned down in Georgetown while walking to his townhome after a fundraiser. 4 shots, 2 to the chest, 1 to the neck, 1 to the face. Wallet gone, watch still there, no suspect. FBI screamed, DOJ mobilized. A task force was formed. Tommy sent a condolence basket to the widow. A senator was dead. Gallone's empire didn't lose a single brick. Staten Island, 1978. Franny Gallone stood in her greenhouse surrounded by orchids that never bloomed. She wore gloves. She never looked up when Tommy came through the doorway. "You should be worried," she said quietly. Tommy poured himself a drink. "About what?" "The boy is broken." "Which one?" Franny took off her gloves slowly. Tony doesn't smile. Lucia doesn't speak unless she's perfect. Marco hits other children with metal lunchboxes. Tommy lit a cigarette. "I raise killers," he said. Franny turned to him. Her face wasn't angry. It was hollow, resigned. "You didn't raise children at all." They hadn't touched each other in over a year. They hadn't kissed in 2. Tommy still saw his mistresses, always discreet. Franny still slept in the west bedroom, always locked. They still had breakfast together, like soldiers in a ceasefire. They still showed up at the same charity galas arm in arm. But they hadn't spoken, really spoken, in a long, long time. That spring, Tommy brought a young mistress to the Hamptons, blonde, tanned, 22. She called him Mr. G and asked if he wanted her to call him Daddy. He never brought her around again. Brooklyn, 1979. Lucia turned 8 and began fencing competitively. She won every match. She never smiled. Tommy called her Il Coltello, the knife. She had no friends, only opponents. Franny worried. Tommy didn't. "She's watching the world," he said. "That's what we do." Marco was now 4. He set fire to a gardener's truck with matches and lighter fluid, laughed while it burned, told the driver, "You shouldn't have parked so close to my swing set." Tommy sent the man a severance check and a warning never to mention it again. Franny cried that night. Tommy sat beside her and said nothing. He was beginning to wonder what Marco was. Tony was 25 and graduating Harvard Law with top honors. He didn't invite anyone to the ceremony. He came back to New York that summer and began working for a prestigious white shoe law firm, one that already owed Tommy favors. But Tony didn't collect, didn't call in favors. He played it clean, used back doors only when necessary. He handled real estate, contracts, probate, made millions on paper while laundering billions in reality. He never smiled either, but he never failed. Tommy saw it all and felt something close to pride and something closer to fear. Summer to 1980. The Gallone family gathered for a rare dinner together. All 5 of them. No guards, no phones. Lucia, now 9, corrected the pronunciation of a Latin phrase Tommy used. Marco, 5, flipped a spoon of spaghetti onto a maid's lap and called her a whore. Tony, stone-faced, read the financial section while eating. Franny sat across from Tommy in silence. Tommy looked around the table and realized something. He'd won. The city was his. The government danced for him. The 5 boroughs whispered his name like a prayer or a curse. His children were powerful. His wife was still beside him. His name had weight, and he felt nothing. He excused himself from the table, went into the study, closed the door. He sat down, lit a cigarette, opened a new ledger. At the top of the first page he wrote, 1980, new problems, and for the first time in 20 years, he wasn't sure he knew what they were. Chapter 5. Legacy and Leverage. 1980 to 1990. The Gallone estate had never been louder. Not with arguments or chaos, Tommy would never allow that, but with life. Morning cries, small feet, bottles warming on the stove and late-night footsteps in the nursery. At 50, Tommy Gallone became a father for the 4th and final time. Isabella Gallone was born on a stormy April evening in 1980. The doctor said she arrived early. Franny said she arrived ready. Tommy said nothing, just held her for exactly 37 seconds, then handed her back to the nurse with a rare look in his eyes. One of recognition. From the moment she could crawl, Isabella followed Tommy around like a shadow with pigtails. She didn't babble like most toddlers. She watched, listened, and mimicked the way he stirred his coffee or adjusted his cufflinks. By age 3, she had memorized the names of half the capos. By 5, she'd figured out that her older brother Marco was lying when he said he didn't crash the Porsche. "Your shoes are wet," she said, arms crossed, head tilted like a miniature prosecutor. "And you're limping. The fender's dented on the driver's side." Marco called her a rat. She called him sloppy. Tommy never said it aloud, but everyone in the house knew Isabella was his favorite. She was sharp as a blade, and blades didn't get tucked away. They got used. Lucia, by contrast, had been carved into perfection. At 9, she read contracts. At 11, she translated Latin. At 15, she helped negotiate a dispute between 2 dock unions, one of which didn't know she was the boss's daughter until she corrected their payout math and cut a deal that saved them from themselves. But her intelligence came at a cost. She was cold, controlled, and untouched. No boys. No friends outside the house, not a whisper of rebellion. Tommy liked it that way. She wasn't going to marry for love. That wasn't the Gallone way. She was going to marry for leverage. So, in the spring of 1982, Tommy flew to Palermo under a different name and spent 3 days with a Sicilian family whose bloodline went back to the 1500s and whose money had remained just as old. The deal was done over espresso and threats. Lucia would marry the second son, Matteo. He would be groomed for politics. She would be the power behind the throne. Lucia didn't protest. She understood the role. "I'll need power of attorney," she said to Tommy, reviewing the prenup draft. He smirked. "You'll have it. Just don't bury him too fast." 2 years later in Naples, he repeated the process with Isabella, this time with more resistance. She was only 4. The marriage wouldn't happen for years, but the groom had already been chosen, an heir to a construction empire with Vatican ties. Franny balked. "She's a baby." Tommy lit a cigarette. "She's a Gallone." Franny left the room. She'd stopped fighting years ago. Tony, now 31, was the only child who remained entirely in-house. He had graduated Harvard Law with honors and returned home with no fanfare. No job at a big firm, no book tour, no ambition beyond service. He never once raised his voice, never showed up late, never asked for more than he needed. He became the family lawyer, not just on paper, but in spirit. He redrew contracts, scrubbed old land titles, ran interference with insurance auditors. He filed taxes in 5 states under 7 LLCs. When the family needed a front, Tony made one. When they needed a defense, he was already building it. To outsiders, he looked like the quiet one. But inside the house, they all knew Tony was the hammer in a velvet glove, and the only Gallone who never missed. Marco was the fire. By 1983, he'd been arrested 4 times, twice for assault, once for cocaine, once for throwing a bottle at an off-duty cop outside a nightclub on Canal Street. He never stayed locked up for long. Tommy had leverage, but every release cost something: money, favors, attention. Worse than the arrests were the disappearances, nights where Marco would vanish for 2, sometimes 3 days. He'd come back pale, bloodshot, laughing, bruises on his knuckles, hickeys on his neck, sometimes high, sometimes drunk, sometimes both. He crashed a Ferrari into the front gate of the estate in '85. Franny cried. Tommy didn't blink. The staff referred to him behind closed doors as the bomb. Not a bomb, the bomb. Unstable, unpredictable, eventually bound to go off. One night in 1987, Tommy found Marco passed out on the floor of his office, half naked, reeking of whiskey, holding one of Lucia's law books like a teddy bear. Tommy stood over him for a long time. Then he picked up the phone and called Tony. "He's yours," he said. Tony was silent on the other end. "He either gets clean," Tommy said, "or he disappears." Tony nodded. "I'll handle it." That same year, something colder than family drama crept in through the cracks. The FBI, not street-level agents, not the kind of clowns who could be bought off with a Christmas envelope or a box of Cuban cigars. This was a task force. Quiet, slow, professional. They started digging into the sanitation union first, then the docks, then the funeral home. Tommy smelled it in the air like rot. He didn't panic. He tightened. Judges got raises. District attorneys got sick relatives flown to private clinics in Switzerland. Witnesses forgot how to talk. One even lost a tongue, accidentally, of course. A mugging gone wrong. Tony worked overtime, filing injunctions, delaying trials, losing evidence that no one admitted was ever there. But it was a noose, and nooses tighten. Tommy turned 60 in 1990. The party was small, private, just family and 3 capos who'd earned the right to eat in his house. Lucia brought Matteo. Isabella, now 10, recited a poem in Italian and left the table before dessert. Marco didn't show. No one asked where he was. Tony sat at his father's side, sipping a glass of Barolo, calm as stone. After dinner, Tommy stepped outside alone. The backyard was quiet, the moon fat and low. He lit a cigarette, stared up at the stars and whispered, "They'll come for me soon." Behind him, a small voice answered, "Then we'll bury them first." He turned. Isabella stood there, in her nightgown, eyes sharp, barefoot. Tommy smiled. Gallone blood ran deep, and it never ran cold. The party had ended, the dishes cleared, the laughter swept away like crumbs under the table. Inside the Gallone estate, the lights dimmed one wing at a time. Capos ushered their wives out with practiced nods. Tony stayed behind to walk the grounds, a habit he never broke. Isabella fell asleep on the sofa next to the fireplace, one hand still holding the last page of her little poem. Franny stood in the kitchen. She wasn't cooking. She didn't do that anymore. Not for years. The staff handled the food, the cleanup, the table settings down to the angle of the forks. But Franny liked the stillness of the kitchen. It reminded her of before the house got too big, before the name Gallone made people hesitate before shaking her hand, before Tommy built his empire one contract and corpse at a time. She lit a cigarette at the sink, her fingers trembling just enough to make the flame flicker. Tommy entered without a word. He always moved like that, like silence was stitched into his clothes. "You missed dessert," Franny said, without turning around. "I don't eat sugar after 6, he replied. "You know that." She exhaled slowly, the smoke curling in front of her face like fog creeping in through cracks in a church wall. "Lucia's stiff with that husband of hers. Stiff like me." "She's smart," Tommy said. "She married the position, not the man." Franny turned around finally, leaning on the counter. "And Marco? What did he marry?" Tommy didn't answer. "He's in Atlantic City," she continued. "Spending money he didn't earn, fucking women he doesn't love, making enemies he'll never outsmart." Tommy adjusted his cufflink. "He's not ready. He's never going to be ready." They stood in the dim kitchen, old tile under their feet, a lifetime of friction between them. The air buzzed with all the things that had been said too late, or never at all. Franny looked at her husband, really looked at him. His hair was more salt than pepper now. His face had lines that hadn't been there 5 years ago, but his eyes, those hadn't changed. Still cold, still exact, still elsewhere. "You saw her again this week," she said. He didn't lie. Franny took another drag, then stubbed the cigarette out on a porcelain plate that once belonged to her mother. "I used to hate it," she said quietly. "I used to dream of catching you. Publicly. I'd imagine slapping the girl, throwing wine in her face, making a scene like something out of a play." Tommy said nothing. "But then I realized something," she went on. "You don't cheat for love. You cheat for distance." Now that got his attention. "I never gave you room," she said. "I watched too closely, knew too much, and you hated it." He leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. "You don't love them," she added. "Not like you love your name, or your work, or maybe even your children." She smiled, sad but clean, like a woman who had finally taken a splinter out after living with it for decades. "I'm not going to fight it anymore." Tommy's mouth twitched. Almost something like guilt. Almost. "I've never lied to you," he said. Franny laughed softly. "That's the worst part." She walked past him, out of the kitchen, down the hall toward the master bedroom. Her footsteps were soft but sure. Before she disappeared, she paused. "Just do me one favor." Tommy turned his head. "When I die," she said, "don't bury me next to them." Then she was gone. Tommy stood alone, listening to the fridge hum and the tick of a clock on the far wall. He didn't follow her. He didn't apologize. He just stared at the marble floor and thought about how it felt colder than usual. 1988. The warehouse, Long Island City. It was time to clean house. Not metaphorically, not politically, literally. Tommy Gallone stood inside the cavernous warehouse in Long Island City, staring at the rafters as water dripped steadily from a rusted pipe into a steel drain. The place had once been a hub, shipping routes, side deals, drop-offs, contracts written in blood, signed with silence. Now it felt like a mausoleum. Tommy had known this day would come. He always did. The men who helped him build his empire, the ones who bled with him through the 60s and clawed their way into legitimacy during the 70s, were no longer hungry, no longer sharp. They had grown old, comfortable, talkative. And in Tommy's world, comfort got you killed. Power didn't go bad overnight. It rotted quietly from the inside out. These weren't enemies. They were foundations, beams, pillars, and they were cracking. So Tommy did what all good architects do. He reinforced the structure by tearing out the weak wood. One by one. Salvatore Grillo, the first to go. Grillo had once been essential, streetwise, brutal, brilliant with numbers, but age dulled him. He started drinking too much, gambling too often, and slipping information in the wrong rooms. Rumors surfaced about him leaking payment figures to a rogue Philly crew looking to muscle in on the Brooklyn unions. Tony brought Tommy the intel, quiet, bulletproof, undeniable. Tommy didn't call a meeting, didn't issue a warning, He just nodded once, then said to Frankie, "Make it look like an accident." 3 days later, Grillo's car ignited into a fireball on the BQE during morning rush hour. The news called it a tragic gas leak. No investigation, no funeral. But the message was clear. Ralphie Petrucci. Old school, old money. And recently a liability. Ralphie had gotten sloppy with a city contract, bid rigging that didn't land clean. A paper trail, a whistleblower. The wrong eyes landed on the wrong numbers. Tommy bailed him out once, warned him twice. The third time? He let nature do the work. Ralphie was found in a strip club on Delancey, shirt off, face down in the lap of a girl who thought he was sleeping. The official cause of death was a heart attack. There was no autopsy. There was no wake. There was no casket. Because the family never claimed the body. Tommy paid for the cremation, quietly. An envelope full of cash left with a priest who never asked questions. Donnie Ferrucci. This one hurt. Not because Tommy liked him, but because he knew better. Donnie had been with him since the butcher shop days, loyal, loud, and always quick to volunteer for wet work. But the years had dulled his edge. He started feeling unseen, unappreciated. And like all weak men with a grudge, he made the fatal mistake of talking to someone who took notes. A federal agent named Klein. Tony intercepted the wire. A pocket recorder, battery-operated, cheap, hidden inside the lining of Donnie's leather coat. They found 6 hours of recordings, names, dates, mentions of payouts, whispers of Miami expansion plans. Tommy didn't rage. He didn't pace. He didn't even sit. He just said, "Is he wearing it right now?" Frankie nodded. "Then don't let him leave the warehouse." Donnie never left. His body was never found. And Agent Klein's investigation stalled. Forever. 1 month later, Klein was reassigned to a trafficking case in Arizona. His star faded, his access revoked, and nobody in Washington wanted to touch a case that had gone cold and quiet. By autumn, the warehouse became more than a place for storage. It was a threshold. If you were summoned there in '88, you knew what it meant. 2 entrances, 1 exit. No words spoken until Tommy arrived. The concrete floor was often damp, the walls lined with aging pallets that had once held imported Sicilian wine and now served as sound insulation. Tommy walked those floors like a priest. No coat, no umbrella, just a gloved hand and a dead man's eyes. Some men were spared. Tommy didn't kill indiscriminately. That was amateur shit. That was Marco's style. He paid out a few old-timers, the ones who kept quiet, stayed loyal, and knew when to fold. He gave them pensions, boat slips in Boca Raton, houses with alarms and cameras and staff that reported directly to him. Their only job was to stay retired. No calls, no advice, no memoirs. And they understood, because they knew that was the best kind of death a man like them could hope for. Invisible, comfortable, alive. But others clung to the illusion that the past still mattered, that Tommy owed them something. They forgot who made who, and Tommy reminded them. The warehouse, winter, 1988. The final job that year was Gino Mancuso, a bookkeeper who thought blackmail was a viable retirement plan. He met Tommy at the warehouse, late December, wearing gloves that didn't match and a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "I got insurance," Gino said, tapping his coat pocket. Tommy looked at him for a long time. "You had insurance," he said. Then Frankie stepped out of the shadows, and Gino didn't say another word. That winter, Tommy closed the warehouse for good. He had it cleaned, bleached, sealed up and sold under a shell company Tony invented on the spot, Marbella Export LLC. The city record said it was an abandoned textile facility. The streets said otherwise. No one mentioned the warehouse again, not because they were told not to, because they understood. The old generation was gone, and Gallone didn't just own the present, he controlled the memory of the past. 1989, Federal Building, Manhattan, 10th floor, Interview Room B. The walls were beige, but the kind of beige that said you're not leaving here the same person you came in. The fluorescent lights flickered just once when Tony Gallone entered, enough to be annoying, not enough to be fixed. The room was clean, sterile, impersonal. A square table, 2 chairs, a pitcher of water, and 1 sealed cardboard box marked, Evidence, OE Case File 177A. Tony didn't flinch. He wore a charcoal gray suit with a faint pinstripe, a white shirt, and a muted burgundy tie. Everything about him said respectable, professional, boring, but underneath, the calm hum of a shark in deep water. Across from him sat Assistant U.S. Attorney Raymond Kessler, mid-minus 40 seconds, clean-shaven, too many hours in the gym for someone who claimed to be busy. Kessler had slick ambition written all over him, the kind of man who practiced his gotcha moment in the mirror. He gave Tony a tight smile and gestured at the pitcher. "Water?" Tony shook his head. "No, thank you." Kessler poured himself a glass, sipped, let the silence stretch, trying to assert control through patience. It didn't work. Tony sat with his hands folded neatly on the table, expression unreadable. Kessler finally leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. "You know why you're here, Mr. Gallone." Tony nodded. "You're building a RICO case, among other things." Kessler tapped the sealed box. Inside is over a year's worth of surveillance, wiretaps, testimony, financial records, some from your clients, some from your friends. Tony didn't blink. "You'll need more." Kessler grinned. "That's where you come in." He slid a manila folder across the table. Inside were a few printed documents, a passport photo and a draft agreement. Tony opened it slowly like he was reading a dinner menu, then flipped through the pages without reacting. "You'd get a full immunity deal," Kessler said. "Witness protection, relocation, new identity. You'd be out. Free, clean." Tony looked up at him for the first time. "Free?" he asked softly. Kessler smiled, thinking he had him. "Completely. You testify against your father, maybe a few lieutenants, and this case wraps with a bow. You get a new life. No more blood, no more whispers, no more family, expectations." Tony closed the folder and placed it back on the table with clinical precision. "Do you have children, Mr. Kessler?" The prosecutor blinked. "No. Why?" Tony adjusted his tie, then sat back. "If you think I'm going to give you my father," he said, "then you don't understand what this family is." Kessler's smile cracked. "You think loyalty is going to save you?" Tony's voice didn't change. "I don't need saving." Kessler leaned in, voice low. "We're going to get him. Eventually. All of you. I just offered you a lifeboat." Tony stood, buttoning his suit jacket with steady hands. "No," he said. "You offered me exile." Kessler sneered. "You're making a mistake." Tony paused at the door, then turned. "You'll retire before that happens." And with that, he walked out. No raised voice, no threats, no look back. The glass of water on the table remained untouched, the folder unopened, the box sealed, and Tony Gallone never got a second invitation. Later that night, Gallone Estate, Tommy's office. Tommy sat behind his desk, hands steepled. Tony placed the sealed folder from Kessler on the table. "Anything useful?" Tommy asked. Tony shook his head. "Just ambition." Tommy nodded. "They'll try again." Tony smiled faintly. "Then we'll make them regret trying. Christmas Eve, 1989. Staten Island Estate, dining room. Snow fell like confession. Soft, steady, and too late to change anything." Inside the estate, the fireplace glowed low behind a stack of wrapped gifts no one would open until morning. The table stretched longer than necessary, set for 10, occupied by 6. No guests, no hangers-on, no capos trying to earn favor with holiday cheer, just family, just Gallones, just blood, fire, and legacy. Tommy insisted on a traditional meal: roast, potatoes, artichokes, baked ziti, calamari. Wine from a vineyard in Palermo. Espresso in Dimitas cups waiting on a silver tray near the butler's door. The kitchen was quiet now. The help had gone. The doors were locked. The outside world had been sealed away like a crime scene. Lucia sat near the head of the table, her posture perfect, her eyes sharper than ever. She was 7 months pregnant, carrying her first child like it was a negotiation she was already winning. Her husband Matteo sat beside her, a well-groomed accessory to her authority. He spoke only when spoken to, smiled on cue. His power came from proximity. Lucia's didn't. Hers came from blood. Isabella sat next to Tommy, legs crossed under the chair, her dress immaculate, her fork untouched. 10 years old and already correcting Tony's Latin pronunciation as he read aloud from a book of Roman proverbs Franny had pulled from the library as tradition. "Fortuna fortis metuit," Tony read. No, Isabella interrupted, her tone surgical. "It's metuit fortes, not the other way around. Fortune fears the bold. Grammar matters." Tony chuckled, shaking his head. "Of course it does." Lucia smirked, proud and annoyed in equal measure. Franny carved the roast in silence. She didn't speak much anymore during family dinners. She didn't need to. Her movements were graceful, precise, mechanical. Knife in right hand, fork in left, the roast sliced into perfect portions as steam lifted into the chandelier-lit air. Her hair was pinned, her lipstick sharp. She didn't look at Tommy. She didn't need to. He was there. He was always there. Marco's seat was empty. His absence wasn't discussed. It didn't need to be. Everyone at the table knew he was alive somewhere, but alive and present weren't the same. Not anymore. Tony sat with his usual stillness, napkin folded, eyes calm but vigilant. He had become what Tommy never said but always knew he needed, the knife in the drawer that never rusted. He watched everything. He judged nothing, but nothing escaped him. Tommy raised his glass. He didn't tap it, didn't make a speech. It wasn't a toast, it was a moment. He held it aloft and looked around the table, not with warmth but with recognition. Lucia, Tony, Isabella, Franny, all of them different pieces of a legacy too large for words, each one carved from a different part of him. Intellect, control, will, silence. He realized something then, something that chilled him more than the winter air outside. He had outlived his beginning. There were no more mentors, no more fathers, no more uncles pulling strings from back rooms or teaching him how to hide fear inside a smile. The old generation, the men who taught him how to build, how to kill, how to survive, were gone. Dead, buried, burned, forgotten. There were no more ghosts to warn him. Only children, only future, and every eye at that table, except Franny's, looked to him for what came next. Lucia's gaze held expectation. Tony's held readiness. Isabella's held ambition. Franny's eyes were the only ones that didn't look at him. She looked through him, not with hate, not with love, just with truth. She had seen the whole thing, every phase, every rise, every compromise. And she knew what Tommy now understood. There is no throne without a grave beneath it. Later that night, long after the roast had cooled and the wine had dried on crystal rims, Tommy walked the halls of the estate alone. He passed framed photos, empty rooms, and the faint echo of old laughter in places that no longer echoed. He paused outside Marco's room. The door was cracked, the lights off, the sheets untouched. Tommy stood there for a long time, then turned and walked back toward his office. There were still ledgers to balance, deals to finalize, and names to erase. January 1990, Harlem, 2:14 a.m. Marco Gallone was 20 years old, high out of his mind and screaming at a wall that refused to break. The drywall was already warped, the plaster cracked and softened from months of neglect, doorknob dents, and rage punches that had lost all impact. Tonight, though, Marco was determined. His right hand split open on the fourth hit. Blood sprayed across the pale beige like a Jackson Pollock painting done in self-loathing. He didn't stop. Pain was honest. Pain didn't lie to him like his mirrors did. The apartment was one of his dozens. A Harlem walk-up on 121st, 4th floor, no buzzer. The kind of place where the super didn't ask questions and the neighbors were too exhausted to care. It was paid for in cash, leased under the name David Vieri. No mail, no bills. Just a mattress, a stereo, 2 chairs, and a round coffee table currently covered in. And 2 half-empty bottles of gin. A 9mm Beretta, and 3 unopened packs of Marlboros, in a glass ashtray overflowing with blunt ends. And a small mirror-polished plate with a thin line of cocaine, perfectly cut but untouched. Roaches moved along the edges of the room like they knew they'd outlive him. One of them paused near a pizza box older than the girl in the bathroom. Her name was Brooke, or maybe Brandy, possibly Bree. Marco wasn't sure anymore. He had met her at a club in Tribeca 2 weeks ago, or had it been Midtown? It didn't matter. She had legs, lips, and the kind of broken eyes that made her controllable for 3, maybe 4 days. But not tonight. She had locked herself in the bathroom after he threw a chair across the room during one of his episodes, which had stopped being drug-induced and started being Marco-induced. "Don't touch me," she screamed from behind the cracked door. Marco laughed long and loud. But it wasn't joy, it was corrosion, something eating him from the inside, acid dripping from every cell. "I'm not touching you," he slurred. "I'm touching the wall, it's staring at me." The only response was muffled crying and the sound of a faucet being turned on and off, as if the girl thought she could drown his madness with water. He staggered to the kitchen, opened the fridge, found nothing but beer and a bottle of blue Gatorade that had frozen solid from being pushed too far into the back. He grabbed the beer. Warm, flat, perfect. He stood there, back against the wall, bottle in one hand, blood drying on the other, and suddenly everything in him went quiet. Not calm, quiet, like the silence after a crash, like the split second between a trigger pull and a scream. He was alone, not just in the apartment, in the world. No calls, no orders, no envelopes from Frankie, no messages from Tony, no silence from his father, because silence from Tommy Gallone was never just silence. It was a strategy, a death sentence dressed in velvet. 6 weeks. It had been 6 weeks since Tommy last picked up the phone. No, where are you? No, fix this. No, you embarrassed the name. Just nothing. And Marco knew what that meant. Tommy Gallone didn't scream. He didn't disown. He didn't cut off. He calculated. He assessed. He measured. And when a thing was no longer useful, no longer predictable, when it became a variable, he dealt with it accordingly. Marco wasn't a soldier, wasn't a successor, wasn't a prince anymore. He was a ticking bomb, a headline waiting to happen, an FBI witness in waiting if the coke got too pure or the wrong girl got too hurt. He was a fucking liability, and he knew it. He sank into the single armchair near the window, the springs groaning under him. The city outside was a blur of headlights and cold neon, but none of it registered. He rubbed the blood from his knuckles onto the upholstery, then wiped his face like it might change something. He remembered being 12, sneaking into Tommy's office, trying to touch the pistol on his father's desk. He hadn't been able to lift it then. It was too heavy. He was still too weak now. The Beretta sat within arm's reach, loaded, not for her, not for the feds. Maybe not even for himself, just for the option. From the bathroom, the girl sobbed into silence. A toilet flushed, a faucet turned off, a door remained locked. Marco finished the beer and laughed again. Fucking walls. Then he closed his eyes, and somewhere, 3 boroughs away, Tommy Gallone crossed his son's name off a list, not as punishment, as calculation. 3 days earlier, Tommy's office, Staten Island. The clock ticked softly behind the desk, the second hand sweeping like a whisper that never stopped. The office was dim, lit only by the last gray light of afternoon filtering in through tall windows. Outside, the Manhattan skyline glinted like the edge of a knife, just past the harbor, too far to touch but always watching. Winter fog crawled low across the water, swallowing the tips of the bridges. The city looked like it was drowning. Tommy Gallone stood at the window in a black vest and white dress shirt, sleeves rolled to the forearms. He didn't move, didn't turn around, just stood, hands clasped behind his back like a general overlooking a battlefield too distant to scream at anymore. Tony stood near the desk, spine straight, voice low. "He's radioactive," he said. Tommy said nothing. "Too loud," Tony continued, more surgical this time. "Too unpredictable. He's sniffing around clubs full of street-level animals, talking about taking initiative, flashing money, girls, coke. He's got people who shouldn't be anywhere near our name calling me asking if he's legit." Tommy lit a cigarette. No emotion, no hurry. A smooth flick of the wrist, a slow drag. "I can keep cleaning up the mess," Tony said. "I've got 3 clerks paid off, 2 doormen silent, and the narco unit still in our pocket downtown. But that won't last. I need to know the end game." He didn't raise his voice. He never did. But his jaw was tight, his eyes sharper than usual. There was sweat on the back of his neck, even though the room was cold. Tommy exhaled, smoke coiled upward toward the crown molding. Still no words. Tony didn't move. "He's not a soldier," Tony said. "And he's not a civilian. He's something in between. That's the problem." A beat of silence stretched long enough to count the seconds. Then Tommy spoke, voice low, flat. "Let him hang himself." Tony didn't flinch. He just nodded once, crisp and mechanical. He didn't ask why. He never did. But something shifted behind his eyes. Not panic, not even disagreement, just a clenched understanding. A quiet sorrow he would never say aloud. A cold acceptance written in the tightening of his jaw, the way his hands folded a little too neatly behind his back. Because he had already started mourning the brother who hadn't died yet. And Tommy, still standing at the window, cigarette burning in his hand, had already buried him. Not out of anger, not even out of failure. Out of math. Marco was a variable, and variables got removed. February 1990, Federal Courthouse, Lower Manhattan. The subpoenas didn't come with a bang. They came like snow, quiet, sudden, and heavy enough to bury the unprepared. It started with a courier arriving at Tony's midtown office. Hand-delivered, no warning, then another, and another. Within 48 hours, a cascade of legal summons, sealed depositions, and search warrants blanketed the city's legal infrastructure like a targeted blizzard. One by one, men Tommy hadn't thought about in a decade were pulled from bars, pulled from golf courses, pulled from the arms of women whose names weren't on any paperwork. And they were sat down, across from prosecutors with sharp suits and tired eyes, and asked, "Tell us about Gallone." This wasn't bluff. It wasn't pressure. It was operation-level war. The Task Force on Organized Urban Enterprise, OOE, 4 years in the making, 5 bureaus, 2 assistant U.S. attorneys, 1 hungry new judge, and a sealed grand jury ready to burn whatever was still standing. It wasn't about one case. It was about everything. Garbage unions, waterfront bid rigging, strip club money laundering, cemetery zoning fraud. Even the funeral home was on the table. Worse, the task force had evidence. Not rumors, not whispers. Names, photos, tapes. They had a witness, one who knew just enough. Enough to cause problems. Enough to make Tommy Gallone's name show up in 27 separate testimonies. The judge wasn't one of theirs. Her name was Alyssa Menken, 49 years old, Brooklyn native, Columbia Law, appointed 2 years ago and already known for bulldozing defense teams like they were weeds in her garden. She didn't play golf, didn't take gifts, didn't return calls she didn't recognize, she didn't owe anybody. And worst of all, she had a reputation for finishing what she started. Tommy's office, Staten Island estate. When Tony arrived, he didn't knock. He dropped a stack of folders on his father's desk, each one with grand jury seals, each one heavier than it looked. "They've got more than smoke," Tony said. "A few old capos flipped, and the new judge, Menken, she's not for sale." Tommy didn't ask how much they had. He didn't ask what the paper said. He lit a cigarette and stared at the steam rising from his coffee like it was trying to spell out his enemies' names. Tony continued. "They've got a clerk inside the Queen's Records office, real sharp, quiet. She found a duplicate contract from a sanitation deal in '84, backdated. Signed by someone who's been dead 6 years. Tommy tapped ash into a tray and said, without blinking, name, Gina Alvarez, 28, clean record, quiet life, no priors. Lives with her sister, still drives her first car. Tommy nodded once. 3 days later, a silver Toyota Camry was found abandoned in Corona. Inside, a freshly wiped laptop, in a torn ID badge, in a dry cleaner's receipt. Nothing else. The Queen's clerk was never found. No funeral, no photos, no leaks. Menken's docket backed up. Her discovery requests delayed, key files misplaced, and one expert witness developed a sudden memory disorder after a deer ran into his rental car at 70 miles per hour. Tommy started making moves. 3 judges in nearby jurisdictions got unexpected upgrades. One got a brand new Jaguar XJS. The second got a brownstone inheritance from a fake uncle in Florence. And the third was seen leaving JFK with a woman half his age and a one-way ticket to Lisbon. Another judge resigned due to health issues. The case didn't collapse, but it didn't accelerate either. The gears jammed, the wheels slowed, and the OE task force, so full of steam just a month ago, began to feel like it had stepped into quicksand, not dropped, but buried just deep enough that no one would get to it before the next election cycle. Tony's office, Midtown Manhattan. He stayed late that night, going through everything again. Every affidavit, every wiretap, every sealed informant tip. He wasn't looking for mistakes, he was looking for names. And at the bottom of a redacted file buried in a footnote, highlighted in ink and circled twice in pencil, Marco Gallone. Tony's blood ran cold. He read the summary 3 times. A confidential informant, unnamed, unverified, claimed Marco had been bragging to a girl at a club in Soho about a hidden book, a ledger of cash-only payments, stored in a private warehouse, complete with initials and cash drop records going back years. There was no such book, but there used to be. Back in the 70s, before Tony cleaned house, before offshore accounts and shell corporations, everything was in that book. It had been destroyed, burned, erased, but the story survived. And now that story had reached the feds. Tony placed the file on his father's desk the next morning. He didn't speak, didn't editorialize, didn't make excuses for Marco. Tommy read it slowly, a long breath sliding through his nose. his fingers tightening at the edge of the folder. He didn't shout, didn't curse. He closed the file, folded it in half, tapped it twice, then said, "I'll handle it." March 1990, Tompkinsville, Marco's apartment, 5:14 a.m. The sun hadn't risen yet, but the city was already stirring. Staten Island mornings were slower than Manhattan's. Fewer horns, more fog. The kind of fog that made streetlights glow like ghosts. Somewhere nearby a dog barked. A train clattered in the distance, and above the ambient noise of early March, inside a third-floor walk-up apartment that reeked of gin, sweat, and cheap cologne, Tommy Gallone waited. He sat at the small, round kitchen table. The kind that came with the apartment, light green laminate top, one leg shorter than the others. A single overhead bulb buzzed faintly above him, casting a yellow cone over the chipped counter and peeling cabinet doors. He had let himself in 2 hours ago with the lockpick set older than his youngest daughter. He hadn't moved since. No soldiers, no backup, no gun, just him. A man at the end of a very long calculation. At 5:13 a.m., the front door creaked open. Marco stumbled in, half drunk, half awake, and fully unaware. He wore yesterday's clothes, shirt half unbuttoned, gold chain askew on his neck, a leather jacket slung over one shoulder. His eyes were glassy red. His breath was a cocktail of stale cigarettes and vodka, and tucked into his waistband, like a joke from a B-movie, was a 9mm pistol he didn't have the nerve or clarity to use. He stepped into the apartment and froze. There, in the yellow kitchen light, sat his father. Tommy didn't move, didn't speak, just looked at him. The silence wasn't empty, it was loaded. Marco flinched just slightly, then tried to recover with a smirk that didn't land. "You here to kill me?" he asked, voice cracking at the edges. Part challenge, part plea. Tommy didn't answer. Instead, he stood with the slow, deliberate movements of a man who didn't need speed to be dangerous. He walked past Marco without a glance, opened the refrigerator, and pulled out a plastic bottle of warm water. He twisted the cap, took a long sip, then finally turned. "I don't kill family," Tommy said. Marco snorted. "Could have fooled me." There was venom in his tone, but no weight behind it. Marco had grown up knowing the Gallone name meant survival, earned survival. And right now, standing barefoot in a kitchen with a man who once choked a senator with piano wire for lying about a zoning deal, he was beginning to understand something he never had before. Blood wasn't enough. Tommy stepped forward, calm, steady, and absolutely sure. "You're not being hunted, Marco," he said. "You're being forgotten." Marco's expression shifted. Confusion, hurt, rage, all of it tried to rise, but none of it made it past his throat. "You want the name?" Tommy said. "Earn it." He dropped the water bottle on the counter. The thud echoed louder than it should have. "You want the money? Clean yourself up." He stepped even closer, now less than a foot away. His voice dropped lower. Not loud, not angry, just final. "You want my respect?" Pause. "You'll never have it." He reached into his coat and pulled out a folder, plain manila, unassuming. No label, just thick enough to matter. He dropped it onto the table. The flap opened on impact, paper spilling slightly like a wound that refused to stay closed. Marco stared. Inside were transcripts, confidential informant reports, notes from the OE task force. The summary was clear. Marco Gallone. Nightclub. Soho. Bragging about a book, cash drops, warehouse, possible physical location, Long Island City. Status unconfirmed, leads pending. Marco blinked, his mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out. His father, the man who had buried men alive for less, just stood there, silent, not angry, not even disappointed, just done, for the first time in his life. Marco looked scared, not scared like a boy who'd broken a rule. Scared like a man who finally understood what it meant to fall off the edge of something that didn't have rails. Tommy picked up the folder again, tapped the edges into alignment and tucked it back into his coat. He turned to leave. At the door he paused, one hand on the knob. "You get one chance," he said without looking back. "To disappear, to fix it, to mean something." He opened the door. "If I ever have to come back here, don't worry about what happens to you." A long beat. Worry about what happens to her. Marco didn't ask who he meant. He didn't need to. Summer 1990. Isabella's bedroom, Staten Island estate. The room was still. Neat, unnaturally neat for an 11-year-old. Books stacked with military precision on her shelf. A desk organized by color and function. her violin resting in its case, polished and centered. The only evidence of childhood was a worn plush tiger at the foot of the bed, its stitching at the neck a little frayed, but even that was positioned like it had somewhere to be. Isabella sat on the edge of the mattress in a pressed white nightgown, bare feet not quite touching the carpet. Her dark hair was pulled into a tight braid, a look she insisted on doing herself now. She wasn't trying to be cute, she was trying to be capable. Tommy stood at the door for a moment, watching her in the dim light of the hallway lamp behind him. She was waiting, not afraid, not impatient, just waiting. He stepped inside and closed the door softly behind him. "Papa?" she asked without looking up. He walked to her bed and sat beside her, his hands resting on his knees. "Are we at war?" The question didn't surprise him. Nothing she asked ever did. She didn't overhear things. She absorbed them. Every hushed phone call, every coded conversation at dinner, every glance between Tony and Tommy. Tommy reached out and gently smoothed her hair with the flat of his palm. "Not yet," he said. "But soon?" she asked. He nodded once. "Soon." She looked down at her hands folded in her lap like she was awaiting instructions. "Will they try to take everything?" "Yes." "Will we let them?" He smiled, just faintly. No, that satisfied her. She didn't press further, didn't ask who they were. She already knew. Agents, judges, journalists, men with microphones instead of bullets. She didn't ask about Marco. She didn't ask where her mother was, because she already knew that too. Franny had taken to sleeping in the East Wing now. The suite used to be for guests. Now it was her retreat, vaulted, ceilings, long velvet curtains, an antique vanity she used to sit at each morning before the marriage stopped being a marriage and became a contract. She kept her own schedule, her own staff, her own silence. They didn't argue, they didn't raise voices, they just stopped sharing air. When they did speak, it was clinical. Business, Lucia's baby shower, Tony's court calendar, Isabella's tutors. One night they passed each other in the second-floor hallway, both moving like ghosts through a house that had grown too large for words. Franny paused. She hadn't put on makeup. Her robe was wrapped tightly around her, but her eyes, once fire, had gone to ash. "She's too much like you," she said, her voice low but sure. Tommy didn't stop walking. He only said, "She'll survive." Franny didn't smile, didn't blink. "She won't know how to love." Tommy turned to her then, briefly, his face unreadable in the dim light, his voice quiet but firm. "She won't need to." Franny stood still as he walked away, not because she disagreed, because she believed him. Back in the bedroom, Isabella laid down, curling beneath her neatly folded blanket. Tommy stood to leave. "Papa?" she said again softly. He turned. "Will you still be here when I wake up?" He gave her a long look. Of course, and for now, at least for tonight. It was true. Thanksgiving 1990. Staten Island Estate, dining room. The dining room was dressed in tradition. Candlelight flickered along the silver and crystal, shadows dancing over paintings that hadn't moved in 30 years. The tablecloth was white Italian linen, embroidered with the Gallone family crest at each corner, barely visible unless you knew where to look. The table itself was long and polished to a mirror shine, set for 10. Only 6 chairs were filled. No outsiders, no extended cousins, no old guards, just the family. Tony stood at the far end, sleeves rolled to the forearms, carving the turkey with surgical grace. He wasn't rushed, he wasn't showy. The blade moved like he was drafting a closing argument, precise, efficient, unbothered by the weight of tradition he now held in his hands. He didn't ask for help. He didn't need it. Across the table, Lucia sipped her wine and corrected Isabella's Latin for the 3rd time in 10 minutes. No, Bellina, it's arma virumque cano, not arma virunc. Don't butcher Virgil at the dinner table. Even the Romans had standards. Isabella rolled her eyes and stabbed a piece of squash like it owed her money. Maybe if they were better at grammar, they wouldn't have lost their empire. Tony chuckled under his breath. Tommy didn't. He was listening. He always listened. Tommy sat at the head of the table, not with the regal posture of a king holding court, but with the stillness of a general watching his replacements take their positions. Lucia, sharp as ever, with her diplomat husband seated beside her, like a weapon sheathed in cashmere. She ruled her half of the Gallone European portfolio like a queen behind a curtain. She never raised her voice. She didn't have to. Tony, the wall, the lawyer, the executor. He had filed motions this year that would keep federal prosecutors chasing their tails until 1997. His fingerprints were now on every asset, every trust, every buried contingency. Isabella, 12 years old, fluent in 3 languages, already known by name at the private academy where senators' daughters couldn't compete with her vocabulary. A legacy forged in tailored blouses and perfectly timed silences. Marco wasn't there. No one mentioned him. His name didn't hang in the air. It had been scrubbed from the conversation like a bad line from a final draft. Tommy didn't need to ask where he was, because Marco wasn't missing. He was absent. That was different. Absence meant chosen exile, a price paid for still being alive. Tommy cut his steak into perfect squares, one by one. He didn't eat yet, just watched, observed. The empire was no longer his to build. It was his to hand over. Carefully, piece by piece, name by name. He looked down the table from Tony's steady hands to Lucia's sharp eyes to Isabella's poised defiance, and for the first time in years he understood something elemental. He had not raised children. He had built weapons. Quiet ones, beautiful ones, ones that smiled and curtsied and buried rivals with contracts instead of bullets. And now, in this warm candlelit room, over roast turkey and red wine and Latin lessons, he was watching his empire turn into inheritance, one child at a time. He lifted his glass, not for a toast, not for a speech, but for a moment, a nod, a confirmation, to no one, to everyone, to the ghosts that used to whisper in his ear and now lived only in the walls. The future had arrived, and it had his last name. Staten Island Industrial District, warehouse, midnight. The warehouse stood like a mausoleum, steel ribs and concrete bones, a relic of empire disguised as storage. No trucks came here anymore. No guards patrolled the perimeter. It had once been the nerve center of the Gallone operation. Cash drops, sit-downs, shipments of things that never saw customs. Now it was empty, cleared, cleaned, sanitized. The hum of the fluorescent lights above buzzed like faint static, flickering now and then like a dying memory. The echo of Tommy's footsteps filled the space. Measured, slow, deliberate, each step sounded like a closing chapter. He walked the center aisle like a general surveying a battlefield after the war, not to celebrate victory, but to confirm the silence. No more files in the back room, no more ledgers, or backups, or maps of districts carved with red ink. No more bodies buried beneath concrete, no more men hiding behind crates with cold hands and hollow loyalties. Those who could be bought had been bought, those who couldn't had been removed. Salvatore Grillo burned alive in his car like a forgotten cigarette. Ralphie Petrucci found dead mid-orgasm in a neon-lit den of shame. Donnie Ferrucci, a ghost. No prints, no trace, only whispers. Tommy had done what needed doing. He had stripped the rot from the bones of his legacy. He had cut the past out of the future. He had buried the last of his father's generation, and the last of his own sins. Almost. At the far end of the warehouse sat a folding table and a single chair. On the table, one envelope, manila, labeled, unassuming. Inside, the final cancer. Marco's file. The FBI folder, thin but radioactive. Sworn statements. A taped conversation with a girl who didn't know what she was recording. Mention of a ledger, long since destroyed. Enough to bring down whispers, if not indictments. Tommy sat in the chair, took out a box of wooden matches, the kind they used to keep in the clubs, back when people still smoked indoors and did deals across thick mahogany. He struck one. The flame bloomed, small, golden, flickering like memory. He touched it to the corner of the envelope. The fire caught fast. It crawled up the paper like hunger. He didn't drop it. He held it in his hand until the flames kissed his fingers and he had to let go. The ashes floated to the floor like black snow. He stared at them, then said it aloud softly. Legacy isn't blood, it's control. He stayed there for a moment, letting the weight settle. Tony was now the blade, the shield, the trusted executor who asked no questions but left none unanswered. Lucia ran Rome with silk gloves and sharper claws. Her in-laws answered to her. They just didn't realize it yet. Isabella would speak 6 languages before her next birthday. She could already quote Cicero, Sun Tzu, and Machiavelli, and understood them better than half the men in Tommy's Rolodex. Marco was gone, in Milan, under a fake name with a quiet trust fund, a minder on each side of his bed, and 2 options, disappear or die. There would be no third. Tommy stood, his bones cracked, Hips, knees, shoulders, like gunshots muffled by time. He wasn't broken, but he wasn't steel anymore. As he walked back toward the warehouse door, the overhead lights flickered again. Faint, final, like ghosts blinking. He paused at the threshold, hand on the steel frame, and looked back. Not with sentiment, with calculation. There was nothing left to see. Just a shadow of a room that had once been full of voices, blood, names. Now, just dust and silence. He stepped outside. The air was colder than expected, sharper, and for the first time in decades, he felt it. The weight of time, the cost of control, the age that creeps in only when no one's left to fear you. The silence wasn't peace. It was what came after peace. He lit another match, this one for his cigarette, and walked into the night. Chapter 6. Mistresses and Murders. Staten Island, spring, 1991. The house was quieter now. Not peaceful, just quieter. Like a loaded gun with the safety on. The hallways echoed differently, not with laughter or love, but with footsteps that didn't trust the walls anymore. The kitchen no longer smelled of fresh pasta or Franny's favorite marinara. It smelled like bleach and cold steel. Tommy Gallone stood in the solarium, sipping black coffee as morning light streamed through reinforced glass. The estate was immaculate, gardens trimmed like Versailles, fountains polished like marble tombs. But the silence pressed in these days. He was 60, not soft, not slow, but aware of the weight behind every breath. Time was no longer just a currency, it was a countdown. Franny no longer shared his bed, not for years. She preferred the East Wing, where the curtains stayed drawn and the wine bottles never emptied. She kept a staff of 2, a silent maid named Renata and a nurse who doubled as a confessor. Tommy didn't protest. He gave her space the same way he gave enemies a head start, just enough rope. He wondered sometimes if she drank to forget him, or to remember the version of him that once held her hand like it meant something. Isabella was now 16, a bombshell in bloom, high cheekbones, hazel eyes, legs for days, and a photo portfolio that could melt the paint off a Ferrari. She had agents sniffing around by junior year, fashion photographers, European magazines, Paris invitations. Tommy pretended not to notice, but he noticed, especially when her face showed up in a Milan spread for Armani Youth Couture wearing a black velvet dress with lace sleeves and eyes that knew too much for a teenager. He'd almost ripped the magazine in half. Almost. Marco, on the other hand, was 2 months from high school graduation and still a storm in human form. He was lean, reckless, and ran on the kind of energy that never slept. Tommy had him watched. 2 tail cars, 1 inside man at school, a lockbox of evidence already building a case against his own blood. Photos, phone taps, receipts. 1 file labeled exit strategy. Then came the call. Marco was picked up in Brooklyn. Weed, cocaine, unloaded, in the glove compartment, and the girl passed out in the back seat. Her name was Crystal or Cassidy. Tony never bothered to clarify. Tony got the call, not Tommy. Tommy didn't post bail. He didn't even call. He let him rot in the holding tank for 2 nights, surrounded by piss, gangbangers, and bad decisions. When Tony finally went down, it wasn't out of kindness. It was containment. Back at the estate, Tony stood in Tommy's office with a manila folder and a voice like cracked granite. "He's going to drag us down." Tommy didn't look up from his ledgers. "Not if I send him out." Tony's brow furrowed. "Out?" Tommy finally looked up. "Military." Tony stared. "You want to dump him on the feds?" "I want him gone," Tommy said. "Let the Navy grind off the rust. Let the heat of war boil out the coke and the swagger. Let him scream into ocean winds and learn the meaning of orders." Tony slowly nodded, the folder clutched tight. "Let him break his own teeth on steel," Tommy said. "Let the government deal with his rage." And just like that, Marco Gallone's fate was sealed not with a trial, but with a transfer form. Tommy turned back to his ledger. Tony walked out, but not before muttering under his breath. God help them all. Navy Enlistment Office, Staten Island, summer 1991. The office smelled like old coffee, sweat, and cheap carpet cleaner, an olfactory cocktail of second chances and broken promises. Fluorescent lights buzzed overhead, bleaching the color out of everything. Posters lined the walls, muscle-bound sailors flexing on carrier decks, jets arcing into golden skies, flags whipping in slow motion. Hero shots for the desperate and the damned. Marco Gallone sat slouched in a plastic chair across from the desk of Lieutenant Danvers, tapping the heel of his boot against the scuffed tile floor. He wore a Yankees cap backwards, a toothpick hanging from the corner of his smirk like he was auditioning for a Scorsese flick. He turned 18 2 months ago and already looked like a man trying to outrun the boy behind him. Lieutenant Danvers had a buzz cut so crisp it looked machine-lathed and a jawline carved from goddamn granite. He'd seen it all. Kids with rap sheets, addicts looking to dodge prison, runaways pretending to be patriots. He wasn't easily impressed. He flicked his pen against the clipboard and studied Marco like a mechanic evaluating a totaled car someone wanted to drive cross-country. "So," Danvers said, his voice dry as ash, "you want to fly planes?" Marco snorted. "Nope. I want to throw 'em." Danvers blinked. The corner of his mouth twitched upward. He looked down at the form, aviation boatswain's mate. Marco leaned forward. "That the one where I get to run around a flight deck while shit's exploding and engines are spinning at 1,000,000 RPMs? Danvers nodded. "You'll be fueling jets, hooking launch cables, spotting aircraft, catapult crews, arresting gear. You'll sweat through 3 shirts a day and wake up with a sunburn under your bones. And if you're lucky, maybe you won't get pancaked by a hornet." Marco grinned wide. "Perfect. Sounds like a party." Danvers studied him a moment longer, eyes narrowing. "You got a record." Marco didn't flinch. "Not anymore." The lieutenant tapped his fingers against the folder. There was a note, scribbled in blue ink, underlined twice. Cleared, personal request, a judge's signature, a district attorney's seal, a phone number that routed through a private law office in Brooklyn Heights. Danvers looked back up, expression unreadable. "Must be nice having someone clean up after you." Marco's grin faltered, just for a second. "Yeah," he said, eyes shifting. "It's real convenient. Tommy Gallone had handled it personally. The arrest had been messy. Marco had gotten into a street fight outside a club in Bay Ridge, put a kid in the hospital with a fractured orbital and 4 missing teeth. The cops showed up. Marco mouthed off. One of them ended up bleeding from the temple after slipping on the sidewalk. Marco swore it was an accident, didn't matter. Charges were filed: assault, resisting, disturbing the peace, probation violation. Tommy pulled strings like a puppeteer on deadline. A city councilman got a campaign donation. A police union boss got tickets to the Belmont Stakes. The judge got a new saltwater swimming pool built in 3 days. The DA's office dropped the charges in the interest of rehabilitation. The paperwork was signed, sealed, and slid across the table before Marco even knew he'd been in real trouble. But Tommy didn't yell, didn't hit him, didn't even show up. Back in the enlistment office, Marco scratched his name across the final form with a flourish. Danvers collected the clipboard and stood. 2 weeks. You report to Great Lakes for boot. Hope you like yelling." Marco stood too, stretching like a cat, all wiry muscle and nervous energy. "Do I get to blow stuff up? Not yet. First you learn how not to get blown up." They shook hands. Danvers's grip was firm. Marco's was cocky. A glint of something dangerous passed between them. Mutual respect or mutual recognition. Hard to say. As Marco exited the office, the late summer heat hit him like a slap. He paused on the sidewalk, looked up at the sky. Somewhere out there, jets screamed through the clouds. Fast, loud, reckless, just like him. 2 weeks later, departure day. The bus was idling in front of the recruiting center, engine growling like a dog on a leash. A dozen kids in various stages of panic and pretense shuffled aboard. Some hugged moms, others fist-bumped friends. Marco showed up alone, duffel slung over one shoulder, chewing gum like it owed him money. Tommy didn't come, hadn't said goodbye, not in person. But as Marco approached the bus, he noticed a man leaning against a nearby light pole, mid-40s, black suit, Ray-Bans. Didn't say a word, just nodded once subtly when Marco passed, like a signal. Marco nodded back. He knew what it meant. Tommy made sure I got on the bus and that I stay on it. He didn't look back. As the bus pulled away, Staten Island shrank behind him. It stripped malls and street corners, the graveyard of boys like him who never left. Marco pressed his forehead to the window, eyes tracking the skyline like it might follow him, like it might still catch him. But ahead was fire, speed, steel, jets. And for the first time in a long time, Marco Gallone felt electric. USS Abraham Lincoln, Pacific Theater, 1991 to 1992. Marco adjusted faster than anyone expected. Sure, the first week on the Abe Lincoln nearly broke him. He threw up twice during flight ops, got blistered shoulders from jet blast heat, and nearly slipped off the deck during night ops when the carrier listed 30 degrees in a storm off Okinawa. But where most new guys cracked under the noise, motion, and heat, Marco thrived. The chaos didn't rattle him, it focused him. Structure didn't tame Marco, it channeled him. He learned the color-coded ballet of the flight deck like it was street choreography. Red shirts handled ordnance, purple shirts fueled the beasts, brown shirts babysat aircraft. Marco wore yellow, aircraft director, the ones with the God complex and the hand signals to match. He spent his days under a burning sky, arms raised, directing multi-million-dollar aircraft like a circus ringleader. His fingers moved like a conductor's baton, index finger to the right, F-14 Tomcat taxi forward. Palm out, halt, cross wrists, launch hold, spin finger, engine start. He could smell the jet fuel in his bones by sundown. He directed F-18 Hornets, their engines screeching like banshees. S-3 Vikings lumbered like old bulls. EA-6 Billion's prowlers ghosted through the mist, bristling with electronic warfare pods. And the SH-60 Seahawks, those whispering gray birds, lifted off the deck like angels of death. Marco worked the waist catapults, steel under his boots, thunder overhead, a blur of helmet flashes, hand signals, and roared commands through the headset. Green light. Throttle up. Jet blast deflector rising. Launch bar down. Boom. Another Hornet vanished into the sky. That's where he met Brian. Petty Officer Brian Wolf, fresh out of Illinois corn country, though Marco kept calling it Ohio just to piss him off. He was tall, lean in a football-strong kind of way, and had a face that looked like it should be on recruitment posters or G.I. Joe action figures. They weren't supposed to meet. Not really. But fate, or dumb luck, slammed them into each other when Marco, still half green, misloaded a Mark 83 bomb on a returning F-14. He reached under the rack to readjust and almost got his hand turned into red mist. Brian spotted it, hauled him back by the belt just as the locking mechanism slammed shut. Marco stumbled, landed on his ass, looked up at the big bastard. "You owe me a drink," Brian said deadpan. Marco blinked. "I owe you my fingers." They were inseparable after that. Brian was Midwest quiet. Marco was East Coast loud. Brian didn't gamble. Marco played poker like it was a blood sport. Brian drank Budweiser. Marco poured whiskey into Coke cans, but something in them clicked, a broken boy chemistry forged in jet blast and hangar smoke. They bunked close, worked the same rotation, and took smoke breaks together during downtime, talking about girls they loved and screwed up with, brothers they missed, and lives they didn't want to go back to. Marco never mentioned New York, never mentioned Gallone, but Brian figured it out eventually. "You're that Gallone?" he asked one night in the mess, eyes sharp. Marco took a drag of his cigarette, didn't look up. "Yeah, but out here, I'm just the guy keeping your dumb ass from getting cooked by a fighter jet." The arm wrestling hustle. It started one night below decks in the hangar bay after a long shift. Boredom breeds innovation in the Navy, and some of the junior crew were throwing down $5 bills over arm wrestling matches between hotshot machinist mates. Marco watched two big boys strain against each other until one slammed the other's hand down with a grunt and a chorus of oohs. Marco leaned over to Brian. "You any good at that shit?" Brian shrugged. Left-handed. Marco's eyes lit up perfect. Nobody bets on the southpaw. They worked out a routine fast. Marco would step into the ring first, loud and cocky, get himself tossed by some ape-looking crewman. Then Brian would come in quiet, unassuming, farm boy humble. Bet would double. Stakes would rise. They'd let the other guy get cocky, offer to let him pick the arm. When the challenger chose righty, Brian would throw the match. Then they'd double down. Double or nothing. Use your good arm. And Brian would wreck them, like God snapping a chicken wing. They pulled in over $200 in a single weekend. Marco started calling it Wolf and the Weasel. Brian the Wolf, quiet and deadly. Marco the Weasel, selling the con with a grin and a shoulder roll. They ran that hustle up and down the Pacific, Pearl Harbor, Diego Garcia, even off the coast of Kuwait. The legend grew. Some claimed Brian was part cyborg. Others said he was a disgraced linebacker thrown out of college for breaking someone's spine during homecoming. The truth didn't matter. The money spent the same. Out there, they were just names and numbers. Back on the flight deck, Marco and Brian stood side by side during dawn ops, yellow shirts flashing in the wind, hands moving like gospel. A-18 on Cat 3. Viking on 4. Hilo inbound, clear for stern deck. The two of them moved like twin currents. Marco wild, Brian steady. They didn't talk during ops. They didn't need to. One hand signal from Marco, one mirrored nod from Brian, and another jet screamed off the deck into open sky. They weren't brothers. They were something meaner, sharper. Steel sharpened on salt and noise, and at night, under red lights in creaking bunks, they smoked, talked, and sometimes just sat in silence. Two boys 1,000 miles from anything sane, finding peace in each other's orbit. They weren't meant to last. Nothing ever did in their line of work. But on that deck for a year and change, they flew, without wings. Rome, 1992. The train station at Termini was chaos. Not the violent kind Tommy was used to, but the petty, exhausting kind that wore down the soul. Suitcase wheels squeaking across stained marble, lovers fighting in 3 languages, children crying into sticky gelato hands, beggars singing hymns for coins no one gave. The entire place smelled of espresso, exhaust fumes, and the sickly sweet sweat of 1,000 lives moving too fast. Tommy didn't flinch. He hadn't ridden a train in 30 years, but he liked to walk through stations when he was in Europe. It reminded him that no matter how rich or powerful you got, there was always someone sleeping on the floor beneath you. That day, on his way to a quiet sit-down with a banker from Palermo who didn't want to be seen in public, Tommy paused mid-stride. There it was, Isabella. On a 30-foot billboard hanging above track 9, next to the Arrivi Nazionale. She stared out from a Versace ad with the kind of confidence you couldn't teach and shouldn't have at 18. Her jacket was blood-red leather, unzipped, no blouse underneath, just skin, pale and perfect. Her lips parted slightly like she was about to confess something that would ruin you. The Gallone eyes, hazel but colder than her father's, seemed to challenge the world to look away. They didn't. Nobody in that station looked away. Tommy stopped and stared, his jaw tight, his pulse slow. He hadn't approved that photo. He hadn't approved any of them being blown up and plastered across public walls in a city filled with thieves, pimps, and diplomats who thought with the same part of their anatomy. She was his. 18, legal, lethal, marketable. Isabella had turned down runway slots in Paris and Milan, not because she wasn't wanted. She was, fiercely. The agents salivated over her. Photographers fought over test shoots. Brands whispered promises about million-dollar exclusives. But when New York called, she answered, because Tommy had quietly vetoed everything else. A phone call to a Milanese talent agency under a fake name. A favor cashed in with a French fashion editor whose mistress had once been in Tommy's employ. A wire transfer to an old friend in New York who discovered Isabella all over again and made it look organic. No Gallone daughter was going to sleep her way through Europe's catwalks unless Tommy Gallone controlled the bed and the checkbook. If she was going to fall, it would be on his watch, on his terms, with a parachute only he held. Franny pretended. She pretended it was normal. Pretended it didn't burn her up to see the girl get the attention she once wielded like a scalpel. She was the daughter of a Don and the former darling of the Upper East Side. Once she had been the beauty everyone talked about, the woman men tried to marry or murder. Her presence could once start a war at a gala just by the way she tilted her chin, but that was before. Now she watched from the palazzo window with wine in her hand and lines under her eyes no amount of concealer could hide. Isabella didn't walk like Franny. She floated. And Franny drank rose at noon now, good rose, imported from Provence, delivered in crates. She took her pills with silence. Sometimes she didn't speak for days. She didn't need to. Her eyes said everything. You made me a queen, then you made me irrelevant. Tommy didn't argue. He still kissed her cheek every morning. Still brought her books she never read. Still sat at the breakfast table while she scrolled through magazines, barely chewing. He didn't try to explain. He kept the modeling contracts, all of them, in a locked drawer in the study. Versace, Dolce & Gabbana, Calvin Klein, some American name he couldn't pronounce but whose numbers were good. He didn't trust digital files. He had them printed, watermarked, certified, signed in ink, just in case. In case Isabella stepped out of line. In case some sleaze with a camera tried to push her further than she could pull back. In case the industry tried to own her like they'd owned 1,000 beautiful broken girls before her. He had evidence, leverage, a trail of paper that pointed back to him like a string through a maze. Later that night, after the meeting with the banker from Palermo, who kissed his cheek and whispered about Vatican real estate. Tommy returned to the villa in Trastevere and found Isabella lounging on the patio in a silk robe, smoking a clove cigarette and laughing at something a French boy had written her on a postcard. She didn't see him, didn't care. She was glowing, bare-legged, barefoot, an empress waiting for her crown. Tommy didn't say a word. He walked past her through the foyer into the study, opened the drawer, touched the folder, checked the contracts, checked her face, the poses, the dates. She had lied about the photo shoot. Again. He closed the folder, locked the drawer, and poured himself a drink. Tony's wedding, fall 1992, Brooklyn, New York. The cathedral stood like a fortress on a hill, old stone and solemn arches, tucked between brownstones that whispered about better days. It wasn't grand in the European sense, but it was chosen, historic, Romanesque, sanctified in 1898 and paid off with blood and cement in equal parts. And on that crisp October afternoon, it was lined with Bentleys, town cars, and one black stretch limousine that hadn't been washed so much as polished with reverence. Inside, the air was thick with incense and power. The ceremony was tasteful, expensive, and laced with enough unspoken threats to keep the tension in the pews razor thin. Every guest knew who was seated where. Every glance was calibrated, every smile performed. The pews were a patchwork of criminal royalty. East Coast dons, their lieutenants, a handful of foreign dignitaries with clean passports and dirty money. No one wore name tags. They didn't need to. Tony Gallone was getting married. The bride, Alessia Moretti, daughter of a Sicilian land baron, the kind who hadn't plowed his own dirt in 5 generations, and didn't smile unless it was to seal a deal or start a feud. Alessia had black hair to her waist, bone structure carved by God on a confident day, and lips that curled just enough to let you know English amused her. She walked like royalty and kissed like a diplomat. Her father had once helped broker a ceasefire between 2 shipping families by burning a third out of existence. Tommy approved. This wasn't just a wedding, it was a merger, a reinforcement of bloodlines. The Gallones and the Morettis were now entangled by sacrament and financial holdings. Tony stood at the altar like he was being sworn into a kingdom, handsome, poised, and stiff with intent. He wasn't joyful, not exactly, but he was composed, proud. He had built himself into something, Harvard Law, a bar card, a quiet whisper of ambition so sharp it could slit a throat if you leaned in too close. When Alessia reached him, they didn't smile. They acknowledged each other. That was enough. Franny wore black, not navy, not charcoal, not some flirtation with mourning hidden in lace. Black, sleek, fitted, daring in its honesty. When the whisper started in the second row, was it defiance or tradition? She didn't flinch. She sipped something pale and bitter from a silver flask hidden in her clutch and never once looked at the bride. Her lipstick matched her dress. She applauded politely, but she didn't stand. Tommy's toast at the reception was a bullet wrapped in silk, held at a private estate on Long Island once owned by a Roosevelt cousin. The reception was a museum of influence. Strings quartets played Sinatra. Cigars were rolled on site. The bartenders didn't ask what you wanted. They offered what you deserved. Tommy stood with his glass held low, gaze sweeping across the room like a general inspecting troops. He didn't wax poetic, didn't speak of love, just strength, legacy, and the wisdom of building something that doesn't collapse when one wall cracks. It landed. Everyone smiled, even the ones who knew exactly which wall he meant. And then came Marco, right around the first dance. The doors opened at the back of the reception hall, and every head turned. He didn't crash it so much as detonate it. Marco Gallone walked in flanked by another man, taller, broader, squared shoulders and clean cut. They wore navy dress blues, pristine, pressed, and gleaming in the dim light like 2 statues carved from pride and adrenaline. Marco and Brian, younger, louder, anchored by just enough discipline to be allowed in public. There were murmurs. Forks paused. One of the Moretti cousins leaned to whisper something in Sicilian and was swiftly elbowed silent. Marco spotted Tommy across the room, didn't wave, just locked eyes for a beat too long, then let his gaze drop to Franny, who actually smiled for the first time all day. Brian clocked it all. He could read a room like a barometer. He saw the tension rise, saw Tommy's subtle nod to one of the men near the piano, an old soldier in a modern suit who stood without fanfare. Brian reached out, grabbed Marco's elbow, leaned in, Not tonight. Marco looked like he might go anyway. His jaw was tight, his eyes flared, but then he exhaled. Took a sip from a flute someone had shoved into his hand and muttered, "Jesus. Can't even make an entrance anymore." Brian grinned. "You did. Now behave." They moved through the crowd like wolves at a debutante ball, out of place yet undeniable. Tony came over eventually. They embraced with a tight slap of brothers who hadn't seen each other in over a year. Tony was formal, Marco was wild, but the moment had weight. "You clean up nice," Tony said. "You married a vampire," Marco replied, gesturing to Alessia's statuesque calm. "She blink yet?" Tony smirked. "Twice, during vows. Terrifying." They laughed, genuinely. Brian stood nearby, hands folded, watching the dance floor, the exits, the cocktail servers. Later that evening, Alessia allowed a single dance with Marco. It was brief, cool, controlled. She never broke eye contact. "You're the brother from the warship," she said. Marco nodded. "You're the one with the contract." She smiled. "We're going to get along just fine, if you don't bring shame." Marco tilted his head. "I'm in the Navy, princess. All I bring is glory and tattoos." She actually laughed. Just once. And that was the moment Tommy finally exhaled. The night ended with no scene, no broken glasses, no shouting matches, no bones cracked in the parking lot. Because Brian kept Marco in check. Because Tony deserved that. Because, for once, the Gallone name didn't end the night in a police blotter or an ER, just in a cathedral. With a bride. And a whisper of legacy being passed, not torn, from one generation to the next. Reception Hall, Brooklyn, late evening, fall 1992. The night had been spinning into its second bottle of champagne when the doors cracked open again. And he stumbled in. The clack of his boots echoed off the marble like a warning shot, but no one moved, yet. It was Marco Gallone, and every soul in that reception hall, from the billionaires to the busboys, recognized the chaos he carried like a birthright. His tie was missing, shirt unbuttoned to the navel, dress jacket limp over his shoulder. One eye was red, the other more blood than white. He reeked of whiskey and sweat and something sharper, like gasoline laced with memory. A faint white residue clung to his right nostril, and when he saw the crowd, the chandeliers, the orchestra dipping into another Sinatra piece, he spread his arms wide like a saint descending in reverse. "Tony!" he shouted, slurring but loud, voice scraping the air like a blade. "You didn't invite your favorite brother?" The string quartet went silent. The murmurs died. The waitstaff froze. It was like someone had pulled the plug on the music and replaced it with threat. People turned slowly. Some didn't bother, just stared into their glasses, pretending to suddenly be very interested in the bottom of their bourbon. Others scanned for exits, or for Tommy. Security moved. Two black-suited men emerged from the corners, moving in fast, hands already dipping inside their jackets. But Tommy lifted one hand from his seat at the head table, calm, slow, almost bored. "Don't, not yet." The guards halted mid-step. One nodded slightly. The air stayed knotted. Tony, standing near the dance floor with Alessia's hand still in his, didn't blink, didn't flinch, didn't even sigh. He simply kissed his wife's knuckles, whispered something only she could hear, and turned. Calm, composed, he crossed the floor like a man walking into a familiar battlefield, shoulders squared, suit perfect, hair immaculate. Marco swayed, arms still open, grin cracked and bitter. "What's the matter, counselor? Your security detail forget how to tackle a sailor?" Tony stopped 2 feet in front of him. His jaw was set. His eyes were flint. "Leave?" Marco blinked, tilted his head like a dog hearing a high-pitched noise. "No hug for your only brother? No toast?" He swung around, gesturing toward the wine glasses and wedding cake. "A toast! To the happy couple, and the Sicilian whore he married." Gasps shot through the crowd like suppressed gunshots. Someone dropped a fork. A woman covered her mouth. Franny stood, but Tommy had already risen. Tony's face didn't twitch, but Tommy's did. Marco turned just in time to see him coming. The old man, the Don, the father. Tommy Gallone didn't rush. He didn't bark orders. He moved, like a wolf, slow, measured, radiating the kind of violence that needed no introduction. Marco grinned, wide and defiant, the white of his teeth stark against the bloodshot red of his eyes. "Oh, look, Il Capo himself. What now, Papa? Gonna have me whacked?" He glanced around theatrically. "Right here? In front of the cannoli?" A beat of silence. Then Tommy was in front of him, close enough to smell the bourbon on Marco's breath, the sweat, the cheap aftershave, the pride curdling into humiliation. Tommy stared down at his youngest son. He didn't blink, didn't shout, just said, "You have 10 seconds to vanish." He leaned in, whispered now. "After that you leave in pieces." The weight in those words landed like a guillotine. The laughter died on Marco's lips. He didn't step back, not exactly. But something in his posture changed. He looked at Tony, then Franny, then the guests, all pretending they weren't watching, but everyone was watching. Then he locked eyes with Brian, standing near the bar, still in dress blues, still upright, still his friend. Brian didn't nod, didn't speak, but his face said everything. Not here, not now, not like this. Marco blinked once, sniffed hard, then turned, and walked, through the double doors, down the marble steps, into the dark. Security followed silently, not because they were ordered to, but because the storm might loop back, and someone needed to make sure the door stayed closed. Inside, the tension held like a dying note on a piano. Franny sat back down, pale, hollow. She didn't speak the rest of the night, didn't eat, didn't drink, not even when Alessio brought her a glass of wine and whispered something kind. Tommy returned to the head table and poured himself a scotch. Tony never adjusted his tie. The guests slowly resumed their roles, one by one, like actors returning to a stage after a bomb scare. The music started again, but it didn't sound quite the same. The Hostesses, Manhattan, winter 1992. Tommy Gallone kept 3 women on the payroll. They weren't girlfriends. They weren't mistresses, not in the traditional sense. Tommy didn't whisper sweet nothings or take them to dinner under candlelight. He didn't pretend to love them, and they didn't pretend to care. It was a business arrangement, clean, clear, and understood. They were listed as hostesses in his accounting books, buried inside a shell company that ostensibly ran events for high-end private clients. Their names didn't appear beside dollar amounts, just coded initials and vague descriptions like personal styling consultant or public relations asset. They knew what they were, and so did Tommy. The blonde lived in a rent-controlled walk-up in Astoria and still called herself an actress, though she hadn't landed a real part since an extra role on Law & Order 3 years back. Her name was Gina, but Tommy called her Sunshine, not because she was bright, but because she burned out quickly. She had a little yappy dog, a shelf full of astrology books, and a collection of broken heels from nights she couldn't remember. Every time Tommy visited, rare, impulsive, late at night, she lit up like a teenager and poured him boxed Chardonnay like it was Dom. She never asked questions, because her rent was paid on time. Her credit cards never declined, and once a month, a brown envelope appeared in her mailbox with 5 crisp hundreds and a new necklace inside. Gina thought she mattered. She didn't. The redhead, meanwhile, lived across the river in a gated condo in Hoboken. Her real name was Crystal, but her stage name, Savannah Rain, still had enough underground cachet to get her flown out to Vegas for conventions and low-budget thrillers. She didn't lie to herself, or to Tommy. She was the only one who called him T. Savannah was blunt, funny, and knew her angle. She was the firework. Tommy didn't keep her for elegance. He kept her because, when he needed to impress a Russian with a taste for chaos, she could show up in red stilettos, charm a room full of gunrunners, and leave every man wondering what had just happened. She was good at her job. She was also the only one who had once tried to kiss him in public. Tommy didn't hit women, but he didn't need to. One cold glance and a frozen silence in the car ride back was enough. She never did it again. The brunette was the most dangerous of the 3. Her name was Eliza, no alias, no performance. She lived in a penthouse in Tribeca with floor-to-ceiling windows and a view that made most men drop to their knees. She dressed like a CEO's wife, but never bothered with a husband. She ran a high-end gallery that mostly laundered other people's money and occasionally sold a piece that was actually real. Eliza was the one who never texted, never called. She only spoke to Tommy on Tuesdays, always Tuesdays, between 2 and 4 p.m. only in person. Her voice was like silk dipped in arsenic, and she always smelled like some perfume from Paris that hadn't even been released in the States yet. Tommy never tried to control her. He didn't have to. She chose to be in his orbit. She also knew where half the bodies were buried. And unlike Gina or Savannah, she kept a burner phone in a safety deposit box in Zurich, just in case. They all knew about each other. None of them cared. They were paid, and they had learned, quickly, that Tommy didn't deal in love. He dealt in loyalty, in silence, in usefulness. And when you stopped being useful, you disappeared. Franny pretended not to know. She had once asked years ago why he came home with lipstick on his collar. Tommy hadn't lied. He hadn't even answered. He just stared at her until she looked away. Since then, she stopped asking. She drank more now. White wine at brunch. Rose by noon. Scotch if the day was particularly honest. She'd stopped throwing fits, stopped searching his coat pockets, stopped playing the role of jealous wife, and started playing the role of ghost. A quiet specter floating through a marble estate with soft music and sharp pills. She smiled at parties, wore black like armor, and refused to acknowledge the women whose perfume she could still smell in her own bed. But Isabella knew. At 19, she was already a phenomenon. Calvin Klein had her straddling motorcycles in Times Square. She'd walked for Marc Jacobs, had been offered roles in 2 studio films and an art house picture about a blind girl with too much desire and not enough restraint. She turned down the last one because it felt too familiar. Isabella didn't scream or cry when she found out about the hostesses. She didn't break things. She just filed the knowledge away like a loaded weapon. Sometimes she passed Tommy in the hallway and said nothing. Other times she kissed him on the cheek and called him Papa with eyes too cold for the word. She knew their names. She had seen Gina's headshot on the desk once, had overheard Savannah's voice on the speakerphone, moaning like she didn't know the line was open. But Eliza was the one she studied. They passed once, at a gallery opening in Chelsea. Eliza smiled at her. Isabella didn't smile back. Later that night, she looked at Tommy over dinner, her jaw tilted in that way Franny used to do when she was still dangerous. "She's just like you," Tony once muttered, after watching Isabella charm a group of Armani execs and walk away with a modeling deal she hadn't even asked for. Tommy didn't smile, not because it wasn't true, but because he knew exactly what that meant. A lieutenant goes missing. Late 1992, Mickey D'Angelo had been with Tommy since the old days, since Arthur Avenue, since coin laundromats and meat trucks were the cover story and numbers were scribbled on matchbooks. He'd earned his place the hard way. 2 decades of loyalty, 2 decades of keeping his mouth shut, 2 decades of quiet violence when asked, and silence when it mattered more. In the 1970s, Mickey had overseen Westchester. In the 80s, he ran shipping out of Red Hook, moving containers that shouldn't have cleared customs. He handled disputes with efficiency, paid his dues, and got his cut. He was old school, collar open, gold chain, a crooked tooth from a bar fight with a guy named Petey the Tongue, and a left knee that clicked every time he knelt to tie his shoes. But by 1992, the world had changed. Tommy had grown sharper, colder, more surgical in how he managed the family. Everyone got audited, even his friends. That's when the books caught it. Small discrepancies, $800 here, $1,200 there, tips that didn't line up, delivery invoices marked twice. Slush moved into an untraceable fund named after Mickey's niece's dog. At first, Tommy thought maybe it was a mistake. Maybe Mickey had hired some half-drunk accountant, or his kid was playing with the ledgers. But it wasn't that. Mickey was skimming. Not big, not flashy, but steady, quiet, calculated, the kind of slow betrayal that poisons the roots, not the branches. And that made it worse. Tommy didn't send a message. He invited him to dinner. A private booth at Tino's, a steakhouse in the Bronx with bulletproof windows, aged porterhouses, and a back room where 5 different murders had been whispered into linen napkins since 1981. Mickey showed up wearing a brown leather jacket and nervous sweat. He greeted the maitre d' like royalty, ordered the ribeye, medium rare, extra horseradish on the side, 2 whiskeys, no ice. Tommy was already there. He didn't smile, just nodded toward the booth. They made small talk at first, about football, about the city, about some punk kid who tried to shake down a bar in Bensonhurst and ended up with a busted jaw and a tattoo removed the hard way. Tommy let him talk. Then, halfway through the second course, he slid a manila folder across the table. No words, just gravity. Mickey opened it, saw the spreadsheets, the withdrawals, the discrepancy logs, printed on Gallone paper, underlined in red. He didn't flip to the last page. Didn't need to. "You think I wouldn't notice?" Tommy said quietly. Mickey blinked, swallowed. "It's not what it looks like." Tommy raised an eyebrow. Some of those accounts, clerical errors, IRS bullshit. The guy I had running payroll got pinched last year. Maybe he... Tommy nodded again, then gestured to the waiter. Bring him dessert. Mickey blinked. What? Tommy didn't repeat himself. They brought a slice of tiramisu, thick with espresso and cream. Mickey picked up the fork with hands that were starting to tremble. Ate, slowly, bite by bite. Tommy didn't touch his. They didn't speak again. 3 nights later, Mickey D'Angelo disappeared. No witnesses, no warning, no phone calls. His 1988 Cadillac was found floating in the East River, just off a forgotten stretch of dock where the mob used to dump refrigerators full of secrets. Inside the car, detectives found, and 2 packs of Marlboro Reds, and a crucifix hanging from the rear view, and a key still in the ignition, and a receipt for 2 ribeyes from Tino's. The driver's seat had a smear of blood, not a lot. Not enough for a messy death, enough to suggest a message. The cops made a few calls, shrugged, and logged it as missing pending investigation. Privately, everyone knew. Tommy had given him dessert. That was the goodbye. Among the crew, no one spoke Mickey's name for a month. When someone finally brought him up at a poker game in Howard Beach, Tommy's enforcer Lou just said, "Dessert don't mean shit if you don't pay the bill." That was the last time Mickey D'Angelo's name was mentioned in a room where it mattered. His kids left town. His wife remarried within the year. His corner in Arthur Avenue got reassigned to a hungry up-and-comer with tighter books and no history. And Tommy? He slept just fine. Loyalty wasn't about history. It was about now. And Mickey had bet wrong on memory. The prosecutor, late 1992. Her name was Jeanette Calloway. Federal, Ivy League. 42 years old with eyes like surgical steel and a voice that cut through defense attorneys like acid through silk. She was the kind of prosecutor who didn't blink under pressure, didn't settle, and didn't lose. Not because she was the loudest, but because she was relentless, a scalpel in a room full of hammers. She wore her hair in a tight bun, drove a modest tan Volvo, and brought her own lunch to the office every day. Peanut butter sandwiches, apples. Occasionally, a boiled egg in Tupperware. She wasn't married, didn't date, and only took vacations when the court calendar collapsed, usually 2 days a year. She worked out of the Southern District, where the real heat lived. Bankers, racketeers, arms dealers, mobsters. Her specialty was complex conspiracy prosecutions, the kind where you didn't eat fingerprints, just patterns, where you didn't chase bodies, you chased money. And for the last 3 years, she had been chasing Tommy Gallone. The Wall. Her office was legendary. A whiteboard, massive, old-school, 7 feet across, covered the far wall behind her desk. It had started small, a few names, a date, a quote from a wiretap. But now, it looked like the nervous breakdown of a genius. Tommy Gallone's name was circled in red, twice. Beneath it, a snarl of connecting lines. 27 subcases. In construction fraud in Staten Island. In unlicensed waste disposal contracts in Queens. In labor union coercion in Jersey. In wire fraud via 2 defunct real estate funds. And in 3 shell companies linked to Sicily. 011 bullet-riddled sedan found in Red Hook with the business card in the glove compartment, G & Sons Logistics. Each branch of the diagram had files, names, timelines, photos, bank accounts, informants, surveillance logs. And Jeanette knew, if she could tighten the right threads, the whole thing would unravel like a tailored suit on fire. She had 5 cooperating witnesses, 3 wiretaps on burner phones, and an accountant named Lester Cho who was ready to flip the second his wife got her green card. She had Tommy's cousin on tape muttering package delivered 2 hours after arrival went missing in Bay Ridge. She had momentum. The threat. She had also been warned. Twice. The first time it was subtle, a dead rat in her mailbox with its tail cut off. The second time, not so much. A man in a delivery uniform followed her all the way to her apartment building before disappearing into a black car with no plates. She reported both. The NYPD shrugged. The FBI offered her a detail. She refused. "I don't flinch," she told her assistant, closing the file drawer with a snap. "Gallone is a dinosaur. I'm the meteor." She didn't know she had just signed her own epitaph. The kill, The morning she died, it was raining. Jeanette left her apartment at 6:47 a.m., precisely as she always did. She wore a navy raincoat, no umbrella. She climbed into her Volvo, inserted the key, and the car ceased to exist. The explosion tore through 3 city blocks, shattering windows, flipping a parked sedan, and sending a mailbox spinning across the street like a kicked can. Pedestrians screamed, alarms howled, a fire hydrant burst, the crater where her car had been smoked for 2 days. The NYPD released a statement blaming a mechanical malfunction involving the fuel line. The FBI didn't buy it. They didn't release a statement at all. But behind closed doors, they panicked. Jeanette had been meticulous, clean, no leaks. The case files she was building were untouched. But the fear seeped in. Witnesses ghosted. The accountant Lester Cho took a sudden trip to Toronto and never came back. And just like that, the wall in her office became a tombstone. The aftermath. Tony Gallone sent flowers to her memorial. White lilies, expensive, tasteful, no card. Tommy didn't send flowers. He sent a check, delivered in a plain envelope, hand-addressed, to Jeanette's husband, a high school history teacher named David Calloway. Inside, a bank check for $250,000. No return address, no message, just the money. David cashed it 3 months later, quietly, after the mortgage came due and the pension froze up. No one ever proved a thing. No prints, no bomb residue, no witnesses. The FBI quietly moved on to another case. Tommy's name disappeared from the active prosecution list by spring. But in the dark corners of the courthouse, where the new prosecutors whispered over vending machine coffee and dreams of martyrdom, the name Calloway still hung like smoke. Not because she lost, but because she got too close. Empire in Flux, Manhattan, 1995. By 1995, the Gallone empire was still standing, but it leaned. From the outside, it looked solid. Real estate deals still closed. Cash still moved. The family's name still commanded favors and fear in every 5-borough backroom. But the bones of the operation? They were aging, brittle, and full of hairline fractures. The old guard, men with names like Nicky Three Socks, Louis Salerno, Big Pete Ricci, were gone, dead, retired, or quietly rotting away in Florida condos with failing prostates and gold watches they could no longer lift. The consigliere Tommy had once trusted with war plans now spent his afternoons arguing with home nurses about soup temperature. The streets had changed. Crack had come and gone. Heroin was back. The Russians were bigger, bolder. The Albanians were rabid. The cartels didn't knock anymore. They bought the building. And the feds? They weren't slow and lazy anymore. They were twitchy, younger, wired in. They didn't chase gun runners. They tracked wire transfers and nailed people with data subpoenas and RICO paragraphs. The game had shifted, and the Gallones were no longer at the center of the board. Marco came home different. He'd served his 4 years in the Navy, honorably discharged. Clean jacket, 3 commendations, no medals, no fanfare, just silence. He didn't even tell anyone he was getting out. No homecoming, no flags, no pictures of him stepping off a ship with a duffel bag and a grin. Just one day, he wasn't wearing dress blues anymore. Just jeans and a leather jacket. Just Marco, a little older, a little quieter, still too fast on the draw and too slow to back down. The only person who met him at the bus depot was Brian Wolf, his brother-in-arms, his shadow, his anchor. Brian had gotten out 6 months earlier, honorable as well, a solid career lined up in avionics, civilian contracts, benefits, a clear path forward. But when Marco called from a payphone in Norfolk and said, "I got some ideas, you in?" Brian didn't hesitate. He packed a bag and took a train to the Bronx. They moved into a loft above a butcher shop in Hell's Kitchen. 2 mattresses, 1 fridge, a hot plate, a stack of poker chips in a cigar box, and a revolver Marco had taken off a guy in Guam who lost a bet and didn't know how to take a joke. They started small, running security for a club in Alphabet City where the coke was cut cheap and the bartenders had handguns under the counter. Shakedowns, collections, quiet work at first. Marco handled the talk. Brian handled the silences. They got a reputation. The wolf and the wild card. One was muscle. The other was madness. Marco didn't go back to the family immediately. Not directly. He moved around the edges, old contacts, former crews. Guys who used to work for Tommy but had since faded into the corners of the city like furniture covered in dust sheets. But word got out fast. Marco's back. He brought a Navy gorilla with him. Tommy's boys doing freelance? People started watching. Some called it a return. Some called it an audition. Some called it a mistake. Tommy didn't reach out, not directly, but two of his men came to visit Marco one night at the club. No smiles, no guns, just a message. Your father's office still has a chair with your name on it, but the seat gets colder every day. Marco nodded, finished his drink, said nothing. Brian watched the whole exchange like a man at a poker table, waiting for someone to bet too big. Tommy's intel men tried to trace Marco's trail. What they found was mud, some dock work under a false name, a fight ring in Long Island City where Marco fought bare-knuckle once a week for cash and bruises, a rumor he'd been seen with an Albanian fixer near Battery Park, a brief partnership with a Ukrainian guy who ran antique guns out of a warehouse in Queens. Tommy heard everything, and nothing added up. It was like Marco was circling him, walking the perimeter of the empire he used to call home, waiting to see if it would crumble on its own. And then Marco disappeared again. One day, the apartment was empty, just a black duffel bag left behind, filled with Navy-issued gear and a worn photograph of a young man standing on the deck of the USS Abraham Lincoln, grinning like he hadn't yet learned how the world worked. Brian stayed behind. When asked why, he only said, "Because Marco's not lost. He's hunting," the rumors began. The last anyone had heard, Marco had been spotted in Gallone, sharing whiskey with a triad enforcer and laughing like he didn't have a care in the world. Someone claimed he had a duffel bag full of American hundreds and a new passport with a name no one could pronounce. Other stories followed like rats chasing heat. Heroin, guns, freelance hits, black ops, a Vietnamese mistress who ran a brothel near Da Nang, a dragon tattoo on his back, a missing pinky, fluent Cantonese, a necklace made of teeth. Tommy had men dig. They came back with ghost stories. One guy swore Marco was dead in a Bangkok alley. Another said he ran a crew now, small, elite, ruthless. Another said he'd joined a private army in Africa for hire. Tommy didn't believe any of it, because if Marco was dead, he'd feel it, and he didn't, not yet. Meanwhile, Isabella was untouchable. Fourth Vogue cover, Calvin Klein, Dior, Prada, Givenchy. She was everywhere except where she used to be. Her face was more recognizable than the Gallone name now. More dangerous, too. She had handlers, managers, security. A boyfriend who was either a Swedish prince or a coke dealer with good PR. She didn't come home for Christmas. Didn't answer texts. Changed numbers every 6 months. Tommy tried once. Flew to Paris unannounced. They met for lunch. She hugged him, smiled, and paid the check. Then said flatly, "I don't need your protection anymore." She wasn't bitter. Just finished. Tony ran the books, more CEO than Don, a sterile hand on a bloody legacy. He wore Italian suits tailored to perfection and ran the Gallone operation like a hedge fund. Shell companies, consulting firms, shadow accounts in 5 jurisdictions. He turned racketeering into spreadsheets and made crime look like compliance. Tommy respected the efficiency, but he hated the flavor. Tony never raised his voice, never threw a punch. He didn't build fear. He built paperwork. The old-timers didn't know what to call him, so they called him Sir. And Tommy? He sat in his office above Canal Street, watching the city change. The music louder, the buildings taller, the streets faster and more dangerous in all the wrong ways. The fear he once inspired? Now it lived in whispers. Urban legend for a new generation that didn't remember when his name alone could empty a barroom. He still had power, but he understood now, power wasn't earned anymore, it was inherited. And inherited things broke easier. He opened the drawer in his desk, pulled out the photo. Before the cracks, before Franny turned cold, before Tony grew sharp, before Isabella vanished behind camera flashes, before Marco became a ghost with steel in his blood and nowhere to land, he stared at it, lit a cigarette, voice low, barely a breath, legacy, or leverage. You only get to pick one. He exhaled long and slow. And somewhere, across an ocean or under his own city, Marco's shadow moved. The Return, winter, 1995. Brian Wolf hadn't grown up in the streets. He hadn't earned his bones in corner fights or hustled his way through the boroughs like the rest of Tommy Gallone's crew. But by the end of 1995, everyone on the payroll, from capos to cleaners, knew you didn't cross Brian. Not because he barked orders, because he didn't need to. He was the quiet one in the room full of loud men. The Navy had trained him for chaos. Marco had trained him for the rest. And now, with Marco gone, really gone, Brian had become something else entirely. He started out handling logistics, warehouse management, security routes, trucking schedules, small-time surveillance. But unlike the others, Brian never skimmed, never got sloppy, never let ego drive his choices. He showed up on time, knew the books, learned the names of every soldier under him. More importantly, he got things done. By fall, he was running all East River port activity for the Gallones, arms shipments from Europe, pharmaceuticals from Brazil, the occasional misplaced container of sanctioned electronics routed through Panama. He reported directly to Tony, who liked Brian's numbers and even more so his silence. No flash, no questions, just results. The old crew whispered about it. The outsiders moving up fast, Tommy noticed, didn't stop it. Because in Brian, he saw something he hadn't seen in years. Control. By December, Brian was sitting in on high-level sit-downs. Not speaking much, just watching. And that unnerved the older lieutenants more than if he'd been shouting. He was the guy who didn't brag, didn't bluff, didn't ask for favors. But everyone knew he was Marco's guy. And Marco was still out there, somewhere. That tether gave Brian gravity. Until one night, Marco returned. No warning. No trumpet. Just a knock at Tommy's office door. The rain was coming down hard, slantwise mean. Brian opened it, and there he was. Marco Gallone. Hair longer, shoulders broader. A jagged scar now rode just under his right eye, like a crooked tear frozen in skin. He wore a charcoal overcoat, boots caked in travel. A cigarette hung from his lip, half lit, smoke trailing like a ghost. He said nothing. Just stepped in. Tommy was behind the desk. Tony stood off to the side. Franny wasn't there. Isabella wouldn't have come even if she'd been begged. The room fell into silence. Tommy didn't speak first. Marco looked at his brother. Still keeping the blood off your hands? Tony exhaled slowly. Still pretending you're not one of us? Brian stepped forward, unsure if he should interject. Tommy raised a hand. Marco dropped into a chair like a soldier reporting in. You called me back? I didn't, Tommy said. Marco shrugged. Then I must have heard the walls cracking. Another silence. Finally, Tommy leaned forward. Why now? Marco met his gaze. Because if I let it fall without me, I can't pick it back up. Brian crossed his arms and stood behind him, like a loyal shadow. Tony scowled. You don't get to just walk back in. Marco smiled, just barely. Don't worry, he said. I'm not here to play air. He reached into his coat and pulled out a small velvet pouch. Dropped it on the table. Inside, a thumb drive, encrypted, labeled, full of blackmail, leverage, and blood. On the Russians, the Triads, the Albanians, and on half the city council. Tommy opened it, studied it, said nothing. Marco lit another cigarette and leaned back. I'm here to remind you what a real threat looks like. That night, nothing was signed, nothing declared. But the power in the room shifted. Brian stood with Marco. Tony stood alone. Tommy didn't stand at all. He just stared at the velvet pouch and remembered what it used to feel like to build an empire, not manage one. The prodigal son had returned, not to be forgiven, but to finish what he started. Chapter 7. The Cost of Kingship. Time, 1995 to 2000. No sleep for kings. Tommy Gallone didn't sleep anymore, not the way kings are supposed to. He still lay down most nights, around 2 or 3 a.m., when the house fell into that deep, unnatural quiet only found in places owned by people who could afford to kill silence. But he didn't rest. Not really. He would close his eyes and feel the walls breathing, feel the whispers crawl across the crown molding, feel time itself scratching under the floorboards. He used to sleep 4 hours a night. That was enough when he was building the empire, when fear was a stimulant and war a lullaby, when his heart beat in time with ambition, and he could rest knowing that every deal, every rival, every crooked cop was either bought, buried, or bleeding. But now the enemies were shadows, digital, legal, internal. Now, the ones he worried about weren't across the river, they were across the table, so he stopped trying. Tommy began moving at night, not pacing, not wandering, moving with purpose. He would rise from his bed without making a sound, as if the act of sleep itself had betrayed him. The silk robe slipped over his shoulders like armor. He'd slide his feet into hand-stitched Italian leather slippers, custom, but built with rubber soles to avoid echo on marble. Then came the weapons. A special in the back waistband. A compact Glock 26 inside a drawer near the hallway, sometimes both. And always a stiletto knife in his robe pocket. A gift from an old Sicilian who once said, "For when the lights go out and you still need to win." He would walk the hallways of his Staten Island estate, slow and deliberate, like a man checking for cracks in the foundation of a sinking palace. The house was huge, too huge, once filled with life, holidays, dinners, echoes of kids running down the hall, Franny yelling at Marco for tracking dirt on the rugs. Now, it felt like a crypt with heat. His footsteps passed by rooms no longer used. Franny's music room, still full of dust-covered sheet music and a grand piano with chipped ivory. Isabella's suite, still as she left it at 19, makeup on the vanity, unopened letters from fashion houses, a coat she left behind on purpose just so someone would think she might come back. Tony's wing was sealed now. He'd moved out to his penthouse downtown, said it was for proximity to the markets. Tommy knew it was distance. Each room he passed told a story. None of them had a happy ending. The security system had been updated twice that year. First in February, after a rumor spread that a Russian crew had taken a photo of his car outside a Union Square restaurant. Second in August, after a burned-out car was found on a service road in Staten Island, with a note taped to the windshield that simply read, "Nobody lives forever." He'd installed trip sensors in the gardens, added infrared motion lights around the pool, bulletproofed the windows in the east wing just in case, hired 2 new guards, both ex-Mossad, both expensive enough to raise eyebrows on the books. They wore tactical vests, carried 6 Sauer P-22-9s, and nodded like ghosts. He still didn't trust them. In truth, he didn't trust anyone anymore, except Brian. Brian was the only reason Tommy hadn't put a gun to the back of his own skull. Not because of sentiment, because Brian watched the door, every door. Every room Tommy entered, Brian entered first. Every car, every alley, every hotel suite, Brian checked it, silent, thorough, ready. He didn't talk unless prompted, didn't advise unless asked. But when Tommy moved at night, Brian followed him, not too close, just enough to be near if his shadow ever moved the wrong way. Tommy once asked him, "You ever sleep?" Brian had said, "When you do, that was loyalty, or maybe codependence." Tommy didn't care. He didn't know how to define either anymore. One night around 3:30 a.m., Tommy walked past a guest room and froze. The light inside was on. He gripped the revolver at his back, signaled with 2 fingers, and stepped to the side. Brian opened the door. Empty. Just a lamp on the nightstand flickering like an omen. Tommy stared for a full minute before whispering, "I buried someone in that room." Brian didn't ask who. He just turned off the light, and they kept moving. By the time the sun came up over the Hudson, Tommy would be in his study, robe still on, cigarette in hand, reading the obituaries like a man checking his own name. Sometimes he smiled when he saw an enemy had died peacefully in Florida. Other times he just muttered, "Should have been me that did it," because death wasn't supposed to come soft, not for men like him. Brian becomes the shield. Brian Wolf didn't come from blood. He wasn't Sicilian. He wasn't from Brooklyn. He wasn't connected to any old families or born into the game. He wasn't made, wasn't groomed, wasn't supposed to be anywhere near the center of a family like the Gallones. He was a kid from Ohio who joined the Navy to escape the cornfields and wound up learning how to fuel fighter jets while dodging prop wash and death on the deck of a supercarrier. But none of that mattered in the end, because Brian Wolf earned Tommy Gallone's trust the same way a wolf earns territory, by never blinking, never backing down, and by being the last man standing when everyone else folds. He had never asked for anything, never tried to insert himself, never tried to be in the life. He let Marco do the talking. He let Tommy do the commanding. He just listened, watched, learned, executed. And after Marco vanished again, this time in early '96, rumored to be somewhere in South America running product with cartels or clearing bodies for pay, Tommy made the call. It wasn't a sit-down. It wasn't even a question. It was an order spoken like a confession. "You don't leave my side." Brian didn't flinch, just nodded. "You got it." From that day forward, Brian became the shield. He became the last perimeter between Tommy Gallone and the rest of the world. No one else was allowed in the car without explicit permission. No one else rode in the back seat with Tommy or entered the building first or stood at the shoulder during meetings. Brian was the one who checked under tables, opened bathroom doors, watched for reflections in windows. He controlled the room before Tommy walked into it and cleared it again after he left. He was the last face Tommy saw before sleep, standing outside the bedroom door in a chair he never used. The first face he saw every morning, already dressed, already ready, already loaded. Brian didn't sleep deeply. He didn't drink. He didn't take pills. He took notes. His gear was minimalist but lethal. A Glock 19 in a shoulder holster, a SIG P229 in a hip holster as backup, a folding K-bar knife in his boot, the same one he'd worn since Fallujah, a discreet earpiece hardwired to 3 private channels, a burner phone always charged and unregistered, taped under every safe house bed. But his real weapon wasn't in his holsters, it was presence. He didn't blink, he didn't slouch, he didn't smile unless it was meant to scare. He moved like a man who didn't need to prove anything, like a man who had already done the worst thing imaginable and was just waiting to do it again. At first, the old crew didn't know what to make of him. They called him corn-fed behind his back. Tommy's dog, the farm boy with guns. They tried to test him, little things. One made a comment about his haircut. Brian didn't say a word, just stood behind him the next day at a meeting, close enough to feel his breath, close enough that the guy moved his chair. Another soldier bumped Brian's shoulder on purpose during a Christmas gathering. Brian didn't respond, but the guy's car exploded 2 weeks later. Everyone assumed it was unrelated. But no one tested Brian again. Even Tony respected him, and Tony didn't respect anyone unless they could file taxes or win court cases. Brian never spoke during strategy sessions. But when Tommy leaned back, tired or uncertain, and glanced over, Brian was already watching the door. The younger guys started mimicking him. They adjusted their posture, bought Glocks, wore more black. Some even started shaving their heads to match. It didn't help them. Brian wasn't fashion, he was function, and function couldn't be faked. Tommy, for all his pride, needed Brian in a way he couldn't articulate. He never said thank you, never called him son, never offered compliments. But when a bag was dropped off at the house and Tommy had a choice between a blood-stained envelope and an armored car run, he looked at Brian every time, and Brian would nod once. I'll handle it, and he did. By the end of '96, Brian was listed on every security clearance Tommy had. By '97, his word carried the same weight as a capo. By '98, people stopped asking who Brian was. They just said, if he's here, it's serious. And they were right. Because Brian wasn't a bodyguard anymore. He was the last wall between Tommy Gallone and the grave, Franny and the ghost of glamour. Franny Gallone had once ruled rooms, not walked into them, ruled them. She'd been the kind of woman who made men stammer and women clench their wine glasses. When she was 29, Vogue had called her a shattering combination of grace and danger. When she was 35, she knew every judge's mistress, every councilman's secret, and every lie that could buy her silence. She didn't wear perfume to attract men. She wore it like armor. She didn't smile for cameras. She told them when to flash. That was then. Now? Franny hadn't spoken at the dinner table in 43 days. Not a word, not a grunt, not even a passive-aggressive sigh. She drank water now, not wine. Not because she was trying to sober up, she wasn't. She had a private stash of Sansera in the cellar Tommy didn't know about. But at dinner, she chose water. And every time she set the glass down, she made sure it hit the wood with just enough force to say, I'm still here, I'm still listening, and I haven't forgiven a thing. Dinner itself was a joke, a formality maintained by routine and memory, a long oak table, silver cutlery, food prepared by a chef who rarely spoke English and kept his headphones in while plating meals no one touched. Franny would sit at the far end, perfect posture, silk robe, diamonds she no longer took off. Not even to sleep. Tommy sat at the head, eyes half on the food, half on the world burning outside. Brian stood just outside the frame of it all, like a bodyguard in a play where the actors had forgotten their lines. Some nights, the silence was so heavy you could hear Franny's earring brush against her collarbone. The staff had stopped making eye contact with her, not out of disrespect, but out of guilt. They knew what she used to be, and they saw what she had become. A ghost with lipstick, a trophy no longer displayed. They pitied her, and she hated that most of all. One night, just after midnight, Franny found herself standing outside Tommy's office, barefoot on cold marble. She hadn't planned to go in, hadn't rehearsed anything, but something in her cracked. She opened the door without knocking. Tommy was standing near the window, back turned, staring out at the skyline like it owed him something. The city was quiet that night, at least on the surface. But Franny knew better. Violence doesn't sleep, it just waits for the lights to go out. She stepped inside, arms folded, spine stiff. "You still paying those women?" Tommy didn't flinch, didn't turn, just said, almost bored, "Don't insult them." Franny's lip twitched. "They're not insults, they're facts." He finally turned, slowly, just his head. "They're not women," he said flatly. "They're expenses." That was the moment something in her snapped. She walked further into the room, her feet silent but her rage loud. "Gina laughs at you, you know," she hissed. "So does the redhead, the Ice Queen in Tribeca. She's telling stories now, to painters, to magazine editors, to people with cameras." Tommy raised an eyebrow. "You think I care what whores say over cocktails?" Franny stepped closer. "No, but I think you care that people don't whisper when they say it anymore. You're not feared, Tommy, you're pitied. And worse, they think you're old." Silence. Then, in the calmest voice she'd ever heard from him, "You knew what I was when you married me." Franny stared at him, not with rage, with disappointment. "I thought I could outlast it." Tommy met her eyes now, unblinking. "You didn't, that was it." She didn't cry, didn't scream, didn't break the glass vase behind her or knock his expensive watch off the table. She just stood there for another few seconds, letting the silence bloom like mold on the walls, then turned and walked out. The door didn't slam, it clicked. Brian had heard it all. He was standing just down the hall, leaning near a pillar, as silent as ever. Franny passed him without a word, but she stopped beside him. Just for a moment, didn't look at him, just whispered, bitter, still protecting him or just waiting to bury him. Brian didn't answer. She didn't expect him to. She kept walking. Later that night, Tommy sat alone at his desk. He poured a drink, didn't touch it. He looked at the door, but no one came. Not Franny, not Isabella, not even Marco, who wouldn't have knocked anyway. Only Brian stood outside, patient and motionless. Tommy exhaled, legacy or leverage. The words echoed in his head again. But now he started to wonder, what if the only thing left was silence? Tony draws the line. Tony Gallone wore suits now that cost more than his father's first Cadillac. Tommy noticed the difference immediately. There was no flash, no oversized rings or gaudy watches like the old crew wore. Tony's look was minimal, razor sharp, and devastatingly intentional. Hand-stitched wool from Naples, no tie, French cuffs with Gallone-inscribed cufflinks, tailored to slice. Tony didn't walk into a room like a gangster. He walked in like a corporate assassin, because that's what he was. By 1997, he had become the CEO of the empire without needing the title. On paper, he was head of Gallone Financial Services, a multi-branch consulting group with operations in 7 countries and assets so buried in LLCs and dummy firms that not even the feds could untangle them without a year of uninterrupted subpoenas. He didn't carry a gun. He carried a burner phone. His crews didn't carry knives. They carried NDAs. Tony didn't break legs. He froze accounts. He had built a network of shell companies so complex that even Tommy's oldest capos didn't know where the money came from anymore. But it came, on time, quiet, clean, almost boring, too boring for Tommy. The friction between father and son wasn't sudden. It had been building since the first time Tony refused to sign off on a hit back in '94. But in 1997, it reached a boiling point. There was a rival union boss in Red Hook, Vince Knuckles Andretti. Old school guy, muscle, not brains. Loyal to Tommy in the Reagan years, but lately, slippery. Word came through that Knuckles had been skimming off the port contracts. Nothing huge at first. Padding shipping invoices, rerouting cargo trucks for side deals, pocketing extra cash from customs bribes. But then the skimming turned to poaching. 2 warehouse foremen flipped. $250,000 disappeared over 3 months. The books didn't lie. Tommy called a meeting. Just the 3 of them, Tommy, Tony, and Brian. It was in the back office at a Gallone-run dry cleaning warehouse near Gravesend. Concrete walls, filing cabinets, cigarette smoke curling around the edges of old fluorescent lighting. Tommy laid it out with surgical clarity. He's stealing from us. He's stealing from me. That's not a problem. That's an insult. You don't answer insults with ledgers. You answer them with bodies. Tony sat across from him, legs crossed, cufflinks glinting in the low light. He didn't raise his voice. He didn't blink. He just said flatly, "We're not hitting him." The silence in the room cracked like ice under weight. Tommy leaned back, stared. "You're not giving the green light?" Tony shook his head. "No. He's tied to a pack that donates to the controller's office. If we hit him, the press goes crazy. The feds smell blood. You want another Callaway?" Tommy's jaw clenched. "He's taking our money, Anthony." Tony gave a tired sigh. "Yeah, but not enough to matter." Tommy narrowed his eyes. "You think 5 figures disappearing a month is a rounding error?" Tony looked him straight in the eye. "No, I think it's insurance." Tommy stood up. His voice dropped an octave. "I built this city on blowback, on revenge, on consequences. You know how you keep men in line?" Tony stood too, calm, measured. "You built it so I could inherit it, and I'm telling you now, if I can't modernize it, I'll burn it down myself and rebuild it from the ashes. And the next time a guy like Knuckles comes along, I'll buy him, not bury him." Brian didn't move, didn't breathe. He stood in the corner like a statue carved out of resolve. Tommy stared at his son for what felt like a decade. The air between them stopped moving. Then Tommy sat back down, said nothing, and Tony walked out. That night, at the house, Brian found Tommy standing at the window again, silhouetted by the skyline. The city glittered like a crown full of cracked gems, the same city he'd once owned with fists and fire. Now, it barely felt like his. He was muttering to himself again, over and over. Barely audible. Legacy or leverage, legacy or leverage. Brian didn't interrupt. He just stood there, silent as ever, watching a king start to realize that the crown no longer fit. Marco's meltdown. Marco Gallone returned in the summer of '98, like a curse whispered back into existence. No warning, no build-up, no call to the house. Just one blurry Polaroid photo passed hand to hand, capos to lieutenants, taken in the VIP section of a midtown nightclub. There he was, Marco, age 31, wearing a custom Armani jacket, dark silk shirt open halfway to the chest, aviator shades on indoors, and a grin that looked more like a challenge than a smile. Beside him sat 2 models, maybe strippers, one of them clearly coked out, the other holding a bottle of crystal like a trophy. His eyes, glass. His posture, defiant. Like he knew exactly who he was, and that the rules didn't apply, not to Gallones, and especially not to the broken ones. The club was called Vitra Lux, a rooftop palace of lights and synth beats, all velvet ropes and exclusive booths, the kind of place where the owners never used their last names, and the security guards wore suits instead of uniforms. Marco walked in without a reservation, dropped $500 at the door, and whispered a name that still worked in Manhattan. Gallone. The velvet rope unhooked. The doors opened. The DJ got a new playlist. By midnight, he owned the place. He was doing bumps off a glass table, holding court with junior bankers and drunk actresses telling stories about Hong triads and Brazilian jungle runs that may or may not have been true. Every tale got louder. Every lie got bloodier. He danced on the edge of chaos. And then he jumped off it. It started with a waitress. Brunette, mid-20s, tired eyes, name tag said Sasha. She brought Marco a round of drinks he didn't order. He grabbed her by the wrist, said something crude, then pulled her in closer and groped her in front of everyone. She pulled away, embarrassed, furious, humiliated. Security hesitated. They knew the name, but one of them called it in. Enter NYPD Officer Diaz, a uniformed patrolman doing an off-duty moonlight gig as a club bouncer. Broad-chested, recently promoted, no idea who he was about to tangle with. "Sir," he said, professional but firm, "we're gonna have to escort you out." Marco looked at him like he had asked him to hand over a crown. "Do you know who I am?" "Yes, sir. That's why this is an escort, not a collar. Let's go." Marco stood, grinned, and then, with the kind of speed that only addicts and trained killers still possess, he smashed his elbow into the cop's face, breaking his nose on impact. Blood sprayed. The cop stumbled backward. Marco laughed. "That's who I am." Chaos erupted. Security lunged. Drinks spilled. Someone screamed. And in the middle of it, Marco raised both hands and shouted, "Gallone!" Like it was a spell, like it would freeze time. And for a moment, it did. Because even in 1998, that name still carried weight. But not the kind Marco thought. At 2:14 a.m., Tommy's landline rang. He answered with a voice heavy from no sleep and decades of cleaning up blood. "He's back," was all the voice said. Brian was already dressed. He had heard the phone ring, had the car keys in his hand before Tommy even reached the door. The black Mercedes was purring by the time Tommy stepped outside, wrapped in a coat in silence. They didn't speak on the drive into Manhattan, didn't need to. Both of them already knew what had happened. The only question was how bad. By 3:06 a.m. they were in the club's basement office, a wine cellar turned hush room, lit by a single low lamp and the glow of a buzzing old refrigerator. Marco sat slouched in a chair, shirt open, one eye already swelling, a bloody napkin shoved up one nostril. He looked up, saw Tommy, grinned. "Papa," he slurred. "Told them who I was." Tommy didn't answer, didn't look at him. He looked at the cop's bloody badge sitting on the table, then at Brian. Brian nodded once and walked out. What followed was a masterpiece of damage control. Within 6 hours, 3 NYPD captains had received retirement bonuses. The waitress got an apartment in Forest Hills and a confidentiality contract with 6 figures behind it. Officer Diaz was transferred to administrative duty, promoted with commendations for restraint, and told to forget the name Gallone if he ever wanted to collect his pension. Vitrolux's owner got a visit from Brian, who reminded him how fragile glass rooftops really were. By dawn, the entire incident had been scrubbed, the footage wiped, witnesses paid, and Marco? He was gone. Again. No goodbyes, no apology, no explanation. Just disappeared, like a fire that had burned through everything and vanished into the wind. But the blood had already been spilled. And Tommy? He felt every drop, not because of the money, not because of the reputation, because in that basement room, he hadn't seen a son. He'd seen a ghost wearing his name like a stolen coat, and there was nothing left to say. The Judas in the garden. It started with a whisper. That's how all betrayals do. Late that fall, October 1998, just as the trees in Central Park began shedding their gold, Tommy Gallone got the call. Not from a capo, not from a lieutenant. From a girl, a cocktail waitress with a photographic memory and a cousin in digital surveillance. She didn't say much, just 4 words. "Check your old friend." Tommy didn't need to ask which one. Salvatore's Sally Bofiorello had been with him since the beginning. Not the 70s, not the 60s, the Eisenhower years. Back when they were boys running numbers between pool halls and butcher shops, hiding cash in the soles of their shoes. They'd come up together, Tommy the strategist, Sally the soldier with charm. They'd buried bodies in places that were now dog parks and shopping plazas. They'd taken oaths in blood and silence. They'd built the empire on handshakes and bone fractures. Their wives used to trade recipes for Sunday sauce. Franny and Maria would sit in folding chairs on the balcony, drinking wine and laughing while their husbands carved out territory from Queens to Staten Island. Sally Bo wasn't just old guard. He was family. And now? Now he was talking to the feds. It wasn't just a hunch. The evidence was concrete. A burner phone traced to a motel in Secaucus. A hidden microphone in a golf bag picked up a low gravel voice talking about Tommy's offshore accounts. A video surveillance still, blurry, time-stamped, of Sally Bo sitting at a diner booth across from a man with a wired collar and a badge buried in his pocket. Then came the transcript. 27 pages. Page 6 said, "Tommy doesn't even know how exposed he is." Tommy read it once, then again, then folded it in half, placed it in a drawer, and lit a cigarette. He didn't shout, didn't call Brian, didn't pour a drink. He just stared out the window and remembered the last time he saw Sally Bo cry, 1964, when his first kid was born. The meeting was set for a Thursday lunch. No drama, no hint of suspicion. Tommy called him personally. "Let's break bread. It's been too long." Sally sounded relieved. "I'd love that tea. I've missed this." The location was a private dining room at the Arlecchino Club on the Upper East Side. Marble walls, low lighting, real linen napkins. The kind of place where billionaires quietly ordered killings and senators toasted to war profits with truffle risotto. Tommy arrived first. Brian was already there, posted by the door like a statue carved from shadow, wearing a black suit and a holstered Glock 19. There would be no scene, just closure. Sally Bo arrived late, as usual, wearing a navy suit that hung a little looser than it used to, hair dyed too dark, eyes darting just a bit too fast. He embraced Tommy like a cousin at a wake. "You look good," Sally said. Tommy smiled. "You look tired." They sat. The waiter brought them red wine untouched. Sinatra played softly over the speakers. "Summer Wind." They ordered spaghetti and meatballs, old school. Sally ate with his hands sometimes, still. "Franny still putting up with your stubborn ass?" he asked, half laughing. Tommy chuckled. "Somehow. And Tony? Still got that stick in his spine? Straighter than ever." Sally grinned. "That boy's gonna run the world one day." Tommy leaned forward slightly, fork down, napkin untouched. "Tell me something, Sal." "Yeah?" Tommy's voice was soft, measured. "When did you forget who you were?" Silence. Sally paused, fork halfway to his mouth. "T. It's not what you think. These guys, they come at you sideways. They twist things. You don't even realize what you're giving them." Tommy just raised his hand, not angrily, almost gently, a signal. Brian stepped forward, no hesitation, no flourish. Sally didn't even turn until it was too late. A whisper of motion, a sharp intake of breath, a single clean shot just behind the ear, suppressed, quiet, more like a cough than a gunshot. Sally slumped forward, face landing in the plate of spaghetti. Red sauce splattered like paint. The music didn't stop. The waiter didn't scream. No one in the dining room flinched. They were used to these sorts of lunches. Brian cleaned the scene with military precision, wiped the handle of the fork, reset the chair. Tommy stood, buttoned his coat. On the way out, he said to the maitre d', "Apologies for the mess. Please send the check to my office." The man nodded like he'd been tipped in bullets before. Back in the car, Brian drove. Tommy stared out the window, watching the skyline drift. Neither spoke for almost 10 minutes. Then Tommy muttered, almost to himself, "You grow old thinking time will betray you. Turns out it's the men you loved, the crumbling throne." By the end of the decade, Tommy Gallone was a king, but the court was empty. He still had the money, still had the power, still had the phone calls that made people tremble, but the throne he sat on now was built from old paper, burnt bridges, and whispers that no longer bowed. Franny had moved to the East Wing permanently. No fight, no screaming match, no dramatic moment with luggage and slaps and broken glass, just slow distance, the kind that builds like dust. One morning in early '99, Tommy woke up and realized her perfume hadn't lingered on the pillows in over a month. He passed her in the halls like a ghost in a hotel. Occasionally, they ate in the same room, at opposite ends of a 10-foot dining table. But there were no toasts, no laughter, just clinking forks and the occasional forced smile for the housekeeper's sake. She took her meals late, drank her wine from crystal flutes in silence, spent more time in her greenhouse now, tending to orchids that bloomed in winter and required more attention than any man she'd ever met. Tommy never stepped foot inside. He told himself it was respect, it was guilt. Tony stopped answering calls after 8 p.m., not because he was busy, because he was done. His own wife had made it clear, "Your father doesn't get to summon you like a goddamn consigliere anymore." Tony's response? "He's not summoning, he's drowning." But he still wouldn't pick up. Not after 8, not for Tommy, not anymore. Instead, messages went through his secretary. Updates arrived via email. Contracts were digitized and filed by lawyers who no longer feared the old ways. Tommy could see it, the quiet coup of modernity. Tony's world didn't need goons with baseball bats. It had auditors, consultants, and legal shields thicker than bulletproof glass. Tommy once ruled men by fear. Tony ruled systems by design. And Tommy hated it, not because it didn't work, but because it did. Marco was still alive. Maybe. The rumors came like postcards from a nightmare. One guy said he'd seen Marco running guns in Mexico for a cartel that used priests as smugglers. Another claimed he was hiding in Belize under an alias, something like Rico Bones, spending Gallone money on jungle compounds and underage girls. Someone else swore he'd seen him at a cockfight in Honduras with blood on his shirt and a Rolex on his wrist. Tommy didn't believe any of them, but he listened to every story. Because what he really wanted, more than truth, more than safety, was to hear Marco's voice just once, even if it was through a wiretap, even if it was angry. Isabella sent a Christmas card, signed by her assistant. It was a thick, matte finish envelope with a Dior watermark and calligraphy that screamed money. The photo inside was of her standing on a yacht off Capri. No smile, just sunglasses, wind, and effortless power. "Wishing you all the best in the new year, no love, no dad, just initials." Tommy placed it on the mantel for a week, then burned it in the fireplace and watched the ash swirl like snow. And Brian? Brian stayed. Through the silence, through the tension, through the nights when Tommy stared out the window for hours and never said a word. He was more than a bodyguard now. He was a ghost catcher, a watcher of a man who was unraveling by degrees. He stood 2 steps behind Tommy at every meeting, every dinner, every drive. He learned the rhythm of his breathing. Could tell when a cough meant leave and when a pause meant kill him. They didn't talk much, but one night, late fall, just after midnight, they were driving through the city. Canal Street, the windows down. The air smelled like hot grease and rain. Tommy was in the back seat, staring at the passing blur of a city that had forgotten him. He leaned forward and said quietly, "You ever think it's all just rot?" Brian glanced at him in the rear view. Tommy's voice wasn't angry, wasn't even bitter, just hollow, like a man who finally saw the bones beneath the gold. "The whole thing," Tommy said. "All of it. The empire, the money, the secrets. You'd think maybe it was just mold with diamonds glued to it?" Brian didn't answer right away. He drove another 4 blocks, turned onto Bowery, avoided a drunk stumbling into traffic, then calmly, "Depends what you think the cost is." Tommy nodded. He didn't press. But he stared at the back of Brian's head like he was trying to read the answer again. When they returned to the estate, Franny was awake in the kitchen, alone, crying, not sobbing, just letting it fall. Tommy watched from the hall, said nothing, did nothing. Brian stood behind him, waiting for a command that never came. Finally, Tommy turned, walked away, glass of Chianti in hand, silent. A king still seated, but the throne had splinters now, and ghosts in every hall, red wine, cold eyes. The house was quiet, not peaceful, not calm, just quiet, dead quiet. It was the kind of silence that felt like a trick, like the calm before a siren, like the moment a piano string snaps just before the sound reaches your ears. The kitchen sat in dim, amber light. One bulb from the overhead chandelier flickered softly, like a candle in a crypt. The marble counters were clean, too clean, like no one had touched them in days, like no one lived there. Franny sat at the table in a silk robe, midnight blue, slightly wrinkled at the collar. Her hair was pulled back, those strands had come loose and stuck to her cheeks, wet with tears she hadn't bothered to wipe away. Her mascara had run in rivulets, tired, broken streaks down a face that had once turned heads across 5 boroughs. She didn't care, not anymore. Her elbows rested on the table. One hand held a cigarette that had long since burned out. The other clutched a crumpled napkin she hadn't used. The sink dripped, a slow, hollow plink, like a metronome for heartbreak. Somewhere in the hallway, the radiator hissed, old, wheezing, like an asthmatic beast trying not to die. The oven clock blinked 12, over and over. 12, 12. Like a broken heart monitor for a marriage that had flatlined decades ago. Franny didn't sob, didn't whimper. She just wept. The kind of crying that comes from a place so deep, so old, it doesn't make noise anymore. It just leaks out. Slow, relentless, like rot. She had cried for Tommy before, in rage, in betrayal, in frustration. This wasn't that. This was mourning, not for the man, he was still alive, but for the version of him she once thought she could reach, and the woman she used to be before trying. Across the house, in the study, Tommy sat in his chair. The chair, worn brown leather, high back, brass studs, the one no one else dared sit in, the one with the view. It looked out over the front of the estate, gated, palatial, flanked by stone lions that were cracked at the paw and green with moss. The city twinkled in the distance like a mirage, but Tommy wasn't looking at the city. He wasn't looking at anything. He sat there, still as a statue, his elbows resting on the armrests like a king surveying a ruined kingdom. In one hand, a glass of Chianti, dark, full, untouched. In the other, the photograph, 1984, the family. Back when Marco still smiled like he believed in something. When Tony still looked to Tommy for permission. When Isabella still grabbed his jacket like it was armor. When Franny, God, Franny, still touched his hand in public. The photo was curled now at the edges, soft at the corners, the ink fading. But the image? Still perfect. Tommy stared at it like it was the last honest mirror he'd ever owned. He didn't drink the wine. He didn't blink. Outside, the wind kicked up, whispering through the trees like secrets through a confessional. And from somewhere deep in his chest, past the part that planned hits, that moved cash, that silenced rats, something broke. It didn't make a sound, but it shifted him, slightly, just enough for the words to come out. A whisper, ragged, dry, not to Brian, not to God, not even to himself. To the photograph, legacy or leverage. The same question he'd asked 1,000 times before, but this time he didn't choose, because maybe, just maybe, he'd never had a choice to begin with. Upstairs, the silence continued. Brian stood in the hallway outside the study, arms folded, watching through the crack in the door. He didn't speak, didn't move, just stood there, as always, watching over the last lion in a crumbling zoo. A man who had outlived his enemies, his allies, and maybe even himself. A man who ruled everything, and now ruled nothing but shadows, and glass, and a photograph that refused to lie. Chapter 8. The Ghost Boss. Year 2000. The curtains drawn. The new century arrived not with fanfare but with silence. Tommy Gallone sat in his solarium, surrounded by velvet drapes and filtered shadows. The air smelled of old wood, ash, and something older still, like legacy left too long in the sun. He was 80 now, but the age didn't show in the way you'd expect. His back was still ramrod straight when he stood. His voice still cut like razors when he needed it to. But the sharpest thing in the room was no longer him. It was time, and it was always moving. Outside, New York was changing. Giuliani's cleanup had turned whole neighborhoods into Disneyland crime scenes. The hookers were gone, replaced by tourists and boutique cupcake shops. Tommy didn't recognize the streets anymore, didn't want to, so he stopped leaving the house. The curtains were drawn, always. Brian had become more than just a bodyguard. He was a steward, a silent sentinel. He checked every window latch, rotated the code to the vault weekly, and kept the house humming like a mausoleum with electricity. He ran interference, coordinated meetings through intermediaries, and handled cash drops from satellite fronts. Most of the old crew was gone, some buried, some jailed, some just faded like bad ink. Only their whispers remained. Marco was 30 now, loud, unruly, a splash of Tommy's blood but none of his discipline. He came and went like smoke, too slick to catch, too slippery to anchor. Tommy saw him in flashes, drunk in the solarium one night, pacing the study the next, talking big, doing little. "Pop, I could run this city," he'd say, glass in hand, eyes glassier still. "You couldn't run a deli," Tommy would mutter back. Lucia had married Victor that spring, a polished fraud in a $1,000 suit. Tommy had attended the wedding in a black silk tie and the kind of silence that cut louder than applause. Franny smiled for the cameras, but her hand never touched his all night. Tony visited once that year. His firm had tripled in size, so had his ambition. He wore cufflinks shaped like tiny gavels and spoke like a senator. He didn't sit long, just long enough to leave a case file, kiss Franny's cheek and whisper, "If you ever need anything cleaned, use the new number." Tommy didn't say goodbye. Instead, he stared at the chessboard in the study, untouched since '96, and muttered, "Knights always die early. Queens last longer. Year 2001. Ghosts in the machine." September changed everything, not just for the city, for Tommy. The towers came down on a Tuesday. Tommy watched it on an old Zenith television, the one Brian refused to replace because it still works, and you hate new shit. The images were biblical. Smoke, fire, people falling from the sky like punctuation marks to a sentence no one wanted to read. Tommy didn't blink, didn't speak. He just watched. Later that day, Brian came into the solarium and said, "They've shut down everything below 14th. Feds are pulling phone records, tapping old lines, looking at everyone." Tommy nodded once. "Tell Rico to ghost every ledger." "Rico's dead, Tom." Pause. "Then tell the ledger to ghost itself." Brian didn't smile. He just made a call. That week, Tommy shut down 3 fronts. A laundromat in Queens, a florist in Hoboken, and a meatpacking warehouse that hadn't moved a cut of beef in 2 years but had laundered $3 million in clean cash. Gone. All of it, like it never existed. He wasn't spooked. Tommy didn't get spooked. He adapted. What scared other men just sharpened his edges. But the city had changed. The streets were filled with flags and fear. Cops had new powers, new toys, and no leash. Brian started changing the home security codes every 3 days. Cameras were added to the second-floor eaves. The entire perimeter was motion-triggered. Even the koi pond was bugged. Tommy didn't mind. He liked the paranoia. It was familiar, like slipping into an old pair of shoes and finding the bullet hole still pressed into the leather. Marco came back that winter. He reeked of tequila and bad decisions, bleached his hair for some reason, claimed he'd met a girl who knew how to cleanse chakras with opals. Tommy didn't ask. They sat in silence at opposite ends of the long dining table. Franny didn't join them, hadn't in years. Marco picked at a plate of veal. Tommy drank Chianti, eyes on the fire. You ever regret not going legit? Marco asked suddenly, like a child poking a bear. Tommy didn't look up. Legit gets you audited. I prefer the shadows. Yeah, well, shadows don't love you back, no. But they don't lie to you either. That was their only conversation that month. Lucia had a baby in December. A boy. Tommy didn't attend the baptism. Sent a check instead. $250,000 in a trust under an alias. The priest never even knew where it came from. Victor sent a thank you card signed. With humility and respect, Tommy burned it without reading the back. Tony called on Christmas Eve. Said nothing about the holiday. Just the judge in Staten Island's been replaced. The new guy's not ours. Tommy exhaled slow. Then let's buy his wife's favorite charity. Already on it. Merry Christmas, Pop. Tommy hung up. Then sat in silence, staring at the bottle in front of him. He hadn't opened a gift in 20 years. Didn't plan to start now. Year 2002. The cost of control. Tommy didn't notice the ache in his spine until spring. Not pain. That he could handle. This was deeper, like the weight of the world had finally seeped into the marrow. Brian noticed first, of course. The way Tommy held the banister. The extra second he took to rise from his chair. You want the doctor? Brian asked. Tommy scoffed. I want 1962. Let me know if he's taking appointments. Still, a doctor came. A discreet one. Cash in a thick envelope, stethoscope cold as betrayal. Your heart's fine, he said, but you're not invincible. Maybe never were. Tommy didn't respond. Just lit a cigarette and stared at the painting above the mantel. The death of Julius Caesar. Appropriate. Too many knives. Not enough loyalty. Tony was thriving. The firm was now 15 floors, not 10. Glass walls, a skyline view. He'd hired 3 former AGs, 2 ex-senators, and a paralegal who could recite the RICO statutes in her sleep. They had their own espresso bar. Tony called less now. When he did, it was to check in like a CEO to a silent partner, respectful, distant, efficient. I'm speaking at Columbia next week. Business ethics and criminal law. Tommy chuckled. That's like a butcher giving a speech on vegetarianism. Tony laughed, then didn't. I need you to stay quiet about the Giannetti thing. The judge? He's under investigation. You want me to clean it? No. I want you to let it play out. No more strings. No more favors. Let me handle it the way I do now. Tommy paused. You do what you gotta do, counselor. Marco got arrested in Soho. Assault. Minor. A bouncer. A broken nose. A bloody coat. Bail was posted before the cuffs came off. Tommy said nothing. Let Brian handle it. But when Marco slouched through the front door that night, smug and scuffed, Tommy was waiting in the solarium. Do you know what legacy means? He asked. Marco blinked. It means you die and people still pretend to care. Tommy stood slowly, every inch of his body aching with history. It means I built something, brick by brick, and you treat it like a cigarette butt, something to flick when it burns too close. I didn't ask for your bricks, Marco snapped. No, you inherited them. That's worse. Marco left without another word. The next day, Brian changed the locks. Franny called twice that year, once to ask if Tommy remembered their anniversary. He didn't. Once to say she was thinking of selling the Rhode Island property. Tommy told her to burn it instead. Memories rot slower than wood. She hung up. Lucia came by in September, just walked through the gate like it was 1987, and she was still 10, dragging a doll and asking for cocoa. Her son, Nicholas, was with her. 2 years old, big eyes, bigger silence. Tommy didn't know how to talk to children anymore. Maybe never had, but he tried. Want a chocolate? He asked, opening a drawer that once held bullets. Nicholas took it. Lucia watched. I'm remarrying, she said. Tommy nodded. Doctor? Yes, good. Maybe he'll outlive your mother's patience. Lucia almost smiled. Then she asked, Did you kill Victor? Tommy looked out the window. The garden was overgrown now. The vines had taken the statue of St. Michael. He was going to get you hurt, he said simply. Lucia picked up her son. So will I, if I stay too long. She kissed her father's cheek. It was the first time in 20 years. Then she left. Tommy sat by the window long after they were gone, watching the reflection of himself in the glass. He looked like a statue someone forgot to finish. And for the first time in his life, he whispered something to no one. Maybe I should have loved louder. Year 2003, Ghosts in the Walls. Tommy Gallone stopped recognizing his own house in 2003. Not because the structure changed, not because the furniture shifted, but because the air itself had gone strange. Still, too still, like the building was holding its breath. Even the floorboards no longer creaked under his feet. The estate, once alive with movement, maids, soldiers, laughter, Franny's heels on the tile, was now a museum curated by silence. Brian had reduced the staff to a skeleton crew, 2 housekeepers, 1 cook, a rotating team of armed men who never smiled and rarely spoke. But it wasn't the quiet that haunted Tommy. It was the echoes. When he walked into the study at dusk, he sometimes saw the outline of his younger self in the leather chair, legs crossed, eyes sharp, voice dangerous. When he opened the liquor cabinet, he half expected to hear Fichetti's laugh, low and cruel. When he passed the hallway mirror, the reflection stared back at him like it was waiting for a confession. Brian noticed, not just the weight loss or the tremor in Tommy's left hand. He noticed the watching, the way Tommy would pause at doorways like they owed him an explanation, the way he'd talk under his breath, names from decades ago. You seeing things? Brian asked one night, low and careful. Tommy lit a cigarette. I'm remembering things too hard. You want me to call someone? Yeah, a priest with no opinions. Tony sent a letter. Not an email, not a call. A letter. On firm linen paper signed in fountain pen. It explained a new trust he'd set up in the Cayman Islands. It detailed a shell company absorbing one of Tommy's old holdings. It ended with, "You built the walls, Pop. I'm just adding a roof that doesn't leak." Tommy read it twice, then tossed it in the fire. Roof's no good if the foundations rot, he muttered. Marco was back. Not for long, just 2 weeks. Showed up with a shaved head again and a tattoo of a snake biting its own tail. Claimed he was studying the symbolism of rebirth. Said he was working on a novel. Tommy didn't ask, but Brian did, cornering Marco near the garage. What's this really about, he asked. Marco lit a joint, trying to be something other than angry. You're failing. Good. Then maybe I'm still your son. Brian didn't smile, but he didn't stop him from leaving again. Lucia's son, Nicholas, drew Tommy a picture. Crayons, thick lines, red sun, big blue house. Tommy taped it to the fridge. First thing he'd ever put there. Left it up for months. Franny saw it on one of her brief visits and said, "You always needed a monument." Tommy replied, "It's the only thing in this house that was made without fear." Franny didn't respond, just touched the paper, then his arm, then left. That fall, a fire broke out at one of Tommy's properties in Newark. It wasn't an accident. Arson, professional. The local crew blamed a new gang out of Trenton, Eastern European, hungry, reckless. Tommy barely reacted. Brian brought him photos, charred beams, burnt safes, a melted brass plaque with the Gallone lion etched faintly beneath the black. Should we retaliate? Brian asked. Tommy stared at the image, then shook his head. No, let them build. Let them think they're kings. Brian raised a brow. You sure? Tommy exhaled. There's no better way to lure a man into a grave than to let him feel tall enough to fall. By December, the reserve was the only Gallone property still untouched. Tommy watched the surveillance feed nightly. Lawyers doing lines off antique books. Judges pretending not to recognize each other. Criminals sipping Japanese whiskey and whispering about crypto before it became a headline. It was disgusting. And it was perfect. This is your mausoleum, Brian said once. Tommy nodded. It's also the last church that still believes in me. On New Year's Eve, the city erupted with fireworks. Tommy sat in his study, alone. Brian stood by the door, silent. Do you miss it? Tommy asked suddenly. The streets? No. The fear, the reverence, the feeling that when you walked into a room, the lights dimmed a little out of respect. Brian tilted his head. It's not gone, boss. It is. It's just being used by people who never earned it. A long pause. Happy New Year, Brian said. Tommy didn't answer. He just whispered, They'll forget me, you know. Brian's voice was low and certain. Not while I breathe. Year 2004. The whisper of death. By 2004, Tommy Gallone had become a rumor with a pulse. He no longer showed up in any newspapers. No whispers in the streets. Even the FBI field offices had stopped circulating his photo in morning briefings. He was still alive, but only in the way a locked vault or a loaded gun was alive. Present. Dangerous, but silent. and silence in Tommy's world was the final mask of power. That January, Franny called, not to reconcile, not to argue, just to inform. Her mother had passed, heart failure, 91. She asked for you, Franny said over the line. Tommy nodded. She always had bad taste. Franny didn't laugh. She remembered the night you carried me out of that thunderstorm, said you were soaked to the bone and still told her to mind her own business. I did. She said you were the last man who ever scared her, and the only one who ever made her feel safe. Tommy closed his eyes. I was both. Franny didn't invite him to the funeral. He didn't ask to go. Brian found a microphone hidden inside the study fireplace vent in March. It was old school, wired, sloppy. Somebody wants to record ghosts, Tommy muttered. Brian had it traced back to a freelance journalist. Kid had been working on a podcast called The Real Ghosts of New York. He'd already interviewed 2 former Gallone lieutenants and a bartender who once dated Rico's niece. Brian offered the kid a choice: delete the footage, disappear to Arizona, or wake up in the East River wearing scuba gear. He chose Arizona. Marco returned in spring, looking older, meaner, thinner. Said he'd been in Istanbul, following something important. Tommy didn't care. But when Marco opened the duffel bag this time, it wasn't cash or drugs. It was books, old ones, bound in leather and scrawled in Italian, Romanian, Greek. Histories, treatises, diaries of old European gangsters, revolutionaries, bankers who became criminals and criminals who became kings. I'm building something, Marco said. Something that doesn't look like you, but grows from you. Tommy glanced at the books. You trying to be a philosopher? I'm trying not to be a cautionary tale. Tommy nodded once. That was the closest thing to approval Marco ever got. Tony visited again in June, not for dinner this time. For business. They sat in the study, doors locked, guards rotated, Brian standing at attention. Tony laid out a map, a real one, not GPS, not satellite. A folded paper thing, marked in pencil. Jersey, the ports, the shipping yards. We can take it back, Tony said, quietly, legally, through shell bids and property transfers. No blood, no noise. Tommy ran his finger across the inked lines. You're carving a kingdom from old bones. Tony nodded. I'm building one you can die in peace knowing still bears your name. Tommy didn't respond. Just poured them both a drink. It was the first time in years they toasted anything together. Lucia sent a package for Father's Day. Inside, a photo of her son Nicholas wearing a baseball jersey with Gallone printed across the back. No note, no card, just the picture. Tommy framed it and set it on the mantel beside a bullet casing from 1973 and a pair of cufflinks he hadn't worn in 20 years. Brian said nothing when he saw it, but he poured Tommy a better scotch than usual that night. In August, Brian had a conversation with the head of security, one of the few still loyal from the old crew. Boss seems tired, the man said, like he's not walking toward anything anymore. Brian's response was quiet but final. He's not. He's waiting for everything to catch up. That week, Tommy stopped reading the papers, said they were too slow to be useful and too fast to be true. One night in September, the house lost power for 13 seconds. Just long enough for every light to flicker, every camera to reboot, every breath to hitch. Tommy didn't panic. He just reached for the drawer by his chair, where the loaded, still waited. I built this life so I'd never have to flinch, he muttered. Brian checked every inch of the house personally. Nothing was found. The outage was blamed on a faulty transformer. But the quiet afterward was different, heavier, like the walls themselves were holding something in. Halloween came and went, no costumes, no candy. Tommy sat by the fire, glass in hand, and whispered to Brian. You ever think ghosts aren't dead people? Brian raised a brow. Tommy continued. Maybe they're just moments that refuse to be forgotten. Regrets with good memory. Names we're still scared to say. Brian didn't answer, but he stayed in the room long after Tommy fell asleep. By December, Tommy wrote a letter. It wasn't addressed to anyone. No date, no name, just a few lines. They'll bury me like I was never real. Let them. A man who never existed can never be killed. He folded the page and handed it to Brian without a word. Brian locked it in the safe, and then stood there, staring at the old man by the fire, his hands still steady, his mind still sharp, but his presence already fading, inch by inch like breath on glass. Year 2005. The exit wound. The first day of 2005 came and went without a sound. No fireworks, no toasts, no guests. Tommy Gallone sat in the solarium with the fireplace lit and the curtains drawn tight. Outside, Staten Island slept under a thin crust of snow. Inside, the old boss wore a wool sweater Franny had given him years ago. Still smelled faintly of her perfume. Still had the stitching from where he'd once spilled wine and cursed the dry cleaner for shrinking it. Brian was in the room, silent as always, organizing a fresh folder of reports. Property transfers, silent partners, club renovations, digital account ledgers. The empire still hummed, quieter, leaner, but no less dangerous. And Tommy? He didn't even look at the papers anymore, not because he couldn't read them, but because he already knew what they said. In February, Marco sent a postcard. No return address. Just 3 words. Still watching, Dad. It came from Rome, or maybe Rio. The stamp was foreign and blurred. Tommy didn't ask Brian to trace it, didn't even mention it. He pinned it to the back of a drawer and poured himself a Chianti instead. He sipped, smirked. Kid thinks he's the ghost, he muttered. Cute. Brian started sleeping in the house that March. He didn't ask. Tommy didn't object. It wasn't for security anymore. It was ritual. A final watchman for a dying city-state. He rotated through 2 guest rooms and set up a cot in the study just in case. He shaved at the kitchen sink, ate cold pasta in silence, washed Tommy's dishes when the staff forgot. One night, after refilling the humidifier in the solarium, he asked, "You want me to call anyone?" Tommy blinked. Like who? Tony, Lucia, Marco, a priest, anyone. Tommy shook his head. Those calls only matter if you think there's still time. I know better. Easter came. Lucia sent another photo, this time of Nicholas in a school play, dressed as a tree. Tommy laughed for the first time in weeks, a full-bodied chuckle that rattled his ribs and left him coughing into his sleeve. He's growing, Brian said. They always do, Tommy rasped. He didn't frame this one. He folded it, carried it in his wallet, kept it close, like a loaded gun with the safety on. In early May, a storm rolled in from the coast. Wind screamed through the cracks in the old roof. Branches scraped the windows like claws. And at 3:17 a.m., the power cut out again, this time for good. No lights, no heat, no cameras, just the firelight and Tommy's breathing. Ryan lit candles around the room, steady and methodical, then turned to Tommy and said, "You want to move downstairs?" Tommy shook his head. "I was born upstairs. Might as well finish the loop." They sat in silence for a long time. Eventually, Tommy said, "You ever wonder what I would have been if I wasn't me?" Brian took a beat. "Probably something worse." Tommy smiled. Probably. On June 2nd at 4:56 a.m., Brian found him, slumped in the leather chair, still dressed, still warm, a glass of Chianti at his side, untouched, one eye half open like he'd fallen asleep in the middle of a thought. No pain, no mess, just stillness. The kind that came with finality. Brian didn't call the police, not at first. He called Tony, got the voicemail. Then he called Lucia, she picked up. "What is it?" "Your father's gone." A beat. "Then you mean he's dead?" "No. I mean he's gone. The funeral never happened. There was no obituary, no service, no eulogy, no tombstone. Tommy's body disappeared. No coroner's file, no casket, just a name removed from all documents and a whisper left in every corner of the old house. Brian handled everything, quietly, legally, impossibly. A fake death certificate in Georgia, cremation records filed under a pseudonym, a transfer of trust assets to an offshore holding company named Olive Branch Limited. When Tony finally called back, all he said was, "Did he get his wish?" Brian nodded, though Tony couldn't see it. He did. 1 month later, the reserve held a private toast. No invitations, no names. Just a circle of old men, quiet as smoke, raising glasses of 25-year-old Macallan. One said, "He built the floor we stand on." Another replied, "And made us swear never to piss on it." They drank in silence. Then burned the guest log. Marco never called, but a package arrived in July. Wrapped in brown butcher's paper, no label, no note. Inside the matching cufflink, and a Polaroid of a bar sign being painted by hand. One word, legacy. Lucia and Nicholas visited the estate in late August. They walked the gardens, found the lion fountain still dry. The vines had climbed up the paw, now fully wrapped. Nicholas asked, "Who lived here?" Lucia said, "A very loud man who taught the world how to stay quiet." The boy nodded, like that made sense. Brian remained in the house, alone, watching, waiting, Not for anything new, just to keep the silence alive. He watered the plants, cleaned the guns, replaced the flickering bulbs even though no one used the rooms anymore. And every night, he sat in the solarium chair, Tommy's chair, not out of habit, out of duty. Because legacies aren't always buried, some are guarded. Chapter 9. Blood Runs Thin. Time, 2005 to 2010. 2005, the public cut off. Tony and Brian found Tommy in the solarium that morning, curtains half drawn, the air thick with the smell of Chianti and cigar smoke from the night before. They didn't start with the real reason they were there. Instead, Tony leaned on the back of Tommy's chair and opened with something softer. "A doctor's coming by this afternoon," he said. "Memory specialist. New meds for the Alzheimer's. Just to keep you sharp." Tommy gave him the kind of look that could flatten a room. "I'm sharp enough." Brian, posted by the window, added, "Sharp enough to know prevention beats regret." Tommy grumbled, muttered something about quacks and clocks he didn't need, but he didn't send them away. The doctor came. Tommy listened, and for a while the pills seemed to work. The wit was still quick, the temper still precise, and his memory for debts remained perfect. Then, 3 weeks later, Marco got pinched. DEA. Heroin. The footage hit every station in the city by breakfast. Marco Gallone, Tommy's youngest, hair plastered with sweat, shirt half open, shoved into the back of a black SUV by 2 agents in windbreakers. He tried smirking for the cameras, but his eyes told the truth. Cornered, humiliated. By noon, Tommy had a statement typed, sealed, and hand-delivered to every paper and station worth a headline. "Marco Gallone no longer operates with my name, my blessing, or my protection. Blood does not excuse weakness. And legacy is not a leash. It was the kind of message you didn't walk back." The underworld read it loud and clear. The old man had cut his own blood loose. Half the city's players saw it as strength. The other half saw an opportunity. Tony didn't see either. He saw a risk. A humiliated Gallone could turn into a talkative Gallone. Within hours, he was calling in favors, leaning on judges, and pulling every wire left in the Gallone web to get Marco out on bond. Tommy refused to see him, said the boy was dead to him. Brian stood behind that decision in front of Tommy, his voice flat, his posture unshakable. But in private, his jaw was tight. And he didn't say what he was thinking, that this wasn't just blood being cut. This was family being amputated. 2006, the hit that wasn't. The order didn't come with ceremony. Tony waited until the house was quiet, then called Brian into the study. The curtains were drawn, the only light from a banker's lamp pooling across a folder on the desk. "He's gotta go," Tony said flatly, not looking up from the papers in front of him. Brian didn't ask who. He already knew. Tony finally met his eyes. Marco's not just a screw-up anymore. He's a liability. He's a Gallone with a DEA file. The longer he breathes in this city, the closer we all get to drowning in subpoenas. Brian stood silent. "You're the only one he won't see coming," Tony continued. "He trusts you, always has. Make it quick. No scene, no body. There was no yelling, no threats. Just the cold inevitability of a business decision." Brian gave a single nod and walked out. He found Marco 2 nights later in a dim Italian bar on the edge of Red Hook, the kind of place where the wood paneling soaked up more secrets than the patrons could drink away. Marco was hunched over the bar, nursing a bourbon, the glow from the jukebox painting him in blue and red light. When he saw Brian, the smirk came automatically, an old reflex. "Come to drag me home, sailor?" Brian sat beside him. "No, I came to tell you you've got 2 choices. Take $5 million in cash and disappear until your father's dead. Or wait around until I do what I was sent here to do." Marco blinked, the smirk faltering. "He sent you to—" Brian cut him off. "Tony sent me. Your old man probably thinks you're already gone. And if you don't take this deal, he will be right." For the first time in years, Marco's bravado cracked. He stared into his drink like it might have the answers. $5 million, huh? What's the catch?" "You breathe air that's not in New York," Brian said. "You don't call. You don't write. You don't even think about coming back until the old man's in the ground." Silence stretched between them, broken only by the faint hiss of the beer taps. Marco finally nodded. "All right," he said quietly. "Guess I'm a ghost now." Brian slid him a duffel bag under the bar. Marco didn't open it. As they stepped outside, the cold air cut sharp. Marco looked at Brian one last time. "You know, I always thought you'd be the one standing next to me when I made it big." Brian's voice was steady, but softer than usual. This is me standing next to you. It's just not the big you thought it was. Marco left that night. No goodbye to anyone else. Just vanished into the kind of silence you only earn when the alternative is a shallow grave. Brian never told Tommy or Tony. 2007, Franny's stroke. It was a Thursday morning when the house went still. No footsteps in the hallway, no faint sound of her slippers against the wood, no scent of her perfume drifting from the east wing. Brian was the one who found her, seated in the chair by her bedroom window, robe slipping off one shoulder, eyes alert but body frozen. Her right hand dangled, the slipper on that foot missing entirely. She tried to speak, but all that came out was a broken breath. Brian called for Tommy, and for the first time in years, Tommy didn't walk, he ran. He knelt beside her, took her good hand in both of his and whispered, "I'm here, Franny. I'm right here." The ambulance came fast. Tommy climbed in with her, ignoring the EMT's request to sit back. He stayed forward, his forehead nearly touching hers, murmuring fragments of memories only the two of them shared. Nights in Venice, stolen dances in kitchens, the first apartment with the leaky roof. The diagnosis was brutal: massive ischemic stroke, permanent damage likely. Speech impaired, movement unpredictable. She would live, but differently. Tommy didn't leave her side for 4 days. He read to her from books she used to love, even the ones he hated. He brushed her hair in slow, careful strokes, untangling each knot like it was made of glass. When she blinked in recognition, he felt something in his chest tighten in a way he hadn't allowed for decades. One night, around 2 a.m., he woke in the hospital chair to find her looking at him. Really looking. Her lips twitched toward a smile, uneven, fragile, but there. In that moment, it hit him harder than any bullet ever could. He still loved her. Always had. He'd buried it under business, betrayal, and silence, but it had never left. She was the one thing in his life he had never been able to replace, outmaneuver, or forget. She came home months later, the East Wing converted into a private rehab suite with round-the-clock nurses. Tommy had ordered the renovations himself, inspecting every handrail, every light switch. At her funeral later that year, the church was full. Judges, captains, old friends, quiet enemies. Marco lingered on the far edge of the street, a shadow in a long coat. Tommy never saw him. Tony did. He leaned close to Brian and whispered, "You were supposed to finish it." Brian said nothing, and Tony never told his father. Because he knew, if Tommy found out Brian had spared Marco, it would kill him in a way the stroke never could. From that day forward, Franny's name was never spoken in Tommy Gallone's presence. 2008, the federal sweep. It started like a whisper. A rumor from a bail bondsman in Queens that 2 Gallone bookies had been picked up and were already talking. A frozen wire transfer in Jersey, small enough to seem like a clerical error, large enough to be deliberate. Then a subpoena served on one of Tony's shell companies. By the end of the first week, the whisper had become a windstorm. The feds weren't looking for headlines. This wasn't a mob takedown with cameras outside the courthouse and perp walks for the evening news. This was surgical. Silent subpoenas, sealed warrants, unmarked sedans that sat a block away for 12 hours at a time. Operation Final Ledger, they called it. Brian got the first full read from a contact in the bureau, a friend from his Navy days who now wore a suit and hated himself for it. "They're not going after the capos," the man said. "They're going after the foundation. They want to pull the floor out from under you before you even know you're falling." Tony called an emergency meeting in the library. Curtains drawn, the marble chess set pushed aside for folders and legal pads. He and Brian stood on either side of the table while Tommy sat at the head, reading the Wall Street Journal like nothing was wrong. "Pop," Tony began, "we've got movement in 3 states. Financial crimes, organized crime, and the IRS are all playing together. That doesn't happen unless they've got a roadmap." Tommy didn't look up. "Then burn the map." "Already working on it," Brian said. In truth, they were doing a lot more than that. By the end of February, at least 9 Gallone-linked businesses had been touched. A liquor distributor in the Bronx found its accounts frozen. A pair of dry cleaners in Hoboken got raided, the receipts taken as evidence. 2 old captains, men Tommy had played cards with since the 70s, were arrested on tax evasion charges so thin they could have been printed on rice paper. Tony and Brian moved fast. They shifted assets into offshore trusts in the Caymans and Malta, selling legitimate fronts to friendly buyers for pennies on the dollar just to get them out of reach. Cash-heavy businesses were robbed on paper. The insurance payouts moved into hard commodities. gold bars, bearer bonds, even rare art. The goal was simple: keep the heat off Tommy. They didn't tell him about the captain's flipping. They didn't tell him about the Bureau's interest in the reserve, the last untouched jewel in the Gallone crown. They didn't tell him about the sealed indictment with his initials on it, waiting in a locked drawer at the Southern District Courthouse. Because if they told him, he'd act. And if he acted, it would be loud. And loud was the one thing the family couldn't afford. By spring, the feds were in full swing. Brian started carrying a burner phone just for counter-surveillance calls. He checked his car for trackers twice a day. The house got another layer of cameras, and the estate perimeter was swept for bugs every other week. Tony played his role as the respectable attorney, making quiet visits to judges and old political contacts. He leaned on law school classmates who owed him favors, hinted at scandals that would never see the light of day if the right files disappeared. Some moves were aggressive. One U.S. attorney in Newark, a young, ambitious type who had his eye on a Senate seat, suddenly dropped the organized crime portfolio after a leaked story about a married man vacationing in Aruba with a campaign intern. Other moves were subtle. Bank managers who froze Gallone-linked accounts got visits from investment advisors offering lucrative overseas jobs that happened to require immediate relocation and no questions asked. Through it all, Tommy sat in the solarium with Franny, reading her the financial pages like the world was the same as it had always been. Brian kept it that way. When Tommy asked why some businesses hadn't sent their envelopes, Brian would shrug and say, "They're late. You want me to light a fire under them?" Tommy would wave him off. Let him sweat, teaches discipline. He didn't know that those businesses were gone. The closest Tommy came to catching on was in June. He was flipping through the paper when he saw a headline about a New Jersey crime ring crippled by multi-agency sweep. He tapped the page with a fingertip. Anybody we know? Tony didn't miss a beat. Small-timers, Jersey cowboys, tried to play in our sandbox. Tommy grunted and turned the page. By August, the worst had passed. The feds had their wins, a dozen small players in custody, a few minor fronts shut down, and enough seized property to claim victory in their internal memos. But the Gallone core stayed intact. It wasn't clean, it wasn't painless, but it was survival. The night they knew the storm had truly passed, Tony and Brian shared a drink in the greenhouse. Neither said much. Brian just raised his glass. "To the old man," he said. Tony clinked it, to him never knowing how close it got. In the solarium, Tommy read to Franny, oblivious to the quiet war his sons, one by blood, one by loyalty, had just fought in his name. And maybe that was for the best, because in Tommy's world, the less you knew, the longer you lived. 2009 to 2010, the writer in the house. The idea came from Tommy himself. One night after dinner, he was in the solarium with Tony and Brian, swirling a glass of Chianti, when he said, "I want a book. My words, no more hearsay." Tony didn't even blink. "If we do this, it happens here, under this roof. You follow my rules. Nothing leaves without me reading it first." Tommy grinned like it was a game. "So you'll be the editor? I'll be the firewall," Tony said. The writer was Andy Davis, 28, hungry, and slick in a way that didn't announce itself. He'd done puff pieces for the Times, but he was looking for something that would make his name stick. To Tony, he seemed harmless enough. Andy moved into the East Wing that spring, the same wing where Franny had once kept her private rooms. Her things were long gone, but the air still carried a ghost of her perfume. Tommy never mentioned it, but sometimes his gaze would drift down that hall like he was expecting her to come out any second. Tommy's Alzheimer's was in the early but undeniable stage. Some mornings he was razor sharp, recalling details of a card game in '73 down to the cigarette brand the dealer smoked. Other days he'd ask Brian where Franny was, like the funeral had never happened. Andy noticed, and more importantly, he learned how to use it. He started with safe stories, childhood scraps, early hustles. He laughed at all the right moments, nodded in all the right places. Then, on the bad days, Andy got bold. He'd ask about an old enemy, framing it as for context, and Tommy, confused about what decade he was in, would mutter something like, "We left him under the East River. Coldest night of the year." Andy wouldn't react, just kept his pen moving. Sometimes Tommy would catch himself halfway through a name and fall silent, staring out the window as if the rest of the memory was locked on the other side of the glass. Andy would gently guide him back, like a fisherman playing the line, until the slip came again. It was never loud, never dramatic. But little by little, Andy built a shadow manuscript, one full of the things Tony thought were buried for good. By late 2010, the official manuscript was nearly done. Tony read the clean draft and found nothing dangerous, but Brian had already made a discovery, a hidden thumb drive in the lining of Andy's coat. On it were raw transcripts, uncut, the kind of thing that could turn aging wise guys into federal witnesses overnight. Brian didn't tell Tommy. He didn't even tell Tony until the day Andy was set to leave. That morning, Tony handed the approved draft back across the desk. "Print this one," he said, not a word more. Andy smiled like it was all above board. Of course, but before he left, Brian did a final pat-down. From the insole of a shoe came another drive, this one labeled in Andy's neat handwriting, "Truth Copy." Tony didn't need to say a thing. Hours later, Andy's sedan was T-boned by a delivery van at an intersection just outside Staten Island. The impact was clean and decisive. The police called it a tragic accident. Brian retrieved the luggage before the tow truck arrived. 2 more drives were hidden inside. That night, Tony locked them away in the safe in his study. The Gallone story would be told, but only the one Tommy approved, and all those moments when the fog in his mind had lifted just enough for the truth to escape were gone forever, buried deeper than any body the family had ever put in the ground. Chapter 10. The Last 10 Years. By 2010, the Gallone name still carried the kind of weight that made grown men lower their eyes and measure their words. The neighborhood crews still paid tribute on schedule. The union bosses still accidentally left a cut on the table. Politicians still called before elections to make sure their support was in order. But anyone who spent more than 5 minutes in the room could feel it. The center of gravity had shifted. Tommy had his good days and his bad days. On the good ones, the old predators still surfaced. He could read a lie in the twitch of an eyelid, hear a half-truth in the rhythm of a sentence. He'd sit in the solarium with the sun on his face, rattling off numbers and dates from the 70s, like he was flipping through fresh ledgers. His memory for the past was still a weapon, his grasp on the present, less so. On the bad days, the fog rolled in early. He'd ask after men who'd been in the ground for 20 years. Sometimes he'd think it was 1985 and demand to know why the Gambinos hadn't shown up for a sit-down. Other mornings he'd look at Brian and call him by his father's name, convinced they were standing in a different decade entirely. Tony ran everything now. The street, the books, the sit-downs, the quiet conversations in back rooms that settled feuds before they turned into funerals. He didn't need to raise his voice or bang his fist on a table. Power, when you truly had it, spoke in low tones and left no fingerprints. Every payoff moved through his hands. Every job was greenlit with his nod. He was the one the crews feared disappointing, the one the politicians feared crossing. The underbosses reported to him as if it had always been that way. In truth, it had been coming for years. But by 2010, the transformation was complete. Tommy was still the Gallone in name, the figurehead whose shadow could still make people straighten their backs. But the current ran through Tony now. If the old man was the mountain, Tony was the earthquake rumbling beneath it. Brian's role had changed too. The man who'd once shadowed Tommy like a hawk was now more nurse than guard. He reminded Tommy of names, helped him in and out of his chair, kept the days orderly so the confusion didn't set in too fast. He handled the small humiliations, a shirt button wrong, a forgotten word, with a kind of quiet loyalty that didn't need thanks. Every so often, Brian caught a flicker, the dangerous glint in Tommy's eyes, a sudden sharp comment that cut through the haze like a knife. But those moments came and went like lightning on the horizon, bright, fierce, and gone before you could count to 3. 2015, Marco returns. The call came late one night in October, when the trees on the estate were bare and the wind off the Hudson carried that cold metallic smell of winter closing in. Tony was in his study going over accounts when his private line lit up. The voice on the other end was familiar, but stripped of its usual swagger. "I want to come home," Marco said. "No demands, no excuses, just that. Make things right. If there's still time." There was a pause. Tony didn't rush it. He knew his brother's patterns, the fast talk, the grand promises, the lies wrapped in charm. This wasn't that. This sounded like the last coin in the pocket of a man who'd already lost too much. If you're serious, Tony said finally, his voice low, you come here on my terms. No games, no half measures. You understand? I understand. Brian handled the arrangements. No public airports, no cars that could be traced. The return had to be quiet, not just for security but for Tommy. The old man had been told only that a visitor was coming, and that was enough to keep him on edge for 2 days. Brian kept him calm, steering the conversations toward good memories, keeping the worst of the confusion at bay. The reunion happened in the solarium, late afternoon, lights spilling in gold through the tall windows. Tommy was seated in his high-backed chair, dressed in a dark cardigan, his hands resting on the polished arms. Marco stepped through the doorway and stopped cold. For a heartbeat, neither spoke. Tommy's gaze fixed on him, the eyes narrowing as if pulling a distant face out of fog. You look older, he said finally, voice rough. I don't like it. It broke the tension like glass. Marco laughed, shaking his head. Tommy didn't laugh, not right away. Then he did, sharp and sudden, like an old engine catching spark. What followed was hours without the disease winning. They talked, really talked. They dredged up old grievances, shouted over each other, cursed about betrayals, then fell into stories from Marco's childhood. They laughed until tears came. Sometimes they cried until laughter took over again. At one point, Tommy reached over and gripped Marco's hand, holding it so tight it almost hurt. You're my son, he said. That's forever, no matter what we did to each other. By the time the sun dipped behind the estate walls, the anger had burned off, replaced by a silence that didn't need mending. Tony walked in to find them sitting side by side, eyes forward, saying nothing but sharing everything. Marco stayed the night. The next morning, over coffee in the kitchen, Tony gave his blessing. Marco moved back into his childhood bedroom, not as the prodigal son returning to reclaim glory, but as a man who knew his father's time was slipping away and didn't want to waste another day. In all the years that followed, through the noise, the decline, and the inevitability of what was coming, Marco would keep that golden autumn afternoon locked away in his memory. The one day he got his father back whole. 2017, the house grows full. By 2017, the disease had its claws in deep. The fog wasn't something that came and went anymore. It was there every day, creeping in at the edges even when Tommy was sharp. He needed help with almost everything now, dressing, eating, taking his medication, remembering where he was. Tony had seen it coming for years, but now was undeniable. Marco had been doing the early mornings, Brian the nights, but it wasn't enough. One slip in the bathroom, one missed dose, and the cost could be final. So Tony made the call. 4 caregivers, professionals who knew how to handle memory loss without stripping away a man's dignity, and a live-in doctor to monitor him around the clock. The house was never quiet anymore. There were nurses in soft shoes moving through the halls at all hours. Kitchen staff preparing special meals with labels taped to the fridge. No salt, pureed. The low murmur of the TV in Tommy's room when he couldn't sleep. The scent of antiseptic sometimes lingering in the air after a doctor's check. It wasn't the Gallone estate of old. No poker games in the den. No sharp suits drifting in from the city. Now it was a place built to keep a man comfortable while time did what time does. The good days were worth every bit of it. On the good days, Tommy would wander the gardens with Marco, his steps slow but steady, stopping to point out where certain flowers should be planted, even if the gardener had done it differently for years. He'd sit at the dining room table pretending to look over business papers Tony left for him, old invoices, harmless numbers, and he'd sign them with that same deliberate stroke, as if he were still approving deals that could change the city. Sometimes, out of nowhere, he'd drop a story no one had ever heard, like the time in '68, when a rival crew tried to blow up his car but wired the charge wrong and ended up torching their own van. Amateurs, he'd mutter, shaking his head, the glint in his eye reminding everyone that the old Gallone wasn't entirely gone. The bad days were harder to carry. On the bad days, he'd wake up convinced he was still living in the old Bronx apartment, demanding to know why the wallpaper had changed. Sometimes he didn't recognize the house at all and would try to leave to go find it, growing agitated when Brian or Marco stopped him at the door. Other times he'd look at Marco and ask, "Who's the big guy?" or call Brian by his father's name, insisting he needed to settle up with him over some long-forgotten debt. Once, during dinner, he stared at Tony for a long time and finally asked, "Your father still running the books?" Tony's answer, he passed years ago, made Tommy go quiet for the rest of the night. The decision to bring in more help wasn't just about safety. It was about preserving what was left of him, giving him the chance to have more of those good days and protecting him from the worst of the bad ones. 2020, the final summer. By the time June settled over the estate, everyone knew. Tommy was thinner now, his once broad frame looking almost fragile beneath the linen shirts the caregivers dressed him in. The sharp, commanding voice that had once filled every room was down to a rasp, words coming slower, shorter, sometimes slipping away altogether. Even when he was still, his hands trembled, faint but constant, as if his body was already halfway gone. The good days were over. The fog never lifted anymore. One humid evening, the call went out. Tony made it himself. No underlings, no messages passed. Come tonight. By nightfall, the Gallone family was gathered. Tony stood at the head of the upstairs hall, speaking in low tones with the doctor. Marco arrived with a weariness in his face that hadn't been there a week before. Lucia and Isabella moved quietly through the room, their voices hushed. The grandkids kept close by the arm so they wouldn't wander or ask too many questions. Brian was there too, standing in the doorway with his arms crossed, saying nothing, just keeping watch, the way he always had. The doctor's words to Tony in the hallway were measured but final. It's close now. Maybe hours. By morning, he could be gone. Tommy was in his bed, propped up on pillows, the big windows thrown wide to let in the thick summer air. The night outside was alive with the chorus of cicadas, the faint scent of cut grass drifting in from the gardens. His eyes were half-lidded, breath shallow, his chest rising and falling like a tide that had almost run its course. Marco moved first. He stepped to the bedside, leaned down, and took his father's hand. The same hand that had once smacked him across the jaw, shoved envelopes of cash into his pocket, and pulled him out of more than one disaster. Tommy's eyes fluttered open. For a moment, they focused. "You stayed," he whispered, the words barely there. Marco's grip tightened. "Yeah, Pop, I stayed." A faint smile touched Tommy's mouth, tired but real. No one spoke after that. The only sounds were the cicadas outside, the leaves shifting in the warm night breeze, and the faint creak of the old floorboards as someone shifted their weight. Even the grandkids were still, watching without quite understanding. The sun dipped low, the light in the room turning that deep gold orange that only comes in late summer. Shadows stretched across the walls. Tommy exhaled slowly, his breath rattling just a little at the end. And then he didn't draw another. It was over. The obituary in the Post the next morning was as short and surgical as Tony wanted it. Tommaso Tommy Gallone, 1932 to 2020. No titles, no list of businesses, no nod to the decades of quiet power he had wielded. Just the name and the years, because everyone who needed to know already knew. The empire stood. The name still carried weight in the right rooms, but the man who had built it, who had ruled it like a kingdom without a crown, had gone to his forever sleep. And with that, the Gallone era passed into memory. The end. Epilogue. The Last King of New York. Time, 2020. They said the streets had never seen anything like it. Not when Sinatra died, not when Kennedy passed, not even when the towers fell. Tommaso Tommy Gallone, son of a butcher, architect of silence, ghost in a tailored coat, brought New York to a crawl one last time. The procession began on Staten Island, just after dawn. Fog rolled in off the harbor like it knew who it was carrying. The casket was black walnut, unadorned, closed, heavy. Brian helped carry it. So did Marco. So did Leo, now dressed in the Gallone gray, tie pinned, eyes unreadable. Tony walked behind them, silent, the line of mourners wrapped around the estate gates by sunrise. By noon, it stretched over the Verrazano. They flooded in by the thousands, union presidents in tailored coats, street guys in wool and grief, federal agents in sunglasses pretending not to watch from across the street, and the real ones, the old ones, with silver hair, crooked spines, and memories that still bled when it rained. Cardinals stood beside corner bosses. Congressmen nodded to retired capos. A jazz musician played a slow, broken version of Fly Me to the Moon. No speeches, no eulogies, no tears that weren't earned. Just a weight of 58 years of quiet dominance being carried through the veins of a city that had grown up fearing him. The FBI showed up, of course. They lined the rooftops of Midtown, surveilling, recording, watching. They never moved in, never dared, Because the man they had hunted for 6 decades, the man they could never prove, never pin, never touch, was now a memory. And what do you arrest when the throne is already empty? People whispered the legend. He ruled for 58 years. He never wore a wire, never gave a name, never lost his crown. He never flinched. He buried traitors and held his grandson's hand on his last day. He died in his Funstein bed. The procession ended at the family plot, under the black dogwood tree, beside Franny. No trumpets, no press, just the men who carried his name, and the city that carried his shadow. The last shot is a slow pan across the grave. Fresh dirt, simple stone, no gold, no epitaph, just a name. Tommaso Tommy Gallone, 1932 to 2020, father, boss, ghost. And with that, the story ends. But the legend walks forever. Author's note. This is a story about power, how it's earned, how it's kept, and what it costs to carry it to the grave. Gallone isn't just about crime. It's about family, silence, loyalty, the kind of legacy carved in whispers and concrete. Tommy Gallone was never a hero, but in the shadows of New York, he was a king. If this story moved you, if you felt the weight behind every decision, every betrayal, every final word, I ask one thing: like, share, subscribe. It helps keep stories like this alive and helps me keep telling more. Thank you for walking these streets with me. Brian M. Brumbaugh.